Good morning, race fans, and welcome to day three of the 75th Madison Regatta in Madison, Indiana. My name is Brad Luce. I am seated atop the pit tower on the start-finish line above the Ohio River, and we are ready to go racing here. We've had a couple of delays this morning. A water level issue, but it's not what you might expect. It's not what we've been talking about for the last week, which is that the water level has been too high. Now, it's the water level is too low. It has actually dropped dramatically overnight, and there is concern about the depth of the water off the dock, although, as you can see on our screen, we've got a couple of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the water. The U9, the Beacon Plumbing, is in, as is teammate of Corey Peabody, the U8, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. Both of those two boats have asked to come out and test. They are going to come out and run a couple of laps around the 2-mile race course here on the Ohio River. They are going to be joined after that run by one of the Grand Prix boats. I believe it is the GP10, but I'm not sure about that. Then coming up at the top of the hour, the plan is for opening ceremonies for the 75th Madison Regatta from Madison, Indiana. Again, my name is Brad Luce. I'm going to step away from the desk here right now. I'm going to go where I get my good view of the river because I think the 9 and the 8 should be on the water shortly. So stay with me while I walk about 15 feet here, and if I don't stumble, I'll be back with you on the other side. It's a beautiful day here in Madison, Indiana. The skies are blue. The water conditions are absolutely perfect. They couldn't be better. It's just a little bit of a water issue that we have been playing with, and as I said, we were discussing the fact that the water level was too high all week, and now all of a sudden we're concerned it may be a little bit on the low side. And actually the concern on that was that there may not be enough depth in the water off the docks, and you're looking at the pit area there, but prior to that you were looking at the boats in the water, the 8 and the 9, the two strong racing boats. And the concern was where the boats are placed in the water on the other side of the dock that it may not be deep enough, but apparently things are okay there. Those two boats are in the water, and we should have them on the water very shortly. We've kind of adjusted our schedule a little bit. We were going to go with opening ceremonies at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. We are going to push that out however long it takes us to run this quick test session with a couple of H1 Unlimiteds and one of our Grand Prix boats. As I said, I'm not sure which GP is going to come out, but we'll check that and get it for you. We do have the 8 and the 9 on the Unlimited side in the water. And I believe it's going to be the GP577, the Lucas Oil owned and driven by Ken Lupton from Waverley, New Zealand. It's going to be a very, very busy day. We've got our draws are in place for Heat 2A and 2B. We will be reviewing those. I see the lid is now down on Corey Peabody in the U9. So expect our first H1 Unlimited hydroplane on the Ohio River for the beginning of the final day of racing here at the Indiana Governor's Cup. And Corey is away from the dock. Corey Peabody had a very solid first place finish in his first heat yesterday. He was paired with his teammate J. Michael Kelly on the Beacon Electric, and it was Corey Peabody who prevailed. He did so on the outside of his teammate JMK. Remember, this is a brand new race course for these guys, and so they're still learning some of the subtle nuances of the race course and how to best attack it. As you see Corey going down the front straightaway, very much up against the outside course markers there, so much so he went out of view there a little bit of our start-finish line camera. But you got a good view of them here as the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel has plenty of cameras to cover all the action here. Yeah, Corey's right on the outside of the race course as he comes slowly up the backstretch, but an absolutely beautiful sight here on a gorgeous morning. And if it couldn't get any better, about an hour and a half ago, we were standing here on the tower watching a couple of bald eagles go fishing in the Ohio River. It was quite a sight. We watched them here for about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll see what kind of a line Corey takes through the corner this time. Tightens it up off the top end, and here comes Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Electric. Make that the Beacon Plumbing. He's about to be joined by the Beacon Electric. This is a test session, so we can have upwards of 3 boats on the water at any one time. Only 2 are in the water, and I am of the understanding only the 2 boats want to come out this morning. Corey running hard now up the Milton, Kentucky side of the river. And from the bridge where Corey is going now, from the bridge down toward the bottom end of the race course, it is just RV after RV and camping people. There's a ton of them. Jeff Ayler, yeah, we're just gabbing away here. Jeff Ayler giving me some hand signals here as his cohort Jordan Bear takes over the PA duties here, talking about Corey Peabody in a test session. I'm not sure if we're going to get a lap speed on Corey, although I see we've got the, and there it is, 151.821 miles per hour for Mr. Peabody. Corey comes off the bottom end of the race course and he's pulled his foot, so this won't be another hot one. I would expect now maybe we'll see Corey do some sort of a timing run. It was interesting, the discussion we had yesterday with some of the drivers. It's such a short run off the exit pin of the top corner to the start-finish line that they were talking about how they've really got to start mashing the gas early into the corner so they can bring more speed to the line. We saw that work extremely well for Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, in his first heat. Corey's coming way wide on this one. Maybe he's just going to bring it back to the dock, and that looks like that's what he's going to do. I thought maybe he was going to give it a squirt and bring it down to the line. But Corey has tested what he wanted to test, or seen what it was he wanted to see. Great shot there from the H1 Unlimited drone of Corey Peabody. There's the pit area, that big white tent you just saw there in the background for a moment. That's my perch up here, if you will, my broadcast position on the start-finish line. Normally working with Tanner Faust up here, and Tanner will be with us later on in the day. I think he's going to spend more time down in the pit area. So we'll be doing a little bit better with live interviews from the pits and talking with H1 and Grand Prix racing personnel throughout the day to bring you all aspects of the story as we race for the 75th Madison Regatta and the Indiana Governor's Cup. So Corey is back to the dock, keeping an eye on J. Michael Kelly, and here he comes. He is away, the lid's down. This will be the U8, the Beacon Electric, the bright red boat trimmed in yellow. The 2 boats of Strong Racing both wanted to come out this morning. Again, as you can see on the monitor, it's just absolutely gorgeous here this morning. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say it's not going to get real hot, because it is, but that's okay. It's going to be warm, but the winds should be very light and variable, and we should have a good day of racing on the Ohio River. So Corey Peabody's quick lap was a $151.821. And it's interesting, Mike just took a similar line out of the pit area and went pretty much out of view of Jared Meyer's camera here on start-finish line. But like I said, look at that shot right there, right down on the water with the drone, following J. Michael Kelly up the backstairs. That's a dramatic shot right there from that drone. J. Michael Kelly up at the top end of the race course. Comes out in about lane number 2. U8, Beacon Electric. Definitely light on the front end a little bit there as Mike came across. We'll see if we get that drone shot again that we had last time. Here comes Corey. Oh, he took a big hop down there, and that was him hitting his own wake. You could see it coming. You could see it coming a couple of counts before he actually hit it. It was his own wake sitting there in about lane 2 or 3, and he popped right into it and took a bit of a hop. Here's another dramatic look, and if you don't know how an H1 Unlimited hydroplane is supposed to look, that's it right there. You look right underneath it, and the only parts of the boat touching the water are the trailing edges of both of those sponsons and a couple of blades, perhaps, of the propeller at the back end of the boat. The idea is to get the boat up and fly it. J. Michael Kelly, one of the very best at that. You see he's light on the front end as he comes across start-finish line. J. Michael Kelly with 17 career victories to his credit. And he turned that first lap. We've got him at 136 miles per hour, 136.428. Again, this is just testing. And this is very different from qualifying that we saw earlier in the weekend and yesterday. There's another look underneath the hydroplane as it comes up the backstretch with that drone right down on the water. Mike has pulled his foot. And he will go by our camera angle there. So again, this is Brad Luce. It's the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. We're glad you're with us this morning. Hopefully you got a good cup of coffee and your day's just getting started. We're just getting started here. We just opened up the race course, had our 2 H1 boats that wanted to come out and test this morning. Both were from the livery of Darrell and Vanessa Strong. We're going to see next is the GP 577, boat owned and driven by Ken Lupton out of New Zealand. And as soon as we are done with this particular testing period here, which should be very short, we are going to move into the opening ceremonies where we're going to have something a little special this year. And Tanner, I don't know, are you fired up there? Have I got you?
I'm supposed to be, yeah.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I am doing well. We got a little something special coming up at the opening ceremonies, and it's not the fact that I have to speak at it, but and I've actually thought this is something they should have done a few years ago. But we have many Canadian people here, many French-Canadian folks. Certainly our own Janique is here. We have our chief referee is here out of the great neighbors to the north as the GP 577 pulls away from the dock. So we will do, as you might expect, the American national anthem, and of course we'll do the Canadian national anthem. But we've had our friends here from Waverley, New Zealand for many years, and I've always thought, you know, we should be singing their national anthem. It's going to happen today.
Are you singing it?
I have good news for you. No, I am not. I have bad news. You are.
All right. Well, I'm so ready.
Well, and there's how some of our information doesn't quite get communicated properly. We said we'd have 1 Grand Prix boat out on the water, and both Luptons to represent New Zealand are out on the water right now. So both Ken and Jack out on the water in the GP 33. That would be Jack Lupton. That is the boat that's at the bottom end. The boat you're looking at there, the predominantly white boat, is the GP 577 of Ken Lupton. So Tanner, we were talking a little early. I think everybody here in the state of Indiana that was coming to the 75th Madison Regatta, I think we all hoped a little bit too hard for lower water levels. And then we woke up this morning and it dropped maybe a little bit too far. It's a little bit of a concern, but judging from the fact that we were able to put boats in the water and run here this morning, I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, there's a little concern with the drivers that the trough out there at the exit of turn 1 was going to be a little more dramatic because of the lower water level. It seems nobody's having problems getting off the dock, which was the initial concern, but certainly it makes the one aspect of the track everybody's been focused on a little more exciting, not in a good way for the drivers.
Right. Looking there at Ken Lupton, nobody going too terribly quick right now. We'll see if Ken decides to do a timing run here to the line. Not really. He wanted to take it hard all the way down to turn 1, which he did. He's going to come off the corner there and see his brother. There goes his brother in front of you. That's the predominantly red boat, the 33, with the new papa, Jack Lupton. He and his wife just welcoming a new child within the last 7 to 10 days.
Now, talking to JMK, you said you literally can see the trough. Just like in a river behind a rock, how the water dips down to fill that vacuum. You can see the trough. He said if you do see it, it's too late.
You've got it. A couple of timing runs here out of the Lupton brothers. They'll bring it hard to the line. So as we talked yesterday, Tanner, that's exactly what they're doing. They're using this as a test session, which it is, to test the boats. And uh-oh, are we losing Ken? Well, I thought maybe we were going to lose Ken down there. I thought maybe he was going to drop and maybe go dead in the water, but no, I think he just, I I think he shut it off a minute, and quite candidly, probably to let his brother go a little bit. They were getting down there pretty close to each other. And if they're planning on coming back, to the dock, they certainly don't want to come back at the same time. Although here comes another timing run. Here comes another timing run off of Jack Lupton, and this is what we talked about. It's such a short run off the corner down to here. They want to start getting on the throttle earlier up there to bring more speed to the line. That's what we were talking about yesterday with Andrew Tate. He said it's just such a, and especially on the unlimited side.
Yeah, the timing run's critical, and then with the unlimited, because they have such a long straightaway after the start line, that last 3/4 of the start line to get into the first corner first is absolutely critical. I think universally through the pits, I just got back talking to several drivers. Most of them are anticipating a lot of rougher water today, so they're anticipating slower speeds exiting the corner. Some have changed props, some have changed gearboxes, but they're testing a lot of that here this morning in their hour-long test session.
And that's exactly what it is. If you talk to these guys and you're around boat racing or any racing like you are, it's all about the combination. And here we talk motors, skid fins, propellers, rudders, gearboxes, and driver. And it's got to be the perfect mate. And then, of course, you got to have a boat ride. I've made the comment for so many years, you can have the most power, the best prop, the best of everything, and you can have the perfect setup. But if your boat ride isn't any good and you can't use it, it doesn't do you any good.
That especially seems true for the GPs, as they seem so reactive to any undulations in the water. I mean, the 6,000-pound Ultimate Unlimited seem to get through the water a bit better and are a little more forgiving, but you see these GPs just bouncing and rocking and rolling. It looks like a tricky thing to hold on to from inside.
Good look there at the dock as Ken comes back on the dock talking with his crew members, and now we'll head up toward the trailer, and I'm sure he will hop out of that hot driving suit as soon as he can. Meanwhile, his brother in the GP33 comes in right behind him. Beautiful morning here for the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River in Madison, Indiana. Again, my name's Brad Luce. This is Tanner Faust. And you're going to be a busy guy today, Mr. Faust. Tell us what you're going to be doing, because my understanding is you didn't get warm enough for you up here. You want to go spend some time in the heat down there in the dock and the pits.
I think you know more about what I'm going to do than I do, to be honest with you. I did spend some time in the pits this morning. I talked to most of the Unlimited drivers we didn't get a chance to talk to yesterday, and learned a lot about what they did overnight, how they're adapting to one of the most unique tracks on the circuit with long straightaways, tightest corners by a lot, and no, it was fascinating. So I'm looking forward today. I'm going to go back to the pits again a little bit later and learn more about this sport, learn more about what these drivers experience, and it's a good time.
All right, well, we're going to step away right now because I was just told it is time for opening ceremonies. We're going to cover it here on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, so stay right with us. The festivities are about to begin right behind us. I got to go say a few words about H1 Unlimited.
I got to clear my voice out, I think.
There you go. We'll step away for just a moment, but opening ceremonies are next.
No more trailer firing until we are done with opening ceremonies. Again, teams, please, no more trailer firing. No more trailer firing until we are done with opening ceremonies. Thank you.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Kyle, stand pronto. El Presidente. Good morning. The city of Madison, Indiana, and Madison Regatta welcomes you, our guest, the race fan, to the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Today on the Ohio River, we'll see action with the Jersey Speed Skiffs. 2.5 stock, the 350 hydroplanes, Grand Prix, and the world's fastest racing boats, H1 Unlimited hydroplanes that will compete this afternoon for the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup. Our Madison Regatta team is wearing their pink shirts today. It's an all-volunteer crew. Let's give a round of applause to everyone involved with Madison Regatta. Calling the balls and strikes in 2025 for Madison Regatta is Madison Regatta President Kyle Bikes.
Thank you, Jeff. Again, I just want to thank all you guys in the pink shirts. You made me look really, really, really good this weekend. I want to give a special shout out to Melissa for all the hard work she put in at Rooster Tail the past 3 nights. A little bit of kudos to Snake for getting these docks moved out this morning. The river dropped about 5 feet last night, a little more than what we were expecting. Some docks on the east end of the pits are on land. We're getting that moved out. Racing's not going to stop. It's just going to adjust our schedule just a little bit. But again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to the American Legion Honor Guard for being here. Thank you so much for your service. We truly appreciate it. Again, thanks everybody for coming. Stay hydrated and enjoy the Madison Regatta.
Thank you, Kyle. The man that waves every racing flag in the city of Madison, Indiana, Mayor Bob Courtney.
Good morning, everybody. All ready to regatta today? You know, I just want to give a shout out to the entire team here. And just 2 months ago, all of this was underwater. And the amazing recovery effort to put back what we love so dearly, our riverfront, took amazing resources and lots of teamwork. And the teamwork that's been here this week has certainly made the city of Madison shine for the entire world. We're so grateful for our partnership with you guys. We welcome everybody to our community. And we're looking forward to some terrific racing today. So good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. With us from H1 Unlimited, the voice of the big puppies, my friend Brad Luce.
Well, good morning, and I speak for myself, but I also speak on behalf of H1 Unlimited. It is such a pleasure to be here. We love our trip every year to Madison, Indiana. The people, the hospitality, this town, everything about this place is so welcoming, and we look forward to it every year to come here and race. The Ohio River looks absolutely beautiful. We're going to have some good racing, as Jeff was saying. I think we got 5 classes of boats. We're going to be busy. We've got a lot to do. But before we get to that, I want to thank all those pink shirts. You guys are absolutely amazing. So everybody on the board, to everything you do, thank you. We appreciate you. We are so proud to be here in your community. But also a shout out to our volunteers. I know what it takes to put one of these events on, and without the volunteers, it doesn't happen. Madison, you can be really, really proud of this. I know we're very happy and proud to be here. Thank you, and let's go racing. Jeff?
Thank you, Brad. Would everyone along the shoreline please rise and remove your hats and stand at attention with this morning's invocation, Chaplain Jim Riley.
Thank you, first of all, for giving me this microphone. I think it's 25 years or so that I've gotten this opportunity, and for once, I'm going to take a personal privilege. We talk about water here. Okay. I'm from the Texas Hill Country. And if you've followed the news, those floods are 22 miles from my house. And the people that we have lost, some are friends. One little granddaughter of a friend, one of my dearest friends. There's still 27 little girls that they're looking for, or people. Some of them actually are people in other campgrounds. So when I came in here Friday and saw that the water was up 1.5 feet, and then learned this, I kind of put it in perspective. So I would like us to have a moment of silence. Remembering also, there are at least 3 people, first name of Tony, I think that doesn't require a last name, and Todd Yarling, and then a gentleman named Hayden Hall. And would you join me in remembering these with a moment of silence, and I'll give you just one little girl's name, Nina. Thank you. Now then, our Heavenly Father, we bow, understanding that our problems with this high water are only an inconvenience. Yet we praise you for loving us enough to bless this greatest of all countries. Through almost 250 years, 75 years here in the Regatta, you have made clear your love for America and Madison. Hear us now as we lift our hearts and our voices, along with millions, on behalf of those in the Texas Hill Country. Bring healing to these families that are devastated there. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
God love you. Thank you, Chapel. We got our participants this weekend at the Diamond Anniversary event at the Madison Regatta. We got participants from New Zealand and Canada. And we thought it would be very special on this 75th event to sing their national anthems. A sophomore at Madison Consolidated High School on Madison's Hilltop, Claire Miller. Claire performs at the Madison Fine Arts Academy. Claire will sing the New Zealand national anthem, followed by the national anthem of Canada in succession. Claire.
God of nations, at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God, defend our free land. Guard Pacific triple star from the shafts of strife and war. Make her praises heard afar. God, defend New Zealand. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true hatred, love, in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee, our land, glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Claire Miller, thank you. Thank you to the American Legion Post Number 9 Honor Guard presenting this morning's colors. From the B Camp Bottom Boys east of here near Brooksburg, singing the national anthem, Bobby Adams.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Bobby. I apologize for my gravelly voice this morning, so Claire Miller and Bobby Adams be on standby in case you need to help my cohort. Jordan Bear called this 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. But you know what it's all about. Crank 'em up!
Hello again, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line and the pit tower at the Madison Regatta, the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River. I am Brad Luce, and we are getting ready to go racing. Next up on our schedule is going to be our H1 Unlimited Heat 2A. We'll follow that with Heat 2B. Right now it is scheduled to go at 11 o'clock. Then we will come with 2B at 11:20. So that's what's going on here right now as far as on the water. But what's going on up here on the stage is a couple of young men here that I get the privilege to talk to. Want to introduce you to Kyle and to Austin Hayes. Guys, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be here. It's been a fun weekend so far, and we're really happy to be here.
Have you guys been to Madison before?
Yep, we've been the last 2-3 years, I believe.
3 years, I think.
3 years, so yeah, we're happy to be back for sure.
It is a fun place.
Yes, it is.
It is a very unique little town. So let's start with that. Where's home for you guys?
So home's Waterford, Michigan, about 45 minutes northwest of Detroit. We lived in Clarkston, which was a neighboring town most of our life, and then moved one town over. But yeah, where they used to race Pontiac Lake, that's where we're from.
Okay. So we didn't come up here and talk about where you're from and all that good stuff, but we have to start there. Oh, let's go to the other prerequisite that we have to touch is, how old are you guys?
I'm 26.
And 24.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys had a big day yesterday.
Yep.
The 2.5 stocks you guys are driving. You're sharing the driving duties, correct, of the S35?
Yeah,
Correct.
Austin's taking the wheel this weekend. Some weekends we'll split the weekend itself, and then some weekends will be one or the other. So this weekend we're letting Austin run and get some time out here in front of the fans.
And yesterday was the Summer Nationals, and you walked off in first place.
Oh yeah, it was a pretty good day. It was first day out on the river, and I was expecting a little bit more roughness. Got it there in the final, but got it home first place both times, so couldn't be happier.
Well, and I would love to sit here and say that you guys, this is, the first victory and all that good sort of stuff, but our friend Statman over there started writing down every place you guys have won. You guys have had some good luck. You guys are picking them up and laying them down. Talk a little bit. Where does this success come from?
It's a lot of hard work. We got into the racing. This is our third season. First year we actually got to drive a boat that our older brother had driven for 7-8 years, and we got that thing running pretty good. But then another driver bought it off the owner, and we built a new one. And last year was kind of a learning year with that new boat. Took some time to get it dialed in, and then we ended up changing engine programs for this season. And the Honda engines really woke that haul up, and we had to do some more setup work. The engine just got the boat a little out of the water and a little flighty, but we've got her settled down now, and just a lot of hard work, a lot of commitment from Brandon, Bobby, Uncle G, our dad, owners Ronnie and Sandy. It's a big team effort, and hats off to all of them for helping us.
It's funny. We've been commenting here all weekend, and we do every time we have a broadcast, whether it's with young men like yourself or we're talking to H1 or GP guys. It doesn't make any difference. Everybody brings up the same thing. It's family. And here you are, you're talking about family again. And brothers drove this one, and mom and dad and this and that. It really is a family deal.
Yes.
It really is.
And I think if we take a look at the monitor here, we might get a look at a little bit of the action yesterday on the water. But you guys can keep talking. There we go. So, talk us through a little bit of this. The boat looks good. It's dancing on the front end there. Got it out of the water, and that's the key.
Yeah, no, it was feeling great yesterday. Obviously, there's a little bit of roughness in the water, as you can see it bouncing around and stuff. But honestly, the new hull kind of loves the rough water. It handles it beautifully, pops up above it, rides right above. We still do get a little bit of flighty. We're trying to keep the boat on the water. It definitely wants to fly and maybe do a little flip in action, but we're doing our best to keep it from doing that. So.
Well, it is a good-looking boat. How old is it? You mentioned a new hull.
This will be the second season on it.
Okay.
Yep, so pretty much brand new.
And I'm getting this list that I got from Nick yesterday. You guys won in Brockville, Sorrel, Tracy, Cambridge, Salina.
Oh, yeah.
That's all this year?
Yep, just this year.
So where did you get your first victory? Was it this year, or did you win some last year and before?
So I hadn't won. We got our first HRL final win we won overall in Cambridge, but we didn't get to run the final because of weather that weekend. And then I got my first final win in Sorrel Tracy a couple weeks ago. We had won some APBA weekends in the old boat, and as well as last year. But HRL was kind of that one that weekend build-up win was eluding us, and we were able to have a good start to the year so far.
How do you guys determine who gets to drive which race or who drives which heat at the race? How does that work?
A little bit of foreplanning. He likes to do the HRL circuit a little bit more. I have some stuff that kind of prevents me. So he goes up, runs most of the HRL circuit. I stay down, mostly run APBA, and then just if we're both available for a weekend and we're both willing to drive, we'll hop in, which is just about every weekend.
Yep.
That is really good. So what kind of aspirations do you young men have? Where do we want to go from here? What's next?
Well, the team's got a GP, and I'd like to get myself in the seat of that one day. I know we got a little ways to go, but I think this year and the coming years will really test us a little bit, and we'll keep stepping up racing. In HRL, we're kind of on track to go into the F2500 class, which is a massive upgrade in competition. No, not knocking any of the guys in the 2.5 stock class, but it is the beginner class for a reason, and
right.
So that will be a real good test of what's to come, and hopefully one day we can both get ourselves in the seat of that GP35. I'd like to race H1 at some point too, but that's a little harder to get into. Brandon's been killing it for 20-something years, and just now got a ride. So.
And that was long overdue.
Yeah.
There was a whole lot of people that knew that was
Yep.
long overdue. Does he help much? Do you talk
Yes.
to this guy and he's in your head helping you?
Yeah. We do our own radios, and then my dad sometimes will do radios for us. But Brandon's big help, and Uncle G when it comes to setup on the boat. We'll get the data pulled off after each heat and go sit with them and go through it and make decisions on props, any changes we want to make, and things like that.
So I can tell from the smile on the face and family members, you guys are having fun.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. From the concert last night to getting to watch a bunch of boats on the water yesterday, this couldn't be a better weekend.
Did you guys get in the parade?
We did.
Oh, yes.
And what was that like?
Parade's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome seeing the kids out there running up, just biggest smiles on their faces, just to see even the littler boats, which for us, the GP's the big
Right.
hunka that everyone wants to see. So when we get the little kids coming out, checking out our boat, it's a really good feeling.
I tell, and I'm going to look at the camera and say this again, if you have not been to a race in Madison, Indiana, you need to do it, because I always say this is a slice of small-town Americana. From the fireworks last night to the parade, everything they do here, this is really a special place.
Yes. Yeah.
And the fans, like you guys ran into, they just eat it up.
Yeah.
And they know their boat racing.
They do. I'd say the only two towns that know boat racing at that level are here and in Valleyfield.
Yep.
They live and breathe boat racing, and as a long-time family of boat racers, it's cool to see that. And I meet people in Madison every year. They're like, I know your uncle or I know your cousin, and it's cool to see that, because it makes us feel a little famous. And it's kind of small town famous, but it's still really cool to be a part of.
Well, and now I have to take a little bit of my own medicine, because I'm telling you to come to Madison, Indiana. Brad, you've got to get to Valleyfield. I have not been there.
Yes,
and
you do.
I have some friends up there, and I have friends that have said if I come up, I can be an honorary crew member and come see how it goes. And that is on my bucket list.
Yes.
I'm getting a little older here, and I need to check that box sooner before it gets to later. But I want to go a little bit further, because you guys get involved in this Chasing Tails podcast. Tell me how that got started and what role you play in it and how it goes.
You want to go ahead?
Honestly, I think it really just started with sometime in the off season last year. We all were texting one day talking about how there's not that much social media and there's not that output for boat racing to get our stories and people's stories out there. And I think Brandon might have sent us a text one day like, "What you guys think about this?" And I think a week or two later, we had the full setup, and we were starting to go. Just wanted to get all these stories through these pits that all these boat racers have from modern day or 30, 40 years ago. Just get them out there for fans and other people to hear, because there's some truly amazing stories.
There truly are, and there are, to your point, there's a million of them.
Oh, yeah.
You stop at any pit, just stop at any boat, any class, and start talking to people, and you start learning all these amazing stories, and people are, I got to tell you about this. And it really is true, and that's the other thing, and I'm sure you're already learning it at a very young age, but what I always say about boat racing is, the biggest problem with boat racing is it's not as big as NASCAR. But the really good news about boat racing is it's not as big as NASCAR. Because guys like yourself and anybody down here, from Brandon all the way down the H1, everybody is approachable, and they're dying to tell you that story.
Yep, no doubt.
Boat racers love to talk.
Yeah, boat racers love to talk, and
here we are.
I don't think you're going to find better personalities than you will in the pits at a boat race. You get a wide range of people, and everybody gets along so well. It's competitive, so there's rivalries and there's moments, but I think that was our goal with the podcast, was to, we do a great job, H1, HRL, Hydro News, everybody showing on water content. We wanted to talk a little bit about what goes on in the pits, the behind-the-scenes stuff, the rivalries, the battles, the drama, so to speak. I think it adds to the show, and for forever, I think people they cheer when boats go by. We want to get it to where when they cheer when a specific boat goes by. We want fans of individual boats, and there's nothing wrong with fans of the sport as a whole, but it's we want to start building some followings for some different teams and really grow that.
I really applaud that. If we didn't have a camera set right here, I'd stand up and give you guys an ovation, because what we talk about all the time is trying to humanize the sport. People talk about the boat, the 8, the 9, the 35, whatever it is. No, there's people behind the wheel of those, and they all have stories. So I want to know what who are these people over here? Well, I know who that one is. Who's over here with us?
So the one in TKO shirt, that's my girlfriend, Maddie. She actually comes from a racing family as well.
See?
She's with the Maduris. She crews on the Senseless team, the GP50 and them. So kind of flirting with the competition a little bit. But it's been fun. It's nice to have somebody around at the races that understands the races and is dedicated to them and passionate about them as well.
How long she been coming boat racing with you?
Well, we've been going to boat races separately for a long time, but we started dating back in March, and we've been going to basically every race together since beginning of the year.
Very good. You got somebody in your life?
I do. I have my girlfriend Jillian. She's down at the boat right now. She just started coming last year. We started dating last year, and she was a little hesitant at first, for sure, looking from the outside, but she's actually been getting mad at me for not having more stuff to do on the boat. So
wow.
She's getting there.
Wow. Hang on to that one.
She's not going anywhere.
This is awesome. We could talk about it all day long, but I really appreciate you guys taking the time and coming up here. And as I kind of alluded to, I really appreciate what you guys are doing for the sport on the podcast and things. It's wonderful. It's just going to build, and it's got to be the snowball, get the momentum going downhill. And it's young guys like this. I'm telling you, this is the future right here. This is what's coming. I know when we go out west, for the APBA Gold Cup out in my neck of the woods, I talked to we've got some young people driving out there, some young gals, some young ladies. We got Kip Brown's daughters driving, and so I talked to Katie, and we're going to get an interview with her, and we're going to get Carson Kelly, and I thought maybe we get a round table going.
Yeah, that would be
because
awesome.
Old guys like me, that's not the future. This is the future of hydroplane racing at all levels. It is Kyle and Austin Hayes. Thank you both for coming up here. Congratulations on yesterday. That's a big deal.
Thank you very much.
Keep it rolling.
Yeah, we're going to do our best. Keep it right side up and go fast, turn left.
There we go. Go fast, turn left. We always like that. It is Kyle and Austin Hayes. They drive the S35 in a 2.5 stock class. Won the Summer Nationals yesterday. We'll step away, and when we come back, we're going to get ready to go racing H1 Unlimited style with our Heat 2A. Stay with us. Welcome back to the start-finish line here above the Ohio River in Madison, Indiana. My name is Brad Luce. Here's Tanner Faust, and we're getting ready for the 75th Madison Regatta here. It's day 3 of 3, and we're ready to go racing here, Tanner, and we've got our boats in the water for our Heat 2A. It's coming up real quick, but I also know that you spent some time. You were walking down in the pit area this morning. You were trying to find someplace warmer than where we were up.
Yes,
and I'm
obviously.
sure you succeeded with that, but I think you had some conversations with the drivers, and I believe you spoke with Corey Peabody.
I did. I spoke with Corey, who's in this first heat, about what they learned and what they did overnight to come get prepared for this first heat. So let's check it out.
Tightest turns on the whole series, right? So what are some of the things that you change physically about the boat to deal with a 700-foot diameter turn instead of a 2,000-foot turn as you've got in Alabama?
Are you asking me now?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So what we do is we actually change the skid fin on the with skid fin angled.
Yeah.
So we have wedges for different courses that we can change. You know, so you want to keep that fin at more of an angle so it keeps that left side sucked down. So on this course we have a wedge that we use. Puts a ton of angle on that. So when we go into that turn down there, the left side sucks down, and then I can dump the wing into it, and then it'll pull that left side up a little bit, but it won't come up so far that you want to hook.
I noticed the straightaways are still long.
Yeah.
Right? So I noticed when you turn in, the amount of energy of like rooster tail is insane for the first third of the corner.
Yeah.
So are you flat turning in?
No, because what you don't want to do, you want to go in there, you just kind of want to turn the wheel and you'll feel the fin grab and then you'll go with it.
So once it hooks, then you kind of lean into it.
It'll pull you around the corner.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't want to go in there and horse it into the corner because you'll drop so much on the end two and stuff. You'll go in there hard, you'll drop end two, but you'll kick that ass end of the boat up, and then you'll spin the propeller and you'll spike your end two.
Yeah.
And you could get a penalty because then it's hard to get it down because your lights will be on. So you got to really watch that. So it's better to go in there smooth and wait for it to hook up, and then as soon as it hooks up, it'll pull you around the corner. When you hit that apex, then you start to put it in lift mode to get the boat up out of the water, and then fly the boat out of the exit, and as long as you can in lift mode down the straightaway.
I noticed really the 3 fastest boats. We can see the top of the course better than we can turn 1, but the 3 fastest boats, really the second half of the turn, the rooster tail really has died down and it's almost like straightening out. How close are you to dipping down in RPM or N2 to where you're coming out of the power range?
You go down a bit. I'd have to go in there and tell you. I could tell you later about the data, where we are actually, but down here is a lot different in turn 1 because of how rough it is and where you have to be. Because you don't want to be in lane 1 or lane 2 because it's just you're going to lose everything right there. So you're trying to keep it wound up on the outside over there. But we're also geared based around corners to a point. There's a long straightaway here that you gotta. If you undergear too much, you're going to lose it because the race is going to be dictated, in the way I see it, by about 3/4 of the way down the front stretch at the start.
Okay. Once you take, and it's so narrow. 4 boats. Are you good with that? 4 boats on this course?
We've done it. It's not fun.
Yeah.
But what you have to do is get your nose up there and get to the first turn first, or side by side with someone. So if you don't, you got to be able to. You don't want to go in that tunnel, so you got to be smart. You might have to back off, and that might be the better bet.
So exit speed from the last corner before the start, critical. Top speed for the last bit of the front straightaway on the start, critical.
Yeah, because if I'm up a gearbox, the reality of it is like top speed wise, you're only like a mile an hour or 2 miles an hour different, but you're coming off. It's momentum. You're coming off that corner so much faster. You're going to get there so much faster. So you might be, ahead of them. Even though if I'm doing 186 and he's doing 187 going down the straightaway, that's okay. If I got there a lot faster, and I come up here. So.
And did you do a gearbox change last night?
We did. We did a gearbox change for this week. For today, I felt really confident in the gear that we had yesterday, but today is going to get really lumpy, especially in the final. So you want to make sure that you have the right gear combination for that final, because with the more boats, the more laps, so you really got to worry about that corner right there, because that's what's going to suck all the speed out of it.
So probably shorten the gear a little bit to have a little more bite at lower speed.
Correct. We did it on both boats.
Yeah. And it's amazing from day to day. Also, the river a little bit lower, does that affect you at all? Do you think it makes that trough a little bit more treacherous?
I think it will be, because it'll be closer to where the sandbar and stuff is underneath. So I'll tell you after the heat. But right now, we don't know. So we're on a delay, I guess, because of the water level.
Yeah, potentially a little bit. But I mean, you put on a clinic yesterday. So,
yeah.
So hopefully, and you know, you're my pick.
Yeah.
For the betting pool. Yeah. Which is unofficial, no money involved.
Yeah.
Totally legal in Indiana.
Yeah. The first heat today is me, Andrew, and Jamie. So that'll be a tough one, you know. But that's you know, there's 4 boats that can win at any time, you know. But I feel bad saying that, but there really is 4 boats that can win at any time. But you know, it's going to be a good one between me and Andrew, and I'm looking forward to it.
No, it's going to be a great heat. All right, thanks for taking the time, Corey.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. Yep.
Thank you. Enjoy your rock star. All right, thanks.
Got boats on the water here for our Heat 2A. Corey Peabody, you heard him talking about his battle coming up with Andrew Tate and Jamie Nilsen. They're on the water. Tanner Faust, let you and I find our way over to our broadcast position, because this is going to be a good one. It is Heat 2A of the 75th Madison Regatta. Brad Luce, Tanner Faust here. We are looking at the clock.
I mean, Corey really broke it down there. He
looking
said
at
this
the
was gonna be
drivers that are going to participate here in our first heat. I think we were seeing Corey Peabody when we got over to the monitor. Corey is at the bottom end of the race course. Going to look around here, a little disjointed on getting us back over here. Andrew Tate is up the backstretch. He is entering turn 2 right now. Actually, he's going to cut the top end of the course. Jamie is then coming up behind him, and behind Jamie and on the inside going very slowly up the backstretch is Corey Peabody. So we haven't seen a lot of racing between them yet. I thought there might be a little bit more moving, but it appears now that Jamie Nilsen is going to crawl all the way around the top end of the course. He's going to pull Corey Peabody in there with him. And Andrew is going to go all the way down to the bottom end of the race course. So remember, our score-up buoy is 1:15, and we don't yet have our clock on the screen, so we don't know what our time is right now. I got a clock now. We are coming up on 2 minutes and 1 mark. 2 minutes as we look at our drivers coming in our Heat 2A. It is Jamie Nilsen in the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. He is at the entrance buoy to the top end of the race course at 1:48. He's going very slow. He's sitting in lane 1. Corey may have just put the fire out. A lot of smoke out of the back of Corey. He's got it back up and lit again. There's Jamie, there's Corey. Corey's going very slowly, and here comes Andrew up behind him and on the outside. Now, watch Corey. Corey, I think, is going to have to put his foot in it a little bit. He's got to protect that lane, and they both did. Both he and Jamie found the gas pedal, Tanner, and that was to preclude Andrew from getting ahead of him, getting overlap, and moving to the left.
Now, I did talk to 2 of the 3 drivers here, both Jamie and Corey. Both were fairly apprehensive about taking the inside lane into turn 1. And so the strategy may be to leave that open at the last second and let somebody have the inside lane. Both of them think lane 2 or 3 might be the fastest of the weekend.
And that might have been a little bit of racer showmanship there, too, because definitely Jamie crawled all the way up that backstretch to put himself on that inside lane. Now, as the boats come off the corner, you're looking at Jamie Nilsen on the inside lane. That's Corey Peabody pulling up behind him with 40 seconds. Now, Andrew is way back and on the outside. But, Tanner, remember what we saw from him yesterday and what he said when we got him up here on the pipes. He said, you've got to be back behind your normal timing mark, and you want it to work in such a way you can accelerate almost from the entrance pin of the corner all the way to the start-finish line. And here comes, and he jumped over on the inside of Corey. Andrew Tate jumped inside of Corey. Corey left a window open there, and Andrew jumped inside of him. There's our first big move.
Down to 6 seconds as we round the last
But he
pin.
got wet. Oh, my goodness. Andrew Tate is down. Halfway through the corner, he jumped through Corey Peabody's rooster tail. He got wet, and he is down dead in the water.
Now, he's not refiring. Will they stop the race because
No,
of that?
he should be okay. The radio guys will tell him where he is, so they will know what lane he's sitting in. Now, coming off the corner, here comes Jamie Nilsen. He is on the inside. He is deck to deck with Corey Peabody. Peabody now starts to pull out the 9, Beacon Plumbing. Corey with a lot of boat speed. This is going to get dicey, to your point, Tanner. Their spotters are going to tell our 2 lead boats where Andrew is, and now he's found the mustard. He is going to be gone and out of it, but there may be a big roller or 2 up there. They'll be careful, and it is going to be Corey Peabody coming off the top end of the race course in a wide lane, finding some clear water. It is Corey Peabody out by a full rooster tail now on Jamie Nilsen. A tough break for Andrew Tate in the 91. He made a great move to get inside Corey at the last second, but we kind of refer to that, Tanner, sometimes as overpaying for an inside lane. He got wet, it put the fire out, and this is the result. He is a lap down. Our leader on lap number 2, Corey Peabody, got a full rooster tail on Jamie Nilsen. This is music to the ears of strong racing in the U9.
Well, if Jamie was going to make that inside lane work, he really needed to stick with it. He had the opportunity. Corey just had too much straight line speed. I know most of the boats have made a gearing or prop change overnight, so it's really a crapshoot who has done it right. Corey looks like he has.
Coming down to put lap number 2 of 3 in the books and start the final lap. White flag flies, and it's for Corey Peabody. Got a big lead now. Now what his spotter's doing, Tanner, is just telling him where everybody is on the race course. And they're also telling him where the good water is. And right now it appears they're telling Corey Peabody that good water is on the outside because he's taken a real wide line through that lower corner. He talked to you and I about that trough down there yesterday. I'm sure he knows where it is and where he does not want to be. He's got the lead. This is all about protecting what he has earned, and he's halfway up the backstretch. Meanwhile, coming down to put the second lap in the book is our 3rd place boat. It's Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate. A tough break.
Now, from up here, obviously the water looks flat, but the drivers all have said from right on the water level where their eye line is, they can see the trough. If they see it, they say it's too late, but they can drive around it down in the exit of turn 1.
Checkered flag flies. Corey Peabody, U9, Beacon Plumbing. He'll pick up 400 points, at least on the water. He'll pick up 400 points. He's got to go through tech inspection, and it's another solid finish for the Flav-R-Pac team. The Miss Flav-R-Pac with Jamie Nilsen, they come home with their second place finish on the weekend. They've got to be happy down in that camp. They had some issue on that boat yesterday. They had a bullnose problem. They had to work on that overnight and get it repaired. They did. Now the checkered flag flies for the U91. Andrew Tate, the Goodman Real Estate.
Certainly disappointing. Number 1 qualifier. Clearly has the boat speed around this course. Just unfortunate to flame out there right before the start.
I'll give you the good news. The good news is, as you were keeping an eye on him up there, he refired and picked up 3rd place points. That's 225 points that if he sits up there in the corner, he doesn't get. And we're only going to put 4 boats, maybe, on the front row for this final heat. And if you were to score a 0 up there, that puts you definitely behind the 8 ball. So this is really important that Andrew Tate was able to pick up that 3rd place finish. Our boats are coming around the race course now slowly. You're looking at Corey Peabody. He was the winner of our Heat 2A. Like I said, on the water, he'll pick up 400 points. They will get the black box that isn't out of the data acquisition system and take it up to Seth Parshall, whose truck is right down below us here. In fact, that's the truck right there that we're looking at the top of. He will go through the data and make sure they were legal on fuel and N2. Corey pops the lid. Right behind him comes Jamie Nilsen. Oh, here's the move. We're getting a replay here that you're not seeing on the YouTube, but as the boats came up, as they were getting ready for the start, now watch Andrew. He's going to dive inside Corey. Corey left that window open for him, and he jumped in there and took the inside lane. Unfortunately, he got wet doing it, and it eventually put the fire out. It was a good move. He was going to put Corey on the outside and have him on his hip.
I mean, I really think if you look at the boat speed difference, maybe that's gearing, maybe that's something else, but between Corey and Jamie, I think Corey was probably more worried about what Andrew Tate was going to do on that, and so the race was between lane 2 and 3 in the race before the race. So that flaming out of that turbine is really unfortunate for Tate. Kept us from seeing that race between the two of them, but they'll meet again.
They will definitely meet again, and I think if you were to ask Corey about that particular one, and we will, when we get him up here, I think he's going to say, I left too much room between me and Jamie, and I left that door open, and he dove in it. If he wants to keep him on the outside, he's going to have to tighten up his line in there a little bit. Hey, he went for it. Andrew, it just didn't quite work for him. But it worked out really well for Corey Peabody. Quietly having a very good weekend so far. He's got a couple of first place finishes in the book, assuming he goes through tech inspection and everything clears.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping he got his nap and his steak last night. Didn't stay up for the fireworks. I saw them. They were beautiful.
The nap and the steak. I heard he got it. So you're looking at Corey Peabody as he comes off the dock. So next up on our schedule is our Heat 2B, and with our 6-boat field, looking ahead just a little bit, Heat 2B will feature the U8, the Beacon Electric, the bright red boat trimmed in yellow, driven by J. Michael Kelly. It will feature the hometown favorite. That will be the U6, Miss Madison, with Brandon Kennedy, newly qualified, newly minted driver. Brandon Kennedy, he will be in that heat. He's going to get joined by Dave Villwock in the 2007 Miss Madison hull, the boat that was affectionately referred to for years as Sharky. So it will be Kennedy, Kelly, and Villwock. We're looking
let's take a look at the replay from the last heat. See exactly what happened on that race before the race.
So we're going to take a look now at what went on in that heat, and hopefully we can show you the replay from the drone. The footage of it is very, very good of when they had their issue, or when, oh, there it is there. It's too late, and it's after the fact there.
So how much is a lane when you leave a lane open in the race before the race? I mean, is it just enough for a boat, or is there some width specification?
Basically, it's 30 feet.
30 feet, okay.
30 feet. And clearly, Corey left a whole lot more than 30 feet. Yeah. That had to be a split-second decision for Andrew. My goodness, it's there. He's left the door open, and then he just popped in. Now, and it was critical, too, not only on the timing, but also when he jumped in, because the timing of it was you establish your lane at the entrance to turn 2. So he had to do it before then, which he clearly did. He jumped in before that because that's when you establish your lane. And once he dove in, there's a 5-lap overlap. So Corey couldn't move back in, because when Andrew dove through the rooster tail and went in there, he was closer than 5 boat lengths to Corey. So Corey wouldn't have been able to go, oh no, I'm coming right over in front of him. There wasn't enough room. It was a great move, just didn't work.
Yeah, and I guess we won't know unless we ask him whether he intentionally left that door open and wanted lane 3 or not.
Yeah. So that'll be a fun kind of conversation, but Corey's good. He'll tell us.
Yeah, and so in this next heat we have essentially the least experienced driver and the most experienced driver.
We do indeed.
Side by side.
67 career wins, Mr. Villwock, aboard the Miss Apollo. Now that boat, I think, and if Statman hears me, I know he will, within an hour, he'll come with the answer. There was some discussion, and I think maybe the Apollo hull that is here, Sharky, may have the most wins on the Ohio River.
Really?
Don't quote me on that, but there was some discussion and talk about that. It's won a lot here. And Steve David, if you happen to be listening, first of all, hello, my friend. And number two, if you can confirm that, because I know you were part of that conversation I was reading. But it's a good hull. It knows the river. Dave, he knows how to handle the race boat.
Boy, it's nice to see racing. I mean, this is my first day of racing actually happening. And just to have boats in the water all ready for heat after the next heat, I mean, the ball just starts rolling. Once things get going, it is just awesome.
Once you get good water and things are ready to go and the course is clear, let's go. And our Grand Prix boats are now being picked and placed into the water. Jeff Bernard's ride, the GP79. Looking on the screen there at the U6, the Miss Madison. If there is a more famous boat or a bigger fan favorite here, I'd like somebody to point it out to me, because there is young Brandon Kennedy, who is the driver of Miss Madison. He was just newly minted yesterday when he got his wings, so to speak. And really, when you complete your 15 laps as he did and he got them all in, he's still not a qualified driver. If you read the rule book, he's referred to as a qualifying driver, because he still has to go through some heats. He has to start 10 seconds behind the clock, and so he has to do that a couple of times. If everything goes well and the boat keeps running well and he keeps advancing to further heats, before the day's over, the man who just walked right behind us there, Jonathan, will probably clear him and let him go. So now you're looking at the U8, J. Michael Kelly, 17 career wins to his credit. This young man, this guy, Tanner, J. Michael Kelly drives a race boat every weekend.
He sure, and his family does too.
Yes,
both his sons
they
are out
do.
racing. I mean, I spoke with him this morning. I mean, for so much experience, everybody I talked to this morning pretty intimidated by turn one. But if there's one person that's going to send it in and absolutely go for it, I have a feeling it's Mike.
Mike's amazing, and I think he would admit, if nobody was listening, I think he would admit to you that he doesn't have the fastest race boat. We talked about him never being the fastest qualifier. I think he would say that, yet the guy's got 17 career wins, and he knows how to handle a race boat. And then, of course, this gentleman here, and I just love it, and I have to keep pointing out that little gold streak there on the nose and then underneath the cowling. That's because the boat 2 weeks ago, about 10 days ago, was black and gold and white and said Goodman Real Estate on it.
And this boat is a bit heavier than the one that he's been running the rest of the season with. Is that correct?
Yeah, the boat we will see later on, and the one he put upside down, or not upside down, but up in the air, how about that? The one he crashed in Gunnersville is absolutely state-of-the-art. It's the most recent hull that has been built, and it was brand new 2 years ago. And it's just now, when I was talking to Dave during our preseason interviews, talking to him about where the boat is in its development and its evolution, he says, 75, 80% there, and he kind of smiled. I think it's further along than that. But when you're talking about Dave, he's a consummate racer. He races all the time. He races in the hotel. He'll race over dinner. He's always trying to get an edge. Last night they had a problem on the Madison. They had a small chink in their rudder. Who fixed it? Villwock did. He came down last night with the grinder. Super Dave, there he is in the cockpit. Dave came down with a grinder. Everybody's watching fireworks. He was grinding on the rudder, got it all fixed up, handed it to him. Here you go, guys. You're ready to roll.
I just find it, as a racer who's over 50, I just find it so inspiring. Because, there's been people, Paul Newman even, there's been a lot of racers over the years that have been successful in their discipline over 70 years old. And it's just inspiring, because I get asked all the time, like, oh, you still race? It's like, yeah, easy. Pump the brakes. Still going to be doing it for a while if I can, as long as possible. And he goes out there and he absolutely hands it to these guys, and sends it each weekend, which is just awesome to see. And you talk to him for 3 minutes and hear about his history, and he's the driver that I remember seeing when I was a kid. And saw Miss Budweiser ripping around and dominating the series. So it's so cool to be here on the Ohio River and watching him run live.
And you're about to see him run live. We are 5 seconds. Make it 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 minutes. Boats can't come out on the water until the 5-minute period. That's what that countdown was for, as you see in the upper right corner of our screen. First away from the dock, J. Michael Kelly. In the U8, the Beacon Electric Super Dave going to come right behind him in the 27, the Miss Apollo. And we will await the arrival. I see the tail feathers on the boat starting to move, and here he comes. U6, Brandon Kennedy. And going down the front straightaway, you're looking there at J. Mike, driving that beautiful boat that was built in 2014 by the Elstrom family, picked up by Darrell Strong. There's been a lot of modifications done to that boat. It is Heat 2B of the 75th Madison Regatta, the race for the Indiana Governor's Cup. And for fans that are watching this and going, wow, I've never watched one of these before, what in the world is going on? These boats come out, they never seem to be the same boats. You got boats running with other, it's blind draws that put these boats in the heats, and you're trying to accumulate points. That is the whole thing. There's a famous line, and everybody that's listening out there that's heard it 1,000 times is going, here he goes. But the young lady by the name of Debbie Gregory, who owned, by the way, the boat that is the Madison right now, she used to just walk through the pit area going points, 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 points. But that is the name of the game in qualifying, and it is the name of the game in heat racing. Accumulate points, because the 3 or 4 boats with the most points, when all of the heat races are done, they get to sit on the front row of the final heat. It's a 5-lap winner-take-all final.
So knowing that the slower that these boats go in this race before the race, the deeper the trench that they leave for themselves in the race, is there some sort of gentleman's agreement between the drivers that, hey, let's keep the speed up before the race?
No.
Because we do have these gnarly rollers that are going to appear in turn 1 inevitably.
No.
No, they don't talk to each other.
Not about what the strategy is and making agreements. No, no. We saw J. Michael Kelly cut the race course. He went front to back around the GP corner, which is a perfectly legal move. Be interesting now to see, well, I thought Dave might give it a little squirt. He would have been able perhaps to give it a little squirt and turn early at the top end and jump inside Mike if he wanted to. But to your point, and when you were talking to these guys, that may not be the place to be. So these guys are going to learn, although here comes Mike. He's coming slow. Looks like he's making a little left-hand veer there toward the inside lane. Dave's going to come down on his right-hand side. You might see Mike go. There he goes. And I think Dave will go with him. Yep. Now, what's working out real well from your standpoint, Tanner, what you've been talking about, they're staying out of that trough.
Exactly.
So they have to go down there the first time. When they come out of the pit area, they have to go all the way down to the bottom. But nobody's been down there since. Here comes Brandon. I would expect he will cut on the GP course as well. He has to start 10 seconds behind the clock.
So as it stands, they haven't sent it down into turn 1 on the race before the race at all. So the inside lane could be favorable still.
It could be better. That's a good point. So, and right now, Mike is sitting in lane 1, but we still have a lot to determine. The boats are now in that second part of the start procedure where they have to stay behind the start-finish line at a minute 15. This is called the score-up, and they cannot jump the score-up buoy to 1 mark. So clearly a clean score-up, because we are at about a minute 11 as our 2 lead boats, the Beacon Electric and the Miss Apollo, J. Michael Kelly, Dave Villwock, as they will go side by side. And they, again, as during the start procedure when they came out of the pit area, Tanner, they do have to go all the way down there.
And Brandon Kennedy did a nice job of practicing that 10 seconds behind the clock. He went across right at 1:05, so 10 seconds behind the rest of the group.
And that's exactly what he has to do. So it looks like, unless something dramatic were to happen, and I can tell you right now, it is not going to. J. Michael Kelly is going to have lane number 1. Dave Villwock is going to be in lane number 2. It's going to be a 2-boat shootout here. And Brandon Kennedy in the U6, the Miss Madison, the chief referee standing to my left has instructed him he must start 10 seconds behind the start-finish line clock. So when the clock strikes 0, he's got to be 10 seconds behind it. And now it is time to go. We are inside 10 seconds. Kelly in 1, Villwock in 2. It's the Beacon Electric. It is the Miss Apollo. 1 mark, and it appears to be a clean start as our boats come across. It's J. Michael Kelly with about a boat length lead on Villwock as they head down into turn number 1. Kelly, Villwock side by side. 10 seconds later now, we've got Brandon Kennedy across the line. Kelly down there first. Dave is with him, but he's back about 3 or 4 boat lengths. You're looking, oh, they bounced a little bit. They got in the soup. That took some speed away from Kelly, and it gave Villwock a chance to run him out on the outside. Side by side up the backstretch. Now it's Villwock by about 2 boat lengths, but Kelly is closing ever so slowly, Tanner. He's right with him.
He has some boat speed even with those bumps out of turn 1. It won't be so bad on the top end of the course, but Dave sending it around the outside, keeping up his momentum.
Yeah, and I think Dave got a big advantage up here at the top end too. Mike got in some slop again. I think he lost speed in there. I honestly think that J. Michael Kelly may have the quicker boat here, but I think Dave's getting better boat ride, and I think he's getting better water, and we have had the Madison hook up at the top end of the course. He is off the course. I don't know what has happened up there. Our leaders are still running. We're watching the flag. Still got a green flag on the course. The Madison has gone off of the race course. The boat is right side up. It appears everything is okay. I don't think anything is happening. So I think we're going to continue to let this heat go. Meanwhile, on lap number 2, halfway up the backstretch, Dave Villwock's got a rooster tail on Kelly. Kelly needs a good corner up here, or I think this one's going to be over.
He sure does. These guys are really worried on the exit of these corners that they're getting too low RPM on those turbines, not able to get out of the hole. Dave on the outside line able to keep that momentum, certainly stretching his lead.
Yeah, now Dave could move over on him because Dave's got 7 boat lengths or a rooster tail length, whatever is longer, but I don't think he's going to do it. I think Dave likes right where he is, being on the outside. I think he's looking for clean water. I think the shouting in this one's pretty much over, even though Kelly's still trying to hang in there on the inside and behind, but he's really pounding through some rough stuff. It's not looking good down there for Mike on that inside lane.
No, you can see the rollers still white caps, even with just a breath of wind out here. The white caps just hang right in that first lane. Unfortunately served it up for Mike.
I just saw a clip of some video of the Madison, and the boat seemed to veer to the right, and he went way off the course. We will re-rack it and show it to our fans. But meanwhile, the checkered flag flies. It is Dave Villwock in a Miss Apollo. He will come down, pick up first place, J. Michael Kelly. And I think if Mike had to rethink that one, he might rethink that lane choice. But that's why it's a preliminary. That's why we want to learn this aspect of it. I happened to just a moment ago, Tanner, my eyes went over to this monitor, and the Madison seemed to veer to the right and go, and he was way off the race course. I don't know if he got lost.
I have seen the mounts for these skid fins, and it looked like he literally just didn't have a skid fin attached to the boat at that point. I mean, they are incredibly strong looking. I mean, the metal looks like it's pulled out of a specific hillside on the planet. The metallurgy is amazing. The mounts are like off-road racing truck size Heim joints, but it just looked like he had no skid fin there and nothing to hang on to.
Well, we will not speculate as to what happened, but that might be a good place to start because the boat turned to the right, and that's not where you want to go. We don't yet have it on our monitor as Dave Villwock is coming. Dave is still out. I think Dave, once again, may be looking for a parking spot. We've got Grand Prix boats sitting at the dock. I noticed we still have the Goodman Real Estate. We still have the Goodman Real Estate at the dock, and he is way up the dock. He's up in the Grand Prix pit area. We'll see if Mike can find a place to bring his boat back. Meanwhile, what you're looking at on the screen is a couple of patrol boats and rescue boats going over to attend to the U6 Miss Madison. And if you look at that screen, we just lost the shot. What you could tell if you knew what you were looking at from a buoy perspective, you could see the entrance buoy to the upper corner, and you could also see the outside course marker, and he's way outside both of them. He's way up toward the bridge. Now, with the current being what it is, he's finding his way downstream very quickly.
No visible damage, but if the skid fin was gone, could he have driven himself back to the dock, or is there just literally no control?
Oh, he would have control, but I think at that point you don't know if there may be something else wrong with the boat, and I'm sure the boat's going to vibrate something fierce with that. It's just not set right, and just wait and take a tow.
Yep.
Don't run the risk of damaging something else.
I did notice this morning when they were doing boat startups, some of the drivers will literally put their hand on the boat while the engine is firing up to feel if there's some sort of vibration. So that is, when you're working with a turbine, just essentially something spinning down the middle, the vibration really is a telltale sign of something going wrong.
We've got Kyle Bipes here standing behind us watching the screen. That's the screen, Kyle, you want to keep an eye on. Yes, we have Dave Villwock back to the dock. And my favorite slogan on the deck of the boat there as Dave comes out, building people who build great things. And that is Bruce Ratchford's slogan for Apollo Mechanical. As Dave will pop out. There's Super Dave there driving for BWR. That's Bruce W. Ratchford Racing.
How many heat wins is that for Dave? Statman does not have a headset on, but just take a guess.
Oh, gosh. You know, I know that number. I
knew it was in there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. We've had this conversation because it seems to me he was getting to a milestone. But Dave will come out and he will debrief with his crew. Typically what happens is after the fist bumps and all that, and whoa! Hey. Dave almost found his way into the creek, and he almost took Rachel Evans with him. If I'm going in, Rachel, you're going with me. That was a little tight. Super Dave is out of the boat. He'll find his way down the dock, but a heat win for Mr. Dave Villwock. And if he finds his way up here and we are fortunate enough to speak with him, it'll be fun to ask him about lane choice and lane position, because from where you and I are standing, which is nowhere near where they are, he had a much better line through that corner. Mike was on an inside lane. It looked like he got in the slop. And of course, Dave's not going to give him a way out. They're not going to let him out easy. So
just so difficult, because if you're choosing lane one, you need to actually change the gearbox or the propeller to be ready for that. If you're going to choose the outside lane, maybe you can have a higher gear ratio and run a little bit faster and have higher straightaway speed. But as we take a look at the replay, I mean, there are a lot of choices that are made yesterday that have to do with this lane choice. It's not just all spur-of-the-moment decisions.
Here's a look back at our Heat 2A. This is before the start. J. Michael Kelly is on the inside. That is Dave Villwock on the outside of him. I don't know exactly where we are at this. This is not the start sequence.
That's across the line. It was a beautiful start here in 2B. It was incredibly close, and it looked like JMK had a bit of an advantage coming out of turn one, but Villwock just walked him.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we get it all the way down. There it is after they've come through the corner. Dave got around him on the outside. And then I thought Mike was closing here. This is up the backstretch on lap one, but this was not a good corner up here for Mike. You see him walk the boat a little bit. It almost looked like he pulled his foot just a skosh as he set up for the corner, and we didn't get to see him go through that corner, but I think he was, I think he got into some rough water there.
The officials are looking at contact between two boats. Is that a completely different heat, or is that this one?
No, that's this one. There, we happen to be next to a monitor where there's some discussion going on. We'll let them make the call, and we'll be involved and see if anything comes out of it. But clearly a couple of our boats got close together, and that would be the U8 and the 27.
Yeah, Villwock showing a really smooth ride around the outside lane there, even towards the end of the race. Of course, that's the top of the course in the last corner. But outside line seeming to make a lot of sense here if your gearing is correct for that. Definitely looks like a smoother ride for the driver.
Yeah, he had a good boat ride. So this is the replay again of Dave coming back to the dock after apparently picking up 400 points in our Heat 2B.
How common is it for boats to just bump sponsons like that?
A lot.
Yeah,
and it happens a lot, especially like Corey was talking yesterday to us. You know, the boats go down in the corner, and if it's rough and those boats start jumping and bouncing, and as soon as you pick up just a little bit, you're moving out. And 30 feet of lane space, that gets gobbled up pretty quick at that amount of speed, and you can have a boat jump over and bump, and I know a lot of people like to say Rubbin's racing, but that doesn't work well in this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the left sponson right there that we can see this great view of Apollo, you can't see any damage, and that would have been his left side that would have made contact to JMK. So must have just been a touch. Obviously didn't change anybody's race, but officials are looking closely at it anyway.
There you go, the Apollo crew seeing the drone there waving at us. I don't think they're waving at us. I think they're waving to family and friends back home, all of you, on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. So, next up on our schedule, we're going to go racing with our Grand Prix hydroplanes. So it'll get loud and proud. It will be their heat 2A and 2B. We've got the lineup for those heats getting ready to go. And it's going to give me an opportunity at some point in the process. I'm going to have, I will ask Tanner in a minute when we get a schedule and know where we are. So I'm catching a couple of comments here from the officials. Corey, leave it here, please. Leave it here for a minute. I'm going to have an official call. I'll be back in 1 moment. Back here on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce along with Tanner Faustin, joined here by Corey Peabody, the winner of our Heat 2A this morning for our H1 Unlimiteds, off to a good start this weekend. Couple of Heat victories. Tanner, I know you were talking to this young man this morning, and now you got him up here again. He's a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a winner, and I picked him in the betting
pool.
pool.
Gosh, that's right. We're back to that.
I don't need to bring it up, I don't think, many more times, maybe a couple more times.
Yeah,
but
hopefully 2 more.
2 more times, that's right.
2 more.
So you put on a clinic yesterday. Today a little more challenging, you know, and you had Andrew Tate kind of sneak into the second lane. Was that by choice? Were you wanting the second lane, or were you leaving the door open intentionally?
I like lane 2 here. I don't like being down there in lane 1, you know, so Jamie was up there kind of, you know, on my outside, and then I slowed down, and I'm like, I just hopped outside of Jamie, and I didn't think I left that much room there, but, you know, Andrew was able to get in there, and that's my fault that I left that much room for him to be able to get in there. I did the same thing to him last year in the same spot, so, you know, he got me back. So that was on me, but, I mean, it worked out in the end, so I'm happy there.
So when you kind of lunge into a lane quickly, I mean, obviously there's no brakes.
Yeah.
So you can't just go in there and stop. I mean, how much can you slow down just by lifting off the throttle, and is that what possibly causes a flame out?
Well, yeah. So I dropped down to ground idle here. If you didn't see the little puff of smoke coming back, yeah. So when you get slowing down like that and you get to a certain point, the engine will just drop down to ground idle, and so it'll put that engine down to 50%. And then you have to wait for that thing to go through its cycle, and then you can get your foot back on the gas, and then you can go. So, I mean, it happened to me over there because we slowed down so much. So I'm assuming, Andrew, that happened to him. He pulled his foot a little too fast, too far, and it dropped down. But, you know, we wouldn't know unless we asked him, and then he told us. But that's what I'm guessing. It happened to me, and I was able to get it back up and going quickly, so that it worked out in our favor.
Yesterday when we were talking to you, you were talking about not a hole down there in turn 1. You talked about a trough.
Yeah.
Still there?
Yeah. Well, did you just watch Mike's heat? Did you watch Mike test?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's notorious. You know he's notorious for finding that hole. I steer clear of it as much as I possibly can, but there's a magnet in Mike for that hole. So
it's got his name on it.
Yeah, it was fine for me in that heat because I was out front and be able to go where I wanted to go. So I can look ahead and see where everything is, and I just stay away from it, you know. And then you just get through the turn and just coast to get your 400 points.
From a fan perspective, everybody was excited about that heat because it was going to be you and Andrew. You were going to square it off and let it go, and that's what we're all waiting to see. Are you happy with the boat? Is the boat good?
Yeah, the boat's great. You know, our stress is their excitement, you know. So it was going to be a great heat for me and Andrew, and we're going to do it again. You know, whether we do it this next heat, we draw each other, or we're going to see each other in the final. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to a great battle between me, Mike, Andrew, and Dave, you know, and Jamie. You know, I don't know what happened to the Madison boat here, but you know, does anybody know what happened in this last heat?
To be real honest, nobody knows exactly. The two boats were down toward the bottom end of the race course, and all of a sudden we heard some hollering up here, and he was way off of the race course. I mean, way up above the outside course markers, and we did see the boat veering to the right on a replay. So I don't know if there was some talk of a skid fin maybe being gone. We don't know.
No. Well, that's not good.
No, it's not good. And I looked up and just saw a quick splash up there, so I don't know.
Well, they got it. They're going to put it on the crane here in a second. You're going to see if there's a big, giant black fin on the side of that thing.
if it's missing one particular accoutrement.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at it now, and I don't see. That's the correct side for the skid fin, right?
Yeah. You would probably see. You'd see the bracket sticking out there,
right,
and then you'd see the fin. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, that's not good. You know, that's too bad. You know, they've worked really hard. You know.
Oh, boy.
Not being able to get here and finish their weekend, but the big news and the good news is Brandon's qualified.
Yep.
You know, he has opportunity anywhere now that he's qualified, and that's a big deal to get qualified and to stay qualified is important. So if this is the end of their weekend, that's too bad, but hats off to them for trying as hard as they have. And
is the back of that boat a little low in the water?
Yeah, it's coming up over the fairings. You can see it.
There's something going on now.
Yeah. Well, if the skid fin was there, it'd be a little bit lighter up there. So things are working in different ways.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is why we bring Corey Peabody up here, win or lose. We want to talk to Corey. I have probably more important questions, though, for you, seriously. We want to go back to last night. Did you get your steak in your nap?
I did. I actually did. We did some changes to the boats. So we didn't get out of here till late, but the nice thing is it was a fireworks thing, and so all the vendors were still open. So I did go down to the sirloin place thing and get me a big
Yeah.
old steak. I did, and then I got an ice cream cone. And I don't normally eat ice cream, but I got an ice cream cone. Steak was good. Somebody's right out there. Go get that. It was good. They liked it. We got a couple of them. So, yeah, hats off.
Well,
Yeah,
you may
good
need to
stuff.
make the ice cream a tradition at this point.
I know,
Seems to
right?
be serving you well,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Why is Tanner in her pit? You want to go get some ice cream? Let's go get some. Things are working out for us.
Actually, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to start paying you to come to boat races. Anyway, it's been a good weekend so far for you. We've got a long way to go.
Hang on.
Keep
Let's
it going.
Let's see what this
Okay,
comes
so
out.
we'll
Man.
see if we can talk to the guys in the truck. Corey wants to see the Madison come out of the water, and he's going to tell us what is on there as our Grand Prix are going out on the water.
I guess we should probably let them
We
go.
should probably
Yeah,
go. We're
well.
supposed to cover that. We have we have an agreement with them. Go down, take a look at it, Corey. Congratulations. Thanks for coming up here each time.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
bud. Corey Peabody, the winner of our Heat 2A of H1 Unlimited. GPs are taken to the water. We'll be out momentarily at our broadcast position. We're getting better at being able to talk and walk. So I've got my cord coming with me. It's Heat 2A of Grand Prix America. And our GPs are out on the water and running. But what I want to do here is, because we were talking to Corey Peabody, maybe I can get Tanner to do this. Can you hear me, Tanner? Can you check with the officials and find out what the final call was on our Unlimited heat?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right, we got GPs on the water. It is GP Heat 2A. Lane number 1 is going to be GP 24 with John Grigg. Lane 2 is going to be GP 10, Kevin Ekert. Our lane 3 is Grand Prix 35, John Shaw. Ken Lupton will be in lane 4. He's in the GP 577. And then it's going to be the GP 79. GP 79 and Jeff Bernard will be on the outside in lane number 5. It's Grand Prix Heat 2A. These boats are in assigned lanes. They get those lanes based on their qualifying speed for the first round of heats that we ran yesterday. Now their heats or their lanes are determined by their finish order yesterday, and the better you finished yesterday, the worse you get to run today. So the winners from yesterday are now on the outside. So making sure we have the right lineup here. The 24, which was John Grigg, was going to be on the inside. He is now going to be on the outside, I am told. And so the inside lane will go to the 10 with Kevin Ekert. John Shaw will be in lane 2. Jeff Ayler, thank you for that information. What I don't have right here right now So I am learning. So Dave Villwock got a 1-minute penalty in that last heat, so he finished in 3rd place. J. Michael Kelly gets the victory. We will discuss more about that later. We now see we have the 1 minute, we have the clock up in the upper right corner, 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1:40 to the start of our Grand Prix Heat 2A. John Grigg in the GP 24 was supposed to be in lane number 1. They have moved him out to the outside, so he will be in lane 5. Everybody else takes a step inside. Ekert will be in 1, Shaw in 2, Lupton in 3, Bernard in 4, and Grigg on the outside. And that's the way they are lining up as they come across there. Looking on the screen, the GP 10 is on that inside lane. John Shaw is coming up behind that group of 3 boats, and there he is right there on the right of the screen. He will slot into that lane number 2. So there's your first 4 lanes right there. Ekert, Shaw, Lupton, and Bernard. John Grigg trails the field as he comes up out of the bottom end of the race course. So now we're getting ready for the start. You're looking at Kevin Ekert and the boat they call the Freak, the GP10. He is in lane number 1. Lane 2 goes to John Shaw. That's the blue boat that is out in front of him. Shaw is getting up ahead of the fleet by quite a distance. Then you see the other guys coming up behind him on the right of the screen. The white boat is Ken Lupton. That's the GP577. And then on the outside is the bright orange and black boat of the GP79. I should correct that. On the far outside is John Grigg. They moved him to the outside. Still coming up with plenty of time. We got a couple of boats that are up there very early. Look for the field behind them. The 2 boats you're looking at are early. We need to go back to the other boats. That's where the race is going to come from. The speed is coming up behind the field as they come off the corner. We are inside 2-1 mark. Shaw may have been early, but the speed came up behind him on the outside. Shaw, I think, is going to get out of here first. He is, but I think he's got a lot of company with him, and he certainly does. And it is Ken Lupton. Lupton on the outside is starting to pull away, although Shaw is hanging with him. Shaw's running hard on an inside lane. Fans, remember, we're going to go 4 times around the race course. Now Shaw on that inside lane starting to give a little bit of ground. Then it's Bernard in 3rd place. He is on the outside of this triumvirate of boats that comes down, and now Bernard's going to get by Shaw. At the end of 1, Bernard gets by Shaw, but he's on a far outside lane. It's going to be a tall order to run down Lupton. So coming off the corner at the bottom end on lap number 2, it is Ken Lupton out number 1. Then it's Jeff Bernard in 2nd. The blue boat on the inside up the backstretch. That is John Shaw. And then it's back to the Freak. And Kevin Ekert, he is in 4th place. John Grigg in the Kraken runs 5th. It is all Ken Lupton right now. He's got a 2 rooster tail lead on Jeff Bernard. Your finish order is so important in Grand Prix because it dictates what your lane is the next time. So it is really incumbent upon Jeff Bernard to try and run down Lupton, but man, that's a tall order. You're looking there at Lupton as he goes by on the right. The next one coming up is Bernard. He is on the outside, but he's back a good 2 rooster tails. White flag now flies for Ken Lupton in the GP 577 as he goes across start-finish line. 2nd place goes to Jeff Bernard as he crosses start-finish. You're down in the lower corner, and man, does it get rough, just like it was yesterday. It gets so rough in turn 1. So rough down there in turn 1. There are extremely large white caps down in that corner, but they're having to negotiate and navigate. The top end of the course, Lupton seems to gave a little bit of ground to Bernard. It's not going to be enough as the checkered flag flies. Bernard gave it a valiant effort, but Ken Lupton, I'm sure, knew exactly where he was. He had his spotters up here pointing him out and letting everybody know. Everybody was letting him know where Jeff Bernard was in that right side rear view mirror. Here comes the 3rd place finish in that heat. That is the H&B Tree Removal presents Cool Cat Motorsports. That is John Shaw. Then we're going to go back to the 10. Should be Kevin Ekert coming out of the corner, and it is Kevin Ekert across the finish line. So our finish order, unofficial of course, but our finish order looks to be: 1st place will go to the GP 577, that is Ken Lupton. 2nd place will go to Jeff Bernard in the GP 79. 3rd place will go to GP 35, which is the H&B Tree Removal presents Cool Cat Motorsports, John Shaw. Kevin Ekert will come home in the GP 10. He will come home in 4th place, and rounding out our field when he gets a checkered flag will be John Grigg. So our H1 Unlimited boats are been pulled out of the water, meaning there is a little bit more room at the dock right now for our Grand Prix boats to come back. It was getting a little a little hectic down here as our boats from different classes came back. It's kind of like a crowded parking lot on the day after Thanksgiving. They have pulled the Madison boat out of the water, and just as a sidebar, I'm looking at it. There is definitely a skid fin there. I can't tell if there's damage to it, but the skid fin, the propeller, and it appears the rudder are still on the boat. So we'll dive into that. I know our Tanner Faust is down there going to get that story for us. Meanwhile, you're looking at Ken Lupton as he pulls out of the Lucas Oil GP 577. The apparent winner of our Heat 2A. 2B will be coming up on deck shortly. And I'm going to step back to the desk because I think I have got myself another person that I can chat with here. I think I've got J. Michael Kelly coming up here. How are you? Everything? Welcome back to the start-finish line tower here at the 75th Madison Regatta in Madison, Indiana. My name is Brad Luce. I'm joined up here this time by J. Michael Kelly, driver of the U8, the Beacon Electric. And Mike, cutting right straight to the chase. We had a heater racing this morning. You got a victory. That's always a good way to start race day Sunday.
To come away with a heat win is a big step forward to making that final. You know, not always the way you want to win them and things like that, but, you know, the team's been working hard. We've been trying to get the boat, the Beacon Electric, faster. You know, boat ride's good. We just got to get a little bit more speed out of it.
And there were, from what I saw on some replays afterwards, there was some, did you have a problem with steering?
Earlier in the testing session, when we were testing, I went down and that big hole found me again. And once again, it just takes a toll on my body. For whatever reason, that turn gets me. And but yeah, and then coming back to the beach, there's a big log out there. So when you saw me swerve, I was just avoiding the log that was out there.
Ouch.
Earlier. Yeah.
Ouch. Well, by the way, Peabody appreciates you pointing out where the hole is down there each time. He mentioned that the last time he was up here.
I know, he can seem to get through there nice and clean. And
that's because you show him where it is. And then coming up the backstretch at one point, did you and Dave get a little tight together there?
Yeah, it was during the score up milling going down the front stretch here. Yeah, I don't know. I'd need to really kind of see it. I could kind of see him coming in at a different angle, and I was out 2 or 3 maybe, trying to give myself a little bit of buffer so I didn't have to run in lane 1. Yeah, and just came together. So the right sponson on my boat banged up a little bit. So yeah. Other than that, I haven't seen any video yet, but yeah.
Can you fix it?
But boat will be okay. The guys are on it, and they'll get it patched up, and we'll be good to go.
But you, here's our heat here on the scramble. That's you coming back home.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure once I was out there, you know, if it had major damage or not. I don't know if the skid fin got me or what, but yeah, it got banged up on that right sponson.
And then from my perspective, and the way I called it, was we saw you and Dave go down and get into the corner. It looked like, I mean, you're talking about the hole down there. It looks like you got into that slop, whatever you want to call it, and you just lost a lot of boat speed. He was able to get, I thought you had top end on him coming up here on lap 1, but it just was clobbering you down there every time you got in that inside lane down on turn 1.
Yeah, I felt once I got going, I had pretty good shoot speed, which I was, you know, I was a little shocked because you know, with gears and all the other stuff, you know, I felt like it ran pretty good. But when we went into that first turn, I made it through fairly clean, but it was coming off almost to the apex where there was a ton of slop in there, and it just lost all my momentum coming out of there. So
and once you lose the momentum, these are 7,000-pound race boats. They don't just jump right back up.
Yeah, you got to keep them wound up. You know, sometimes it's better to be on the outside. It just depends. You know, if you're not geared to be on the outside, it's pretty hard to keep that thing wound up and get by people on the outside. So right now we're a little geared to be on the inside, and we might make some changes and just try to make things better.
And somebody's going to take a little peek at your sponsor there and make sure everything's good. We're looking at your boat there on the screen. You got a whale of a crew. Those guys just dive in. If you need something done, I know what you always talk about. You're the lucky one.
Oh, yeah.
You get to go out and play with the toy, and then they work.
Those guys have been working extremely hard in this heat this weekend. You know, very thankful for them. I've been keeping them busy this weekend, and you know, and I feel terrible. Like after that first test run, you know, we got in there and I asked them to maybe look over the steering, make sure everything was okay, just with the hit and stuff like that. And you know, all they care about is my safety out there, and you know, just make sure we can keep this boat, you know, together in one piece.
How's Mike? How are you? After wearing that hole down there a couple more times. That thing's beat you up a few times.
I've been doing pretty good. Like, I haven't been getting, I haven't been too sore and stuff, but it knocked the wind out of me. I feel like I pulled a muscle here or right in my back. So
ouch.
Stretch out a little bit and man up a little bit or something.
Man up a little bit. But besides all of that good stuff, boat's running okay. You're happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, we all want to go faster, and
sure.
You know, but that's what these guys are doing. They're looking things over, seeing what we can do to, you know, because first step is take care of the boat, collect as many points as you can, and if you can make the final, then, you know, hopefully by that time you've got everything dialed in and you're ready to go.
Can we mix in take care of the driver there somewhere? Make sure you're okay too.
Yeah, just drink some water and
and buck up and get out there.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I think they're crazy, and I love them to death. You know, the guys and gals that are on these boats, they work extremely hard in the off season, and you know, it's hot up there for them. It's a lot of work. You can tell at the end of the day how wore out they are, and you know, here they are again, just working their tails off, and you know, and I get to go to do the cool thing. So lucky to have these guys and have them cheer me on, and I get to represent them.
There you go. Mike, I appreciate greatly you coming up here and chatting with us for a few minutes. Good luck. Keep it going.
Yep, thank you.
Be safe. And if you don't know, there's a hole down there in turn 2. You need a signpost, one of those bump signs, right?
Yeah, or got to figure something out.
Anyway, thanks for coming up. Hopefully we get to talk to you again, because that'd mean you won another heat.
Yeah, no, same here. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, my friend.
Right,
J. Michael
it.
Kelly, he was the winner of our H1 Unlimited heat. He is back. He's still all in one piece. He can't wait to go roaring into turn 1 again. And Corey appreciated, as you heard him say, that he appreciates Mike pointing out where that hole is down there. I tell you, a couple of years ago, Mike fell into that hole, and it beat him up pretty good. I mean, it really took a toll on him. And by the time we got out to Tri-Cities, he wasn't moving real well. And so it can beat you up pretty good in the cockpit of one of these H1 Unlimiteds. I'll tell you what we're going to do right now, because I'm not seeing what is next on our schedule. Oh, I know what's coming up next. We'll just step right out to the front. We won't step away, because I see we've got Grand Prix boats in the water. So our Heat 2B for Grand Prix America is up next, and I am walking my way over there right now. We will. Well, I think. Yeah, let's step away. How far away are we? We're coming up very quickly here. Yeah, can we take a quick 2-minute break? We will step away. H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 75th Madison Regatta.
Oh, there you are. There you go.
Back here on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce at the 75th Madison Regatta, and you hear a lot of noise in the background. Our Grand Prix America class is taking to the water for their Heat 2B. I'm going to find my way up toward the front row, get a good view. This should be a good one. And as we spoke about our Heat 2A, this is a similar heat in that it is inverted basically from the way they ran yesterday. Heats were assigned based on qualifying speed for our first set of heats. These heats, they are set in the inverse order based on how you finished. So if you finished first in your heat yesterday, you will be on the far outside in this one. Makes for some very competitive racing. Let's take a look at who's going to be where in Grand Prix America Heat 2B. On the inside lane, it will be GP15. It is a yellow, very low profile hydroplane. It is driven by Greg Hopp out of Snohomish. Lane number 2 will go to GP3, the Pleasure Seekers. Jimmy King will handle that one. Austin Ekrit will be in lane number 3, driving the beautiful powder blue and white GP17, the Miss Renee. Then it's going to be Brandon Kennedy. Yep, same Brandon Kennedy that drives the U6, the Miss Madison. He will be driving the GP35. He looked really, really strong yesterday. And then coming up on the far outside will be the GP33 of Jack Lupton. One of the boats I'm keeping an eye on here is the GP3, the Pleasure Seekers with Jimmy King. This is a boat, they just haven't been able to dial this boat in. It's going to be a rocket ship one of these days, and he just made a quick run down to the start-finish line. The boat looked really good. I'm not sure, just in that one quick pass, I've seen the boat look better. So if it ever decides to wake up and run, and we know they will figure it out and make it right, it's going to be one of the boats you're going to have to deal with. Is this the heat? Maybe that happens. The shouting may be on the outside, though, with Brandon Kennedy. He's in lane number 4 in the GP35, and on the outside of him is Jack Lupton, GP33. As we said, you kind of invert from yesterday. The better you finished yesterday, the further you go to the outside, so it's kind of a double-edged sword. In Grand Prix racing, it's all about earning your way to the best lane come time for the final heat. But right now, you're a minute and 50 seconds, 1:50 away from the start of our Grand Prix heat. All our boats are getting positioned up the backstretch, so they are about where they need to be. They will come around the course one more time, and then they will come down for the start, and then we'll go 4 times around. Hop, King, Ekrit, Kennedy, Lupton. And there's Hop. There's that low-profile yellow boat sitting on the inside lane. You see it right there. Can't miss him. And then it's Jimmy King in lane 2. That's the Pleasure Seekers. Here comes the blue and white boat in between there in lane 3. That is Austin Ekrit. Then it's Brandon Kennedy. That's the boat on the outside. And that boat trailing on the far left there. The boat way on the outside on the far left is Jack Lupton. He will catch up with the field as they come across start-finish line with exactly 1 minute to go. 1 minute until our start. You got 4 boats all bunched up. And then it's Jack Lupton who's just taking his sweet time behind everybody. Jack Lupton trails the field. He will not be there for a long time. He will make his move toward the front and expect him to be on the line and rolling when the clock strikes 0. So the boats are up the backstretch now with 35 seconds. 35 seconds until the start. It's Heat 2B for Grand Prix America. Jack Lupton is still way behind. He's more than a buoy length behind everybody. You don't see him in that shot there. That's Brandon Kennedy at the bottom of the screen. And behind him and to his right is Jack Lupton. There goes Lupton. Now you see him on the outside. He's coming with boat speed. He and Kennedy are going to make a run off this corner, try and tie the field and bring him down to the start. Inside 10 seconds until the start. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark. Boy, it looked good to me. And look at Kennedy come up in between boats. Kennedy really had a lot of boat speed as he got to the entrance pin, was trying to run down Lupton. It's going to be Kennedy and Lupton on the outside, but meanwhile, it is Greg Hop. And look at Lupton on the outside. That's the white boat you see in there. He is really moving on the outside, but somewhere out there is Brandon Kennedy. All right, here's our field coming up here, and it is still the Hopper. He's holding out on the inside, and check it to me, it was Brandon Kennedy. He was hidden in there. I did not see him. Kennedy is your leader as they get to the lower end of the race course. Wow, Brandon Kennedy took a lot of speed into turn 1. He got buried in the rooster tail. I could not see him until they came off the top end, and there he was. And ladies and gentlemen, you saw it on the screen. He is gone. Brandon Kennedy is gone. He said, see you later to the field, and he's got a huge advantage. He's got 2 rooster tails. Actually, the race right now that is interesting is for second place. Greg Hop in that older hull is trying to hold off Lupton, but that's going to go away. Jack's going to get around him here at the completion of lap number 2. Lupton still running far to the outside. Hopper's trying to hold a tight line on the inside, but the race is for second place. Brandon Kennedy's way out front. Oh boy, and Greg got into the slop there. He got pinched in tight and he got into some rough water. It gets brutal down here in turn number 1. And he lost a lot of momentum and a lot of speed. Meanwhile, you are looking at Brandon Kennedy as he will come down to complete lap number 3, pick up a white flag with 1 more to go. Kennedy just looks unbeatable so far this weekend. The boat is just running like a rocket. Kennedy looks good. Now Lupton pops as he goes through the rough water, getting into turn number 1. Hop still hanging on in 3rd place, but you're looking right down the barrel of Brandon Kennedy as he flies the GP35. TM Motorsports, he comes into the top end of the race course. He will negotiate the exit pin, which is right there off to his right, and here he comes. Whoa, and he lost a piece off the deck as he came out of the corner. Something went flying, but there's the checkered flag for Brandon Kennedy. Looks like he lost a deck hatch when he came off the corner. Big piece went flying up in the air. Here comes our 2nd place finisher. This will go to Jack Lupton. Lupton will come home in the GP33. Then Greg Hop. Greg Hop did a great job in that particular heat. He wired his start. He was right there with everybody, and he was going to let them know Greg Hop in that old Trapper beef jerky was involved in that heat. He did a terrific job. You're watching Brandon Kennedy right now as he comes ripping down the front straightaway. Kennedy with a finish in Heat 2B. That may have been incorrect on our screen but I think our flags were correct. Not quite sure. There may have been a mix-up on that, on the counting of the laps, but we go 4 times around in our Grand Prix. There's Lupton. He comes by. Here comes the Hopper again. And then Austin Eckert. Austin Eckert, you give him a boat, that young man will put it out in front with anybody. He will not back down from any challenge. Brandon Kennedy, boy, he had a dominant victory yesterday in the first heat, and we just lost Austin Eckert. Unfortunately, he's going to go dead in the water down in the lower corner. Here comes Brandon. He comes back toward the pit area. I'm kind of half looking at the boat there on the monitor just to see if maybe he lost a deck plate. Something came flying off that boat when he came off the corner. I believe it was at the completion of lap number 3. But obviously it did not bother him. That boat is quick, and that young man can truly, truly handle his race boat. So we had 5 boats start. We had 5 boats finish, but we're still going to have one of our boats have to get a tow rope, as Austin Eckert is not going to come back under his own power. Oh, we got 2 of them down there. We lost Jimmy King down in the corner, too. I didn't see King. King's down there in the corner, too. So we got 2 of them down in turn 1. The rest of our field, the other 3, are finding their way back. Just waiting for Mr. Lupton to get to the dock, and he does so. You're looking at Brandon Kennedy as he steps out of the GP 35.
350s to the water. 350s to the water. 350s to the water. Thank you.
So next up on our schedule, I believe we are going to go with our 2.5 stocks, I think, are coming up next. For our 2.5 stock call, I believe we will turn the microphones over to the duo of Jordan Bear and Jeff Ayler handling the PA announcing here at the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River. You see Brandon there as he likes to put the helmet back a la the football player, kind of turn it back on his Hans device there, and it kind of rocks back and forth. Brandon's not a stranger to driving hydroplanes, and he's certainly not a stranger to victory lane either. Following our Brandon Kennedy, there's the fam, the kids. It's been the theme of all the interviews that we have done this weekend, at least in total, it's just been terrific to talk about family and what it all means to everybody and how important it is to have the family on board. They travel as a family, they race as a family, and it's just the way it goes. And some people see it as a big sacrifice to go boat racing, and I'm sure on some levels it is, but at the end of the day, it also is very rewarding, and it keeps the family very, very close together. So we're going to take a break. I'm going to step away. We'll take a break. I'll step away for just a moment, and we will be back as soon as we have some more action on the Ohio River. There's a possibility we may have Ken Lupton show up. But until then, we'll step away. This is Brad Luce. It's the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing Network, and we are in Madison, Indiana for the 75th Madison Regatta. We'll be back.
1 to the 5 for the 2.5 stock qualifier. Seconds. $20. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for the 2.5 stock qualifier. 2.5ers. Rev them up. All right, Jordan, 4 minutes away from the 2.5 stock qualifier. The hometown favorite, Matt Sontag, the Hurricane Hoosier, Old Red Barn. Matt is the propeller liaison of the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. In the 22 here is Grant Litticoat, a very capable pilot out of Suffolk, Virginia. In the
Man, let me tell you what, Grant Litticoat, after the run he had in the 350 yesterday, suddenly now he's going 2.5 stock and the 350. So kid's going to be busy today, but he's young.
Oh, he's young and 17 years of age out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. He'll do an outstanding job. Coming up on the 3:15 mark, shoot speeds for the 2.5 stocks here in Madison in competition, 95 to 100 miles per hour. 16-foot boat, racing trim with the pilot inside approaching 900 pounds. The traditional reliable Ford 4-cylinder stock 2000, 2300 has been the mainstay, but this year APBA inboard has let the K20 Honda come into play with modern technology for 2.5 stock. 2 minutes and 45 seconds away. It's a 1.25 mile course. They'll go 4 times around. And Jordan, that buoy on the back straightaway where that one boat is dead in the water, I'm not certain who that is. The orange buoy across from the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, that's the 1-minute pin. You have to have your boat. Thank you. That's the 200 dead in the water. And that's Max Hammerling, I believe. Yep. In that 200.
Yes, Max Hammerling. He's the
rookie.
And
Brandon Zamak will be in the teammate boat. But you have to have your boat to the right-hand side of that orange buoy prior to 1 minute. If you cross it, that's a minute penalty on elapsed time. And we say it over and over. You get to this Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, full song, full throttle. If you jump the gun, that's a 1 minute penalty, and you don't want to take yourself out of the race at the start.
Absolutely. And you see right here, we see a boat cutting the course right here. That appears to be Austin Hayes in the 35 River City Printing. And Austin Hayes has been dominant in this series so far this weekend. Let's see if anyone else can really try to one-up him this week, because he looks awfully impressive.
Oh, and a tough break. The Hurricane Hoosier Old Red Barn for the second consecutive time will be a scratch. You see it on the crane sling. Boat number 20 is the Immaculata with Brandon Zamak. You're welcome.
So there we have it. Brandon Zamak in the 20. Austin Hayes right now out there. Of course, again, unfortunate. 3, 2, 1. Mark, 1 minute.
1 minute has come and gone. River City Printing. We got an interested gentleman to our left that's part of River City Printing. Kyle Bipes has his eye locked in on Austin Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan. In the River City Printing, Matt Couchet coming up there in that fluorescent colored boat, the Bold Venture 2. Dennis Wright's in the mix in the black and white Miss Alvey signs. Watch out for Zamach in that dominant black Immaculata, and Mike Talarczyk in the dominant red craft will be on the outside out of the pocket city of Evansville.
Absolutely, and you got to watch out and see Hayes. It looks like right now he has the inside lane. He's been so good there all weekend long. Right now you got some boats coming in from the outside too. We're at 13 seconds, Jeff. 10 seconds now, as again, you can't be in front of that, so here we go.
The guy, the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. We are 3, 2, 1, mark, and it's a clean start. We're racing in the 2.5 stock qualifier. Austin Hayes swept him yesterday. He leads in turn number 1 in River City Printing. Matt Couchet in second. Brandon Zamach in third. Dennis Wright in fourth. Mike Talarczyk trails it. The boat in front, Jordan, have won 2.5 stock 3 weekends in a row, looking for number 4 here at Madison.
He is. Austin Hayes has been so good all weekend long, and now you look, it looks like Brandon Zamach has taken over second place there in the 8, and he's trying to catch up to Hayes. He's trying to close in a little bit, but Hayes has the shorter track around. Hayes has a lot of speed, but watch out for Brandon Zamach, Jeff Ayler. Look at that as they come around exit pin.
Yeah, this Immaculata is fast. They're using some different engineering with the canard wing up in the front for the driver to use, but right now it's all Austin Hayes in the River City Printing, but here comes Zamach in the Immaculata. Wind is coming from the west. It's a little bit rough, and Jordan in turn number 1 working the second time around. Our race is up in the front. Austin Hayes' lead is about to become in jeopardy, and it's dwindling quickly.
It is, and Austin Hayes right now about a rooster tail and a half lead, trying to pull away a little bit here, but Brandon Zamach not going away, and there Hayes looks like he maybe revved it up a little bit. You thought maybe he was comfortable, because now look at that lead that he has blown wide open. A 3 rooster tail lead now for Austin Hayes over Brandon Zamach, and it looks like that may be it, because unfortunately for Zamach, he's got a lot of ground to make up, Jeff, but they come down and try to complete lap number 2.
Well, Austin Hayes might have got word from his spotter here at the corral next to us as he's extended the lead in the River City Printing. 2 complete, 2 to go at the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. We'll see if Zamach has one more answer in the Immaculata. Third spot now to Dennis Wright, Matt Couchet in fourth, Mike Talarczyk. Oh, and Zamach is hooked. I just turned to the right, Zamach hooked.
Oh, God.
Dennis Wright sees him. The spotters on the other competitors' radios will be in communication saying Zamach is dead in the water, but one good thing, Jordan, he is well away from the pins, and with the current going left to right, that will help as well as safety goes.
It absolutely will, and kudos to him for being aware of that. And again, right now, Austin Hayes comes around. He looks to be getting the white flag for one final lap here in this qualifying race. He does get the white flag. 3 down, 1 to go for Austin Hayes as he looks to pick up yet another victory this weekend here, Jeff Ayler. And but tell you what, right now, he looks awfully good.
3 complete, 1 to go. I hope that safety and rescue boat stays right there, and they sure did. Hayes clearly in front. Now Dennis Wright moves up into second out of New Harmony, Indiana, in the Miss Alvey signs. Matt Couchet in third, Mike Talarczyk in fourth, and Owen Wright hit a hole in second. You could hear that Ford pop and crack, and he recovered, but it's been all Austin Hayes in this one. River City Printing, do you ever dry the ink there, or is it always wet? It's dry.
It's dry.
After it's wet.
There you have it. Here comes Austin Hayes as he looks up to get the checkered flag. Your winner of the 2.5 stock qualifier, it is Austin Hayes in River City Printing. Dennis Wright going to come around and complete his lap. He'll get second place in this qualifier as well.
Dennis Wright second in the Miss Alvey signs behind Austin Hayes in the River City Printing. Your third place boat is just entering turn number 2, the fluorescent colored craft. That's Matt Couchet out of Dayton, Ohio, driving the Bold Venture 2. Mike Talarczyk and on the fly a lap down. But, you know, Jordan, Mike Talarczyk has tried for many years, and really this is his best performance so far in his early driving career. You're starting and finishing. Now you're getting to learn a little bit more about your boat and also, too, your driving skill.
Absolutely. You just want to get finished. You want to get back to the boat. Want to get back to the dock. Learn more about it, like you said. But just starting and finishing, that's a huge part of it right there. Kudos to him for being out there still. He's got one more lap to complete to get that checkered flag. He'll come back to the dock, and we'll get ready for the final a little later on. Jersey speed skips to the water. Jersey speed skips to the water. Jersey speed skips to the water. Again, Jersey speed skips to the water. Thank you.
The noise has subsided. Jordan Bear, we got some dignitaries here up here with us at the Super ATV Judges Stand at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. And with us is Madison Mayor Bob Courtney. And I said in opening ceremonies the past 2 days, you wave all the hydroplane racing flags. You got extra duty. What's going on right now?
Right now, we're certainly making sure everybody has a phenomenal event, watching phenomenal racing. And I just want to, again, congratulate Brandon Kennedy for his achieving a milestone in his career. I'll let Brandon talk a minute about that.
All right, Brandon, I'll let you go ahead and fill us in on what happened, and let your race fans know here on the shoreline what happened to the hometown boat.
Yeah, so it's racing. Things happen. We were going down the backstretch about 3/4 of the way when I lost steering. That bridge was coming up pretty fast. I was a little nervous. Got on the wing, got on the shutoff, and then when I did that, the boat took a hard right and did at least one spin. It felt like two. I was thinking I was going to Kentucky, but I wanted to be in Madison, so the boat must have knew that it's not from there, it's from here, so it stopped for me. But we're all good. Steering cable snapped on us. It's part of racing. It's happened in everybody's boat out there, so we'll regroup and be back out here.
Well, Brandon, thank you for the information. I'm so sorry that happened, but can you kind of explain to the fans that immediate shutoff, even at speed, it's still hard to control these boats because nothing was back there to keep it going. I mean, they don't brake real well.
Yeah, they don't brake real well, and they don't stop. I mean, a GP, you shut off switches and the engine stops. On these turbines, you got to pull the ground idle, and it takes a while for it to spool down. So I was saying a lot of things in that cockpit till it actually stopped.
So I'm assuming it's a repair that will take a while, and that will probably end the day for the Miss Madison.
Yeah, definitely going to end the day for us, but I just got to give hats off to this crew. I mean, we made it here. They got me qualified. The city has stood behind this boat unbelievably. Miss Madison's back, and it's back here in your city, and I'm excited about that.
Brandon, thank you. Mayor Courtney, I know you wanted to make the announcement. I jumped the gun. I got a minute penalty, but I know you got a lot of people you want to thank, and it's just unfortunate. It's part of racing.
It's part of racing, but we're prepared for anything, and I think we gave the hometown fans a great show. And I want to thank everybody who's been here, all the other sport teams, drivers, the owners. They've been phenomenal supporters of the Miss Madison. We're writing a new chapter. Today, again, is just part of racing. We'll be back.
Miss Madison fans, let's give a salute and a shout out to your driver, Brandon Kennedy, and Madison Mayor Bob Courtney. They'll
Thanks,
be
everybody.
back in 26.
Get there, Brandon. You did an awesome job, man. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, when we go to 3A and 3B, generally the case, Jordan, will go with 3 boats in 3A. We'll go with 2 boats in 3B, and I do know we can pass along to our fans, and it's just in the interest of safety only, the 2-mile course. The Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup Championship, scheduled at 3:45 today, will just have 4 boats up on the front row. The top 4 boats and points will contend for the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup Championship, slated to go at 3:45. Our 350 heat is up next. We're getting boats lowered into the water. After the 350s, we'll go back-to-back with the Jersey Speed Skiffs with their heat race and final heat. They can refuel in the water, so they can go back out pretty quickly. Jordan, you're doing a fabulous job. Thank you, everybody, filling in for me. And we got some sponsors to thank, and without them, we couldn't be here. And our guests, the race fans, could not be here either at the River City Printing 75th Madison Regatta.
Yes, sir, Jeff Ayler, absolutely. So, again, River City Printing, our title sponsor for the regatta this year. Morgan Foods, they are the presenting sponsor for the regatta. Cruisin' Auto, the sponsor of race fans 12 and under. The First Financial Bank, Wild Bell Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Clift Engineering, the sponsor of the Fast Qualifier, which, of course, was Andrew Tate. ETC Systems, official electrical contractor, the Madison Regatta and Roostertail Music Festival. We are at the Super ATV Judges Stand. Bearded Dumpsters for all your dumpster needs. Your Hydro Racing Station, Works 96.7 FM, WORX. The Lee family for your pit sponsors. Toyota of Madison, Envirescape, City of Madison, Jefferson County Tourism Board, Royer Corporation of Madison, Sturtle Kona USA, leaders in heavy-duty vehicle lifts. Madtown Liquors, your Madison Walmart, proudly serving Madison for 35-plus years. Mad Paddle Brewery, Ruoff Mortgage, your sponsor of the Balloon Glow. German American Bank, Licklider Solutions, General Contracting, Building Analysis Services, Domino's Pizza, Big O Tires, Thornton Terrace, Lowe's, Wind Supply, Bender Lumber, Industrial Supply Company, and Booney's Water Conditioning. Thank you so much for sponsoring the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta.
Well, I hope she can hear me. There's a princess of Miss Madison Racing. Her father is on the crew, and she's 4 years of age, pretty as a picture. Adeline Sage Hansen, if you can hear me, welcome to the Madison Regatta. 4 years of age. And Jordan, that last name Hansen, yes, her father is Tyler Hansen.
Okay.
He is on the crew. Adeline's grandfather is Larry Hansen.
Oh, okay. There's a legend in the business.
Adeline's uncle is Mike Hansen, the team manager for the BWR racing team. So, Adeline, good afternoon, and tell Gigi to get you an ice cream.
Absolutely.
Our 350s are up next. That'll be followed by 2 consecutive heats of Jersey Speed Skiff. The Hammer is here from Chandler Chevrolet. She loves the kryptonite in Jersey Speed Skiff, so hopefully the Hammer's favorite boat at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta will take to the drink here later. Good afternoon, Hammer. .350 pilots, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5 coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's 1 to the 5 for the 350 qualifier. Jersey Speed Skiffs to the water. Jersey Speed Skiffs to the water. Thirty seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for the 350 qualifier. Drivers, crank them up. First boat out, the 17-year-old, the Legend Yacht Transport presents MAG Simulations. Grant Liddicoat. Next boat out, the Daylight Hydraulics GP50, driven by Joe Less out of Grand Island, New York. Jake McCormick in the fluorescent green boat. That is the Limelight. Jake from here in Madison. One to be recognized in Madison, even though residing right now currently in Middletown, Ohio. Dominant white boat. That was the showstopper yesterday.
Sir.
That's Dylan Goodell in the All Point Construction. The dominant yellow craft with the flame effect, that's Tony Black out of Pickerington, Ohio, in the Some Toy 5. And the blue and white boat is the number 8, the Wolverine, with Alex Menga driving out of Pinckney, Michigan. 6 set to go, 6 up and running. We are 3:45 until the start. You're looking at a 20-foot boat, about 1,500 pound of racing trim with the pilot inside. Shoot speeds here in Madison in competition about 110. All boats powered by a stock 350 cubic inch engine. It's a very competitive class in APBA inboard, in that it supplied the best race of the day late yesterday afternoon with Dylan Goodell defeating Grant Liddicoat by about 18 inches.
My goodness gracious, that race was something incredible. When I went home, my family and I, we were sitting in the, well, I'm not going to tell you because I don't want you to give me a hard time, but we decided to pull up and listen to that race, and man, it was so awesome to see Goodell and Liddicoat from the start to finish. We're right next to each other. It was such an awesome race. Let's hope we have another good one here, as now we are at just under 3 minutes.
2 minutes, 50 seconds until the start. The orange buoy on the back straightaway directly across from the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. That is the 1-minute pin. All 6 pilots need to have their boat to the right-hand side of that buoy prior to 1 minute. If they cross it, that is a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time. And Jordan, this Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, when the race begins at 0, you want to be a touch to the left of that buoy. If you jump the start, that's a 1-minute penalty as well. So there's 2 equations where you can take yourself out of the race before it even starts. And that's what makes boat racing a little bit extra thrilling in what we call here the race before the race. Your lane's not assigned to you in 350. They're fighting for it right now.
They are, and you look right now, it looks like Liddicoat trying to stay on the inside, but it looks like right there, is that Carl Adams trying to get there?
No,
or?
Carl was a scratch.
Okay, Carl.
This is Joe Less, I believe, in the Daylight Hydraulics GP50. Yeah, and that is Joe.
Yep, okay, Joe Less making a cut, trying to get that inside lane. So Joe Less there, he's really trying to get that inside lane. We saw what it did yesterday because Goodell was on the inside yesterday. There's Dylan Goodell right there, just to the outside of Joe Less. We saw what Goodell did going up against Liddicoat yesterday. And right now we are getting closer. We're at 1:25, so they're getting close to that startup buoy on the other side, Jeff, where you have to be to the right of it, like you said, or there are penalties coming. Right now, Grant Liddicoat, who I thought was going to be there, he's back a little ways right now, but just wait, maybe he's waiting to fire up.
Now the other piece of the puzzle after this clock countdown to 1 minute, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Everyone behind that 1 minute pin, but that exit pin off turn number 2, the start, that's where you have to have your lane established, and this is where the shenanigans begin. Well, Liddicoat cut over and saw him off. He's got the boat links to do it. Willie.
He does, and now he's also got to worry, though, about cutting his speed off because we only got 40 seconds till the start of this race. So now he has really slowed down quite a bit, as is everyone, because now we're at 30 seconds till the start of the race. So now you got some boats slow, but it looks like you look here from the back. Tony Black coming in maybe from behind at some speed. But right now everyone's kind of crawling to the finish. We're now getting close to 15 seconds. 15 seconds till the start of this race. We are now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we're racing. And immediately on the outside, it is Mango right there. But on the inside, what are we going to have? Who's going to come out on top? And it looks like that is Grant Liddycoat, Jeff Ayler.
And Les got led, and boy, Black went through a rooster tail, but it's all the 17-year-old out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Grant Liddycoat clearly out in front. And we got one that hooked. That is Jake McCormick in the limelight. Liddycoat in front, and Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations.
And Liddycoat right now dominant, and of course Dylan Goodell behind him in second. But right now, look at this battle for third. There's a lot of boats behind him. Let's see if Goodell can try to make up any ground, but Liddycoat really timed that start perfectly, and he came out of that turn like a rocket as he completes lap number 1. Dylan Goodell in second, and we got ourselves quite the battle for third, Jeff Ayler, down here with these other boats coming in. Right now, it's Alex Manga.
Jordan, one thing we don't want to mention, but our fans along the shoreline can feel it, and they can see it. The wind is coming right upriver now from the west. The water has been the roughest it's been all weekend. Still manageable, a little bit lumpy, but Liddycoat clearly in front, Goodell in second, Manga in third, Black in fourth, and Les is in fifth. And boy, the Daylight Hydraulics GP50, that is an unusual back marker right there.
That is really unusual for them. Liddycoat comes down to complete lap number 2, as Liddycoat will complete his second lap, trying to get his second win of the weekend. He just narrowly finished second yesterday. Dylan Goodell not going away, though. Goodell still significantly behind.
McCormick's boat sinking.
McCormick's boat is sinking.
Jonathan McCormick's boat is listing.
Red flag on the course. Red flag on the course. Red flag on the course.
Oh, and Jake McCormick, what a heartbreak. You see the limelight, and this heat will be stopped. It will be official. We did complete 2 laps. Grant Liddycoat will get the win. And the Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations. But our concern right now is with Jake McCormick, and the limelight is going under the Ohio River. Let's hope there's flotation. I do see Jake. He is out of the cockpit. That is a good sign. Our safety and rescue squad there very quickly.
Jake's
and they'll
okay.
get Jake on the litter, or maybe just go on his own. So Jordan will get as many updates as we can here, but let's hope everything is okay with Jake McCormick in the limelight.
It looks like you said Jake. It looks like he's getting on the rescue boat now, so I believe Jake McCormick is okay. So Jake McCormick is okay, but immediately it was sinking, and they had to stop the race immediately. Red flag on the course. Again, the race will be official with Liddycoat claiming the victory, but respectfully, everyone's concerned right now. Make sure McCormick's okay.
Jordan, I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and I mentioned this water condition really got rough during that warm-up period. See a little whitecap activity, and I just caught it out of the corner of my right eye, and I think Jake might have hit a hole down there, some bad water, and I think it violently hooked left on him. And let's just hope they can get a tow on that limelight for keeping her to go under the Ohio River to settle on the bottom. And right now, looks like they're doing a pretty good job of doing that. You can just barely see the front of the craft up above the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse, but we can fix the boat. We're hoping Jake is okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. A boat can be repaired. Someone's life cannot, so let's certainly hope Jake is okay. Again, once we get the updates, some boats starting to come back into the docks now. All right, we just received word. Jake McCormick is on the rescue boat. He is okay. Jake McCormick is okay. So that is good news there. Jake McCormick is okay.
Thank you, Jordan. I went over and looked at the H1 Unlimited video feed. Our safety and rescue personnel doing a great job. They do have flotation on that boat, but she's submerged pretty well. So hopefully they can get the flotation on it. And Jordan, the positive with that, if they can get it floated halfway decent, and once they start the tow, some of that water will dissipate, but then the problem will be at the dock. Once it slows from being towed in, it'll start taking water back on. You've seen some of the drivers coming back in policy with the American Powerboat Association and H1 Unlimited after an accident. Once they feel the driver is secure, the boat is secure, they'll issue the black flag to the other participants who can refire and come back into the pit area in a safe and orderly fashion. Everyone has done that, but we're still waiting for Tony Black in the Some Toy 5. And if Tony can't refire, he'll radio in and we'll get a tow rope over to Tony Black.
Whoa, that's I've seen a lot of things here, Jeff Ayler. That's a first for me. That is.
I didn't actually see it. I talked to my friend Brad Luce with H1 Unlimited earlier. I said I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and Brad's right. He looked at the video, and there was a hole down there, and Jake hit it, and boy, it really crabbed pretty severe to the left on him, a major hook. So lots of things obviously can happen to a boat with a violent stop like that, and especially the hooking activity. And I would not be surprised maybe there could be some damage around that skid pin area or over on the right-hand side. But we did get word Jake is on the rescue boat, and that's our main concern right now. Jake has just been an important part of this event, wants to be a driver, and he's been as good as gold to me personally, and I just hope he's okay.
And at the end of the day, we did receive word that he's on the rescue boat, and he's okay. That's the good news there. But right now, we are just simply waiting on getting that boat in. But that's where you see, if you look right now at the rescue boats off to the west part of the Ohio River, you can see the rescue boats all right there. Coast Guard is talking to some people as well. So stand by, folks. We'll have more updates as we get them.
Jordan, while we're waiting for some more information, you were a big part of getting us lunch today. April Floyd, I know, in management at a restaurant in Hanover, Indiana. Fill us in on where our nice pizza comes.
Yes, Jendy's Pizza out in Hanover, and a great place. I have frequented there many, many times, even when I was a student at Hanover College many, many eons ago. But April Floyd is taking care of us. Micah Copeland with us here at WRX really took care of us and got our order in this past week and made sure we were all fed ourselves, you, myself, and then the WRX crew to my right. They were taken care of, and we obviously are appreciative of that, and we really do appreciate everything that they have done and everyone supporting us here this weekend. So we are grateful for Jendy's Pizza, and thank you very much for providing us lunch today.
Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line tower on the Ohio River in Madison, Indiana. My name is Brad Luce, and it is the 75th Madison Regatta. And I am joined on set here. I have the good pleasure of sitting next to Mayor Bob Courtney from Madison, Indiana. Bob, welcome to our broadcast.
Thank you very much, Brad. Looking forward to chatting with you guys today and sharing what's going on here in Madison, Indiana.
And there's a lot going on in Madison, Indiana, but let's start with that Chamber of Commerce piece down there, the Miss Madison that you worked so very hard on, and so many people did. You made the announcement just shortly ago that you have withdrawn from the event today. Explain a little bit about that, what happened and why you had to make that tough decision.
Well, after some exciting weekend racing, safety first, there was a broken steering cable. Brandon Kennedy did an amazing job recovering from that, but unfortunately that ended our pursuit of the Governor's Cup today, but we're going to regroup, and I'm so proud of our young team. Brandon Kennedy, he got his moment yesterday qualifying as an unlimited driver. Trey Holt, crew chief, everybody who's been involved in bringing this amazing Miss Madison back to the fans.
Yeah, and I want to get your input on that a little bit, kind of the process that you went through. You found out all of a sudden you didn't have a boat, but you guys didn't want to just accept that, and there were a lot of changes made. Tell me a little bit that you can about the process you went through and how this boat came to be.
Well, Miss Madison, as you know, Brad, has an amazing history in hydroplane racing, and it's part of the identity and really the soul of Madison. So last fall, around October, November, when we found out that the boats were sold, it caused a lot of concern for us. It was done without any communication. I got involved and essentially reorganized the governing board of Miss Madison, and we said the last chapter hasn't been written in Miss Madison yet, and we brought back the boat, and you can see here, she raced phenomenally yesterday and did her best today, and today just wasn't our day, but we're going to regroup and see what we can do in the future.
I have to thank you from your perspective and being involved in this whole process, and all of the team members, the crew members, the board members, certainly Brandon Kennedy, though. The weekend was a success.
The weekend has been a phenomenal success, and this is what we wanted to do. And there's so many people to thank. It's not just the City of Madison or the Miss Madison board. It's our supporters. John Goodman really inspired us to keep trying because he was talking about how important Miss Madison was to the sport. We took that very seriously. Him and his team have just been phenomenal collaborators throughout all of this. And then obviously our sponsors for this weekend. And again, Miss Madison, it has so much identity with the City of Madison and the Madison Regatta. So what better venue to debut the return of Miss Madison than 75th Annual Madison Regatta?
Talk to me a little bit about the selection of Brandon Kennedy as a driver. How did that come about?
Well, again, we reconstituted the Miss Madison board, and we have extremely great talent there from very diversified sources. Place a lot of reliance on our young leader, Kyle Bipes, who's also the president of the Madison Regatta, this organization. And we were very familiar with Brandon's driving in the Grand Prix and the other classes, and has been very familiar with Madison. And he's a rookie that wanted a shot. And I trust Kyle as well as the other board members. We met with Brandon, and he came through. He qualified, and look at that. He is actually a rising star in hydroplane racing.
That's a great clip that is being shown there. There he is with his family and so forth. But he couldn't walk 2 feet without getting congratulated around here by everybody after becoming qualified. I know I had interviewed the young man many times over the years, and he had made no bones about the fact he wanted his crack at the Unlimited. It came with you guys, and if you asked him if there was any place he would rather be driving, I know it would be here. He loves this opportunity.
That's what he said from the very beginning, is he wouldn't want to drive for anybody else. We're proud of the fact that we were part of his moment in his life, and really have a lot of gratitude for him, his guts, his determination, and really bringing this boat back to life in a matter of a short period of time, only a little over 3 months. We pulled together a crew, a boat, and started racing. And so that's what I'm really thrilled about too, is that the resiliency of Madison, Indiana, and the Miss Madison. It's going to be celebrating its 65th year in hydroplane racing next year, and so very proud that we're continuing that tradition.
And we are very, very happy that you are doing that. Now I'm going to ask you to kind of change your hat from the Miss Madison racing team to that of Mayor of Madison, Indiana. One of the things we at H1 talk about is when we go to an event, we go to one of these cities or one of these communities for our boat race, it is much more than just a boat race. And I don't know that that spirit is embodied any more than it is here in Madison. It's the fireworks last night. It's the parade. Brandon Kennedy is the Grand Marshal.
Yeah.
That young man has had a weekend he will never forget.
You know what? City of Madison's had a weekend he'll never forget either. You know, we've seen the return of our hometown boat in front of the hometown fans on the hometown course. We have a wonderful community. We host multiple events throughout the course of the year. There's something for everybody. You know, we believe in Madison and being clean, safe, and beautiful, and bringing a high quality of life and phenomenal events to all of our visitors, and especially those people who are you know, good enough to call themselves, or privileged enough, I should say, to call themselves Madisonians like me. We get to enjoy it all year long.
Yes, you do. We get to come and enjoy it for 4 or 5 days. And as I said this morning at the opening ceremonies on behalf of H1, we're so happy to be here. But I was speaking for myself as well. Over the years, we've got so many friends here in town. And we're very fortunate to get to travel to the different venues. But never do the doors seem to be more open than they are in Madison. This place really is special.
Madison is very special, and you know, that's a reason why it's the Community of the Year, the greatest American Main Street, the largest contiguous historic district, but also the owner of the only community-owned hydroplane in the world, and we take very pride in that, as well as pride in our traditions. So we love to roll out the welcoming mat. We'll have representatives from the governor's office here in just a little while. And again, there's no better venue than on the Great Ohio River here in Madison, Indiana for racing.
You're not going to get an argument out of me on that one. We love coming here. Step back and go a different angle here for a minute. Who's Bob Courtney? Where did you grow up, or how long have you been in Madison?
I've lived here my entire life.
There you go.
I've seen every championship race here on these banks of the Ohio with Miss Madison. I was here as a young kid on the banks watching Jim McCormick bring home the Gold Cup in 1971. Followed it in the parade just the other day. We pulled our model hydroplanes in the parade like we did as kids. It's very nostalgic, and there's something about the Madison Regatta that really brings out the best in our people and the best in our city, and we're very proud of our rich tradition.
You've got a very special place. You've got very special people. Obviously, I don't have to tell you that. I appreciate you taking a few minutes and coming up here and joining us. And thank you for what you did for H1 Unlimited Racing, but also for Madison and that boat, and congratulations. That must have been a monumental effort.
It took a lot of people, and I'm just grateful to be surrounded by a phenomenal team. There's great young leadership and talent here in Madison, Indiana. And that's why I'm very bullish on our community. You should just watch out, Brad, for the next few years. We're going to get even better.
That means I can come back in next year.
Absolutely. Please, you're always welcome.
For the 65th year.
Always. Come back.
Let's do it. He is Mayor Bob Courtney from Madison, Indiana. We've been saying it all weekend. If you are a hydroplane racing fan, or even if you're not, if you're coming to the Midwest and you're within a shout of this town, make sure you stop by. You will not be disappointed. Madison, Indiana. Mayor Bob Courtney, thank you.
Thanks so much, man.
All right, thank you very much. We'll step away, and when we come back, we'll be racing again. It's the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River.
The banks of the Ohio River as it flows by the community of Madison, Indiana. Population about 13,000 on a soft summer day.
Every summer, this historic town becomes the epicenter of speed, tradition, and thunder on water. The Madison Regatta has roots dating back to 1911, but it was in 1950 with the formation of the Unlimited Racing Commission that Madison became a full-time stop on the unlimited hydroplane circuit. What makes the Madison Regatta truly unique isn't just the roaring engines or the spectacular river setting. It's the community. Madison, with a population under 13,000, is the smallest city in the world to own and operate a championship-level unlimited hydroplane. The boat? The legendary Miss Madison. For decades, Miss Madison wasn't just a race boat, it was a symbol of pride. Funded by locals, maintained by volunteers, and driven by passion, she competed against boats backed by big cities and corporate sponsors. Then, in 1971, in one of the most emotional moments in hydroplane history, Miss Madison won the APBA Gold Cup on home waters.
The checkered flag is out, the crowd is on its feet, and here's the finish of the Gold Cup race, and Miss Madison has won it.
a true underdog victory that inspired a generation, and later, a Hollywood film. Today, the Madison Regatta remains a cornerstone of the H1 Unlimited calendar. It's more than just a race. It's a celebration of community spirit, perseverance, and the enduring thrill of thunderbolts screaming down the river. In the world of hydroplane racing, some cities host races. Madison lives it.
here at the Super ATV Judges Stand, the final day for the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. I'm Jeff Ayler with Jordan Bear, and Jordan, I went out in the crowd and spoke to some friends, and I don't know why sometimes when people hear my voice in the crowd, I had some nice folks come up to say hi. One gentleman was from Hanover, and another guy I'd never met before. He said, where are you from? I said, where do you think I'm from? He goes, I think you're from Texas. I said, I'm 4 miles from here up on the hill on Rikers Ridge.
I like Sam's answer better.
So the hammer verified it from Chandler Chevrolet. I had to walk him over. His last name was Hall. Good to meet you, Mr. Hall, from up in Detroit. And got to say, that's the first time anyone thought I was from Texas.
Well,
hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em horns. Boy, I hope there aren't any Boomer Sooners out here, because, man, that's blasphemous talk there when you get that involved.
So the positive, Jake McCormick's boat is back to the dock, and Jordan right now. Fans along the shoreline, I believe Jake is going to be okay, but our safety and rescue personnel, those are the last people we want to call on at a race. We don't want their number dialed whatsoever, but thank the good Lord they're here. Fans, let's give it, and let the safety and rescue personnel hear your appreciation.
Absolutely. A big thank you to them. Again, as you said, Jeff, they're trying to get, again, Jake is off. I saw him greet his wife when he got off the dock here. And it looks like, again, that's what we're waiting for, because the Jersey Skiffs, which are scheduled to go out next, they're all in the water.
And with that, Jake was brought to the shoreline, and a big thank you goes out to our fine folks with Norton's King's Daughters Hospital, our emergency personnel here this weekend. And Jordan, also to a big thank you out to all of our volunteer firefighters in the pit area. And Kenny Washer warned me yesterday, Jeff, that yellow truck is the number one.
Oh, okay.
From Fair Play number 1, but lots of fine firefighters in the city of Madison are down there, and we're going to honor the city of Madison volunteer firefighters. They will present Unlimited 3B, and with that, let's thank all of our emergency responders and volunteer firefighters.
Excellent to hear. And there it is, the boat's being lifted, Jeff Ayler, out of the Ohio River.
You know, Jordan, our volunteer firefighters, the good Lord just didn't bless me to be an emergency personnel or firefighter, but I know Kenny Washer's probably listening. A couple years ago down the road, there was a unfortunate incident from us. And,
yes.
you know, it really made me think that being a volunteer and being a firefighter, now, fans, I want you to think about it. There's more to volunteer firefighting than holding a hose and putting water on a fire. It goes very, very deeper than that.
Oh, it does. I mean, and I remember that incident a couple of years ago. It was down the road from the station, and
Well, we must be on the live stream, because my good friend up in Washington, Michigan, he said, you're sure as hell ain't from Detroit.
Well,
good afternoon.
Not that Detroit's a bad city. Not that Detroit's a bad city.
Jordan, I got to step away for a bit, and
yes, sir.
Got some family coming down to Mulberry Street, and I got to get them in, and they're part of MAG Simulations. They want to see the boat they're sponsoring. I'll be right back to you.
Yes, sir.
Back here at the Super ATV Judges stand, we got some information for you. Jordan Bear, I had to take a trip up to the Mulberry Street gate. Mr. Anthony Ayler, his counterpart with Mag Simulations, needed to enter the arena. They're in. Anthony, good seeing you. Hope you're enjoying your time at the Madison Regatta. Jordan, you got some information for our guests, the race fans along the shoreline, led by the Hammer.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have Jersey Skiffs get ready to go out and do their race. So then when Jersey Skiffs are done, we're then going to have Unlimited Heat 3A, and then we'll have the Jersey Skiffs again after that, and then Unlimited Heat 3B following that. That is what I just heard over the radio.
So up next will be the Tony Steinhardt Memorial Unlimited Heat 3A. We'll have the qualifier for the skiffs. Then the City of Madison Volunteer Firefighters presents Unlimited 3B. The skiffs can refuel in the water, and then we'll have their championship heat. Well, out and about and again in our crowd, another gentleman come up and said, I know that voice. Brian Walter from Detroit. He's an outboard racer, and Brian, good to meet you. He wants the Thunderbolts back in the D, and hopefully they will return someday to the Yankee Stadium of boat racing, the Detroit River in Detroit. We do have the lineups for you for Unlimited 3A and 3B. Up next, the Tony Steinhardt Memorial Unlimited 3A. Boats participating, the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate, the U27 Miss Apollo, and the U9 Beacon Plumbing. Unlimited 3B will be a two-boat duel, and I think it's going to be a good one. We have the U11 Flav-R-Pac with Jamie Nilsen, and the U8 Beacon Electric with Laura Fider's favorite driver, J. Michael Kelly. We do have the lane assignments for Grand Prix 3A. Lane 1, Greg Hopp. Lane 2, John Shaw. Lane 3, Jeff Bernard. Lane 4, Brandon Kennedy. Lane 5, John Grigg III, Scooter. Heat 3B and Grand Prix, the lane assignments. Lane number 1, Jimmy King. Lane number 2, Kevin Ekrit. Lane number 3, Austin Ekrit. Lane number 4, Ken Lupton. Lane number 5, Jack Lupton.
Michael Kelly.
Here is your lineups for 3A and 3B for Grand Prix 1
there's a
through
famous
5.
line, and everybody that's listening
Left
out
to
there
right.
that's heard it 1,000. He would have been
Good
able
old
perhaps to give it a...
From Kennewick, Washington, the Cougar from Washington State out of Pullman, jotting them down very nicely. Mr. Luce, happy birthday once again. Glad you're back in Madison. You're welcome. We'll forego the U number today because we're at the end of the day here at this Governor's Cup, and I want to make certain we're on good status until the winner is crowned.
Well, we're now waiting again. We're waiting for the rescue boats to go back out because the skiffs are there. So we'll have the skiffs qualifier, then Unlimited Heat 3A, then the skiffs final, then Unlimited Heat 3B. So that is our schedule right now. And right now we are just waiting for the emergency boats to go back out to the water.
Boy, and what a job our pit workers, and I just hate this for Jake McCormick, and that's the usual process. The skid fin come off the left side, and they've got the hooks on it, and they'll pick it up and gingerly drain as much water out of that craft as they can. The idea right now is to flip it back over right side up in the water so you can get the crane slings on it to put it back on the trailer. And boy, with one submerging like that, it needs to be totally looked at inside, outside, and probably be a tough thrash, but I know Jake wants to drive, and he has help from Tom Newman's team. Great group. They'll get assistance there, and we can fix the boat. We can't fix Jake, and I believe he is okay.
Yeah, he is. I saw him greet his wife when he got off of the boat onto the dock. So fortunately, it looks like Jake is okay. And again, that's scary, is what that is. And well, thank goodness he's okay. Again, a boat can be fixed, a person cannot. So fortunately, he's okay. And now again, the boats, it appear, I assume they're going to be heading out back to the water soon. The rescue boats seem to be hanging out here by the docks quite a bit right now.
Unlimited 3A, the Tony Steinhardt Memorial, the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate is in the drink. Where have they been at today? They were hanging out over here by our friends at WRX. Maybe they're celebrating in the VIP area today, waiting for the big one coming up in the final.
Maybe that's where they are. Maybe they're celebrating a little bit, but still got a couple more races to win before you can really start celebrating today. Of course, hopefully, Tate, I talked to Andrew Tate a little bit ago, said just, lost the fire and is what caused it to go dead. And it's unfortunate, but hopefully he can get that, because I want to see that showdown between him and Corey Peabody here in this next race. So I'm ready to see that, and hopefully we're about ready to go here soon. But we have Jersey skiffs that'll go out before that.
U91 in the water, U27 in the water, and the U9 in the water, getting set for the clock countdown for the Tony Steinhardt Memorial Unlimited 3A. Now we will go back to the skiffs being first, and that will be followed by the Tony Steinhardt Memorial. About the past 20 minutes, I think I'm getting over the gravel.
Well,
I'm still going to have you do the awards. You need to learn anyway.
I probably do at some point. You're correct, Jeff. Thank you for that. I appreciate you doing that to me. But I'm happy to do it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think we're ready for it. So looks like the rescue boat's finally going back out on the river. So we're probably just about ready to go for Jersey Skiffs. Their boats are lined up. So the riders and drivers are probably just about ready to go. But once we get the official Jeff Ayler, as we wait for the emergency boats to go back out onto the water, we are now seeing Jake. So it looks like they're getting it flipped over. They're now waiting for a diver to come up and hook it up, because like you said, Jeff, they want it right side up before they get it hooked onto the, before they get it hooked up, so that way they can put it on the trailer. H1 Chief Referee Jonathan Abbott down there making sure everything's going well.
And Jordan, with that, while we're waiting, it can give our fans and guests along the shoreline a little bit information about the Jersey Speed Skiffs coming out. Long overdue appearance for these boats to actually race in Madison. These crafts primarily run on the East Coast. Back in the day, they were known as the Rum Runners. And the boat length around 16 feet, seats the driver and the rider. The rider does have duties in the cockpit, hand signals between the driver and rider. They're looking at the gauges as well, along with the countdown clock inside the boat. And also, too, that rider's a good extra set of eyes to let the driver know someone is coming up behind us or on our outside or inside. And boats are powered by a 283 or 305 stock Chevrolet engine, racing trim with the pilot and rider inside. You're looking at about 1,600 pounds, and straightaway speeds here 75 to 80 miles per hour. But that bouncing effect up and down the chutes and that sideways motion in the turns that makes this a very exciting class to watch. And I took a ride in one years ago with my friend Billy Sewell over in Maryland in the Bound for Glory, and it was the opposite. I thought the chutes would be the smoothest and the turns would be the worst, but you need to have some nice padding on your bottom, getting that bounce effect in the chutes. The straightaways were pretty good, but after our flag lap, we took a couple of hot laps, and on the cool-off lap, the hot shoe then in skiffs, Tom Packarduni, he tried to get me wet, and thank God Billy had good driving skills, and he failed at that.
Absolutely. I'm jealous that you got to do that. And although I see the way they do some of it, let me tell you what, it got rough out there. But the Jersey skiffs, those have become a favorite amongst the people here along the shorelines. Like I said, my niece and my sister-in-law were telling me yesterday as we were swimming that they loved the Jersey skiffs, and it was a lot of fun. And I think we got 2 Jersey skiffs coming up. Again, we'll have a Jersey skiff race here once we get the rescue boat back out, and then we'll have H1 Unlimited Heat 3A, Jersey skiff final, and then H1 Unlimited Heat 3B.
Jordan, they did get the limelight turned right side up, but boy, it went back down. And boy, what an effort by our safety and rescue personnel, pit workers, trying everything they can to get Jake's boat out of the water. Wind conditions coming from the west, something I don't like, and it's nothing to hide here for our fans along the shoreline. I'd like to see that shift more coming out of the bluegrass state of Kentucky, but it's coming up right up the Ohio River right now. And Jordan, the tough part with that is that wind's going right up against the current, and see a little bit of whitecap activity, but right now by my eye, it's easy for me to say an armchair quarterback. It is raceable, and I think the skiffs can handle it. Obviously, the Unlimiteds can handle this water right now, but when we were in Gunnersville, Alabama 4 weeks ago, it was seen swells up to 12 to 18 inches, and it was just a tough day at the Southern Cup. But we're here off and rolling at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Thought we had some information to pass along, Jordan. Officials to our left just swapping out rescue boats, one taking place of another. And we do want to get this boat out of the water, not only for Jake's sake and the crew's sake, but also too for our other teams that come back into the pit dock. Absolutely. And that way too, it gives a crane clearance to that crane. We apologize for the delay, but I think you can quite understand. This is a 6-liter boat. It's a tough task getting a hydroplane out of the water, especially the bigger one, 6-liter, 7-liter GP Unlimited. You got to get it in a position to drain water out of it, and once that's away, it's a little bit easier to put back on the trailer.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, that's what we're waiting for, and it looks like they may be trying to do that now. They had a diver get in and try to get that hooked up, and hopefully we'll see that out of the water here shortly.
And it's popping up. The crane operator from Starrett Crane and Rigging. So they'll lift it up, try to drain as much as they can, and then go up a little bit higher to drain some more. But it's in a lot better position in the last 15 seconds than it was 16 seconds ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, that was just a scary moment there for everybody. We're ready. We are ready to go. We are just about ready to go racing, folks.
Skiff drivers, stand by for your clock countdown. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's 1 to the 5 for the skiff qualifier. "30 seconds until the 5-minute period, skiff qualifier. "20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for the skiff qualifier. Skiffers, start them up. And Jordan Bear, I found my sheet.
Did you?
Got home last night with hydro news. It was in my pocket.
Was there a wireless mic in there as well, Jeff Ayler?
I had a tethered one there.
Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. So right now, the Jersey Speed Skiffs making their way out onto the race course. You're in for a treat, folks. This is a lot of fun to watch. Is the JS45. That was one in the red that went dead yesterday. I thought it was going to catch Yumpin Yemeni there in that second lap, but it went dead on at the middle of turn 2. But it had a great race with Yumpin Yemeni, of course, in the red. Driver Samantha Awancio. The rider is Max Awancio. For the Yumpin Yemeni, the driver is Jimmy Stewart, while Peg Awancio is the rider.
We'll ID the boats the first time when they come by the start-finish line buoy. Would like to say hello to all of our skiff watchers and viewers watching on H1 Unlimited. I'm Jeff Ayler along with Jordan Bear. Jordan is the morning show host on Works 96.7 FM WORX Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. I'm just the old guy from Rikers Ridge, and our skiff fans watching online, I hope I get all these driver-rider assignments in the proper spots. If I miss one, I do apologize, but we got 8 set to go and 8 ready, and I know Billy Sewell is looking forward to seeing his son, George Sewell, out here in the repeat offender. I always got to plug Billy. He's the one that gave me the skiff ride.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are now at just under 3 minutes until the start of the Jersey Skiff Qualifier.
Probably circle around one more time. I wanted to check one more note. The red, that's a sister-brother tandem. The sister, Samantha Awancio, is the driver. Her brother, Max, is the rider. That of Berlin, Maryland, 225. Oh, no, the Hammer's favorite skiff, the Kryptonite, back to the dock. Nicholas Wheeler and Kevin Gunther, the Kryptonite, got the Superman jinx again. Hate that for that team.
No kidding. That's the second straight race they've had that issue, so I'm curious to see what's going on over there. Maybe we'll find out a little more. But right now, we are now at 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So we'll be down to 7 boats here in the qualifier. Boat by the start-finish line buoy, the 721 going skiffing crazy. Of Annapolis, Maryland, Dallas, True Love. Oh, did we get a black flag? No, they're just slowing down. I'm sorry.
Say what?
Because we had that one cutting through. Now we got another one coming in. Oh, my, that's the first flight with Mike Probola and Robert Boslowski. So we're going to be down to 6. We're here at the 125 mark. Going Skiffing Crazy in turn 1, Dallas True Love and Rob Schiller. I see the favorites, Yumpin' Yemeni, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, and the orange number 10. There's the Not Right, the Purple Craft, Dave Savage drives, Mike Hendrickson rides. The repeat offender is out here, the dominant white boat with Tanner Hood and George Sewell riding, the Sergeant out of Maryland. And also in here, a boat that I never did get the name of, but Bob Gallo drives out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Bob Birdsall rides out of West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm just calling the craft the Floridians, like the old ABA team back in the day. But this 32 boat is one to watch. I thought they ran well yesterday in the heat race, but the final heat was just not their heat.
Final heat just wasn't their heat, and really they had the first heat won. Unfortunately, they got hit with a penalty for going outside of the buoy lane. Right now, we are under 20 seconds to go, Jeff Ayler. Now at 15 seconds till the start of this race.
10 seconds away, the skiffers will eye the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. We're racing in the skiff qualifier. And there's that 32 I mentioned, the Floridians, and boy, lane 3, that's Samantha Namaxawancio. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio squeezed in there in lane 1. Oh my goodness, how did they not touch? But the sister-brother tandem lead it off the corner in the red in front.
Oh, in the red in front, and don't forget the Floridians are coming up right behind him, and so is Yumpin' Yemeni. There's a little bit of a battle for second, but in the red right now, starting to pull ahead. But how about that battle for second? Look at the Yumpin' Yemeni and the Floridians. Now it looks like the Floridians and Yumpin' Yemeni are trying to catch in the red. Now the Floridians are in first, and so is Yumpin' Yemeni, Jeff, as they hit lap number 1.
My goodness, Bob Gallo, I don't think there's nitrous in that boat, but it sure looked like it. That 283 or 305 coming in lane 3, but the tough break for the Floridians. They're going a long way around. Beautiful dueling here in the skiff qualifier on this Sunday at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. And Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall starting to check out. Lap number 1 complete, 3 to go. And that in the red is in second, and the favorites on paper in third, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio. And the Floridians hit a hole. Here come the Awancios, side by side.
Side by side again, and we almost had a capsize there. Oh, we almost saw something bad there, but fortunately they're still going. The Floridians are still back in first. In the red is okay. I thought we were about to see someone upside down there. Fortunately, everyone's okay. We're still racing. The Floridians are in first. Behind them, that is in the red. They're trying to catch Yumpin' Yemeni in third. Again, the 32 has the long way around. In the red has seemed to get back into it again. Got a little light there, but right now it is still all the Floridians, Jeff, as they look to complete lap number 2.
Boy, Jordan, I thought that was in the red. We heard some firecracker sounds in the background. It was some of our fans over in Milton, Kentucky, right at the right time. But now the 32, the Florida tandem of Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall checking out. We'll come down to complete lap number 2, 2 to go in this fabulous skiff qualifier. Samantha Awancio, Max Awancio not giving up in second, and in the red, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio in third in the Yumpin' Yemeni. We want to give a call out to our 4th, 5th, and 6th place boats. Side-by-side duel for 4th between Going Skiffin' Crazy, the 721, and repeat offender, the 8, and back in 6 is the Not Right, but up the back chute, squeeze the orange. They're looking good.
Absolutely. My goodness gracious. The Floridians continue to look really well. And Yumpin' Yemeni, again, who has not really been tested yet this week. Yumpin' Yemeni in third, in the red in second. But right now, the Floridians continue to get in first place. They're out well in front of everyone, about a 5 or 6 boat length lead. As Jeff Ayler, they hit the exit pin of turn number 2. They're going to be looking for the white flag.
Coming off turn number 2, Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall. Jordan, sometimes I can call them right. This one is one to watch. Final heat time, when they refuel it, they're going to be a contender in the final. White flag displayed. 3 complete and 1 more to go for Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall Jr. in front. Boys, oh, and Samantha Wancio way up in the air. Recovered with her brother Max. And the boat in second place. Their mother, Pega Wancio, is the rider with her brother Jimmy Stewart. Family or not, son and daughter, brother and sister, they're battling.
They are indeed battling, and again, you got some rough water there, and right now the Floridians, they just need to calmly do it, but man, look at this battle for a second. Right now, and the red got really high there, and now Yup and Yemeni's gonna overtake him for second place, Jeff, because right now they have suddenly done it. They have the shorter way around, and now the Floridians are gonna be coming down, looking for the checker flag, some light boats there again, Jeff, but it looks like we're getting close to the end, Jeff. Bring him home.
Coming down. That should be the, yep, there's the checkered flag. Your winner will be Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall Jr. in the 32 Floridians. And Jordan, after taking a ride in one of these, and here comes in the red back.
Oh.
Yup and Yemeni in the red. Yemeni, red, 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 red in second.
That was awesome.
Yemeni in third.
Now that was how Jersey skips a race, Jeff Ayler. I think everyone's heart skipped a few beats multiple times during that race, but that was fun to watch.
And I was saying after taking a ride in one of these, let me tell you something, that hurts.
Does it?
Yeah.
Looks like we had one go dead, Jeff, up there in the backstretch.
Wanted to bring Dave Savage and Mike Hendrickson comes across in fourth in the not right. Want to bring Tanner Hood and Sergeant George Sewell. No, that's the going skiffing crazy. Did we lose the 8? Yeah, they're dead in the water. My apologies to that team and the race fans. 5th place will go to Going Skiffing Crazy with Dallas Truelove and Rob Schiller.
Wow.
Jordan, I think I can make it. I'm going to make an executive call. You'll do the Tony Steinhardt Memorial, bring him to the line, and I'll take him down the back chute. Our regatta president, Kyle Bipes, I'm kicking him out.
Works for me.
As Dave Shaw, our chief referee, afternoon, but don't go with the ice cream cone in the boat. Get it after you're done.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, Jordan, we got our fans' attention along the shoreline. Becky Cravens, the president of the Vintage Thunder, fans in front of her down there are on their feet. They love these skiffs. And we love you, race fans, and we're glad you like the Jersey Speed skiffs. Most of them are pulling in. Fans, give the appreciation. Tell them how much you like these skiffers. Get Bernie and the Hammer out there in one next year and we'll be set. Have another boat based right here in Madison, Indiana.
I'm all for the hometown flavor for any class.
I think the Hammer just give a slap to the burn.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow.
Oh, having fun on this Sunday afternoon at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Jordan, I need to call an important friend of mine, and
yes, sir.
We'll be brief, and I'll come back with you.
Yes, sir.
And back again on the start-finish line tower in Madison, Indiana, on the banks of the Ohio River. It's the 75th Madison Regatta from Madison, Indiana for H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes and other support classes. I'm Brad Luce. That's Tanner Faust. Tanner, I thought I lost you. I thought maybe you hit the road and went out of here. You've been down in the pit area. You've been a busy guy down there.
Yeah, you know, it's warmer down there, so that's why I've been. Well, first of all, I just want to say we're making it to the end of a race weekend, which is first for me.
That's good.
And it is just awesome. Coming into Heat 3A, going to start here in 10 minutes or so. But yeah, I had a chance to talk to so far the fastest man on the water, Andrew Tate, down in the pits just a few minutes ago about his experience overnight, what they changed about the boat, and what they're expecting for the third heat.
Good. Let's take a listen to that interview with Andrew Tate and Tanner Faust.
With Andrew Tate, and a question that I hate being asked as a racer is, you know, your quickest qualifying, what happened in the heat?
You know, the fastest boat doesn't always win, and that's part of why we show up to race, right? So, good qualifying, good first heat. Tried to make a last-minute decision there to dive inside, and it kind of cost us. So, I came over the radio before the race was even over and apologized to the guys, and, you know, wiped the board and start over.
So with the turbine, I mean, when you're off throttle, it goes to an idle. Is it just really susceptible at that time if it gets a little bit wet, or what causes it to stall like that?
Yeah, anything too quick, it'll put the fire out and just take it back down to ground idle. So sometimes if you're too quick on the throttle, too quick off the throttle, it'll just kind of shut itself down to protect itself. And yeah, we caught ourselves there, shot ourselves in the foot a bit.
So from the outside, everything looks so aggressive and quick and abrupt, but on the inside, your right foot has to be butter smooth in order to kind of take care of that turbine.
Yeah, the smoother the better. I think in all racing, usually smoother is faster.
Sure.
But with the helicopter engines, more so, it's, yeah, you want to be smooth on and off the throttle, as well with the steering wheel. You know, you guide the boat and keep your boat speed up, but smoother is faster, and last-minute decisions usually aren't the best ones. It's easier to stick to the game plan.
Okay, so enough about that.
Yeah.
Sweet. Moving on. I mean, this course is pretty unique. Long straightaways, but the tightest corners, I think, of the year. 700-foot diameter.
Yeah, radius there. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. So, where's your compromise land for you? I mean, do you sacrifice some top speed to be able to exit the corner effectively? Where do you find the balance that works best? Because you certainly have the overall result speed.
Yeah, I think most of us, all the competition really is geared down. It's a river course too, which, you know, you get 3-4 boats out there, the water gets churned up, the current's kind of pulling it right back into the race course where you want to be. So, I mean, you hit the holes, you bounce around, and you're just almost constantly kind of shrugging off boat speed. So to have those littler gears in there and be able to get back up to your top speed faster is usually the way to go. And I think that's what most of us have done here this weekend.
That's what it
based off what I've seen.
Yeah, and for what I've seen and heard, and certainly doesn't hurt at the start also, right?
Right, especially here. I mean, you come off the corner and it's like you're on top of the starting line already. So it's really hard to get a good run and judge, you know, okay, where am I at on my marks? How fast am I going? What lane am I in? Because it all continuously changes. And all it takes is hitting one of those little holes or big holes to, you know, knock 5-10 mile an hour off, and now you're half a second behind where you should have been. So.
Well, to that point, and last question, when you're deciding what gearing to go with, is it based on your lane strategy also? Because if you are deciding to commit to the inside lane, possibly get into the white water, I mean, you would need lower gearing then, I assume, rather than if you're just committing to take an outside lane.
Yeah, absolutely. If you know you're going to go around the outside lane, you could get away with a larger gear and really keep it wound up. The question is that going to be the fastest way around the race course with 3-4 boats inside you, you know? It's a unique place because if we could, we would use the entire race course. We'd be moving, you know, just like a stock car. Enter high, apex, exit wide, and keep that momentum up. So we can't do that in a race because of the rooster tails, obviously, and having to hold our lanes, and we don't want to put anyone upside down or mess anything up and get a penalty for that matter. So there is a happy medium, and it's definitely a part of the strategy.
It's interesting. It's the first time I've heard how much of a different track it is from qualifying to actually race line. It's literally a completely different course then if you have to hold a constant radius.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we ran a 155 in qualifying yesterday. If I had to guess, I haven't looked, but we're probably running 145s today, fastest.
Huge
on
difference.
average. Yeah, it's a 10-mile-an-hour difference because we're kind of stuck, almost railroaded in that lane where you can't move left, you can't move right. You got to hold your arc and maintain and kind of respect the boats around you. So it changes a lot, you know, and hopefully throughout the course of the weekend you continue to learn so that you can throw your best combination at it for the winner take all final come Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the format of the racing where you do get some points for being outright fast, you do get some points for being reliable and consistent and adapting quickly, and you do get some points for just straight up racecraft at the end of the day.
There's a lot that goes into it. It's not all just left-hand turns. Yeah. It's a lot of strategy. It's kind of a oversized chess match, I guess.
Well, we're looking forward to it on Sunday, so thanks a lot, Andrew.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep.
What a nice guy. I mean, it's the first time I've really talked to Andrew. And calm, cool, and collected, knows what he needs to do to win. But for me, on the technical side, explained a lot about why everybody is geared down, because it really is a different track when you're driving a lane versus having the whole race course to yourself where you can open up the radius as much as possible for qualifying.
That's what we were watching yesterday on the Grand Prix. These guys were coming down here. We had guys coming down the front straightaway during qualifying, coming down in lane 6, and then they were starting to turn long before they got to the buoy. And the only buoy they wanted to get close to was the apex buoy, and then they would take it back out wider. It's the same thing with H1. And again, talking about the gearing on it, this is a shorter course. So it was interesting. He brought up falling in the holes. They're 6,000-7,000 pound race boats. They don't accelerate real quick, so you got to be able to get that speed back. So it was interesting to hear him talk about gearing it down. It's kind of what we thought, but that's it. But maybe you take a different tack and just say, I'm going to wind this thing up on the outside and let her fly and see what happens.
Exactly. He also, confirmed that you really do choose your gearing based on what lane you think is going to be best. And then it's on you for the 5 minutes before the start to make sure for your whole team that is put the gears in and got the boat set up right for lane 3 that you actually get that lane, or lane 1 that you actually get that lane in the pre-race race.
Yeah, they'll love to talk to you about they go out there with 3 or 4 different plans up their sleeve, but they're only geared one way. And, yeah, that's that big chess match he was talking about. I've got the impression you're probably learning a lot this weekend.
I mean, every weekend. Look, I mean, a racing series that's been around so long, tactics that have been developing for over 75 years just on this race alone. I love the learning process. It's funny how similar from motorsport to motorsport it goes, whether you're flying an airplane on the water in a boat or in a car with tires. It always comes down to a few limitations of the rules, how to maximize those, and then some key strategic parts of the weekend where you need to be 100%,
right,
in order to maximize your points and give yourself the momentum to win.
So what we're getting in our ear, I don't know if you picked that up, Tanner, but I'm not surprised of what was just put in my ear. We are on an H1 Unlimited wind hold. And if you look down to the right, and we'll get maybe some cameras down there that can show what's going on, but coming up river from turn 1, it's not near as bad here at the start-finish line, but we've been looking at it here for about the last hour and a half. This wind has picked up, and it's coming up river, and it is rough and soupy down there in turn 1. And that's where we've been talking about the problems being all weekend anyway, with a big natural hole down there. This just makes it doubly worse. And they've always got to err on the side of safety. You know that. Any form of racing, first things first, you got to keep people as safe as you can.
Sure, and after the cameras turned off with Andrew down there in the pits, he did mention that wind upriver is the absolute worst. It peaks all the waves.
Yep.
It's pushing against the current, and it ends up just churning the water before the boats even get to it, and that just adds to the mix. So that, even with light wind, is something to deal with, but now that it's up over 10, 15 miles an hour, I imagine it would be difficult.
Yeah, and our fans are looking on the screen there. You're actually looking across the river, but you're looking more up the river than you are down. So you're not looking straight down the river, and you're still seeing the tops of whitecaps that are basically cresting and rolling away from you and away from the camera. If that look were to be straight down the river, it would be probably twice as bad. It's not real pretty right now. And given what we ran into down in Guntersville 3 weeks ago, wind is a word we never like to talk about in boat racing. We can handle a lot of things, and fog, and we can handle rain, but the wind is always, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, well, whatever. I wouldn't want to. I'm not to where I'm ready to get in one of these boats and try it out even on smooth water. I can't imagine. You know, I did a jump one time at the Indy 500, and it was a Hot Wheels jump. We broke the world record, 332 feet in a truck, and 2 miles an hour of wind completely would twist that boat all around. So these guys flying these boats right off the surface of the water, I imagine it has a huge effect.
Yeah, it would. And now we're getting a look up and down pit row here. You're looking at the U-27 of Miss Apollo, and the slings are being attached. Dave Villwock's ride there was slated to go in our Heat 3A, and they are going to pick that boat up out of the water. I'm assuming they're going to put it back up on the trailer. Maybe not, but I'm going to bet that's what they're going to do. And what they would do if not would be they would pick the boat up and just hang it over the water. But I got a hunch with those 3 boats sharing 2 cranes, they're all going to want to move. So I think they'll probably pick them up and put them out of the water and put them back up on the trailer. So too bad we're in a bit of a hold. However, what that means is this is probably your last opportunity, because they said they're going to put the Jersey speed skiffs in and run them again. And I know you're just dying to get that opportunity.
Microphone it. Oblum, can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. You know, I ain't part of that.
Did you see that? I figured out why
wild.
they have a roll cage. I've been trying to figure it out, because they're not going to hit the bottom.
Right.
Right? It's because the other boats land on top of them.
That's not a good thing. That doesn't sound good.
No, but it must happen often enough that they have to put a roll cage over the passenger and the driver. Passenger is just a bad word anyway. And I'm not sure if you also saw at the end of the race, half of the passengers came off on all fours, crawled themselves onto the dock, didn't say a word to the driver, and walked away. So
a number of those teams are husband and wife teams.
Yeah, explains a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure they thought that was a real good idea.
At one point in time.
Yeah, sharing
maybe
your
now
passion.
not so much. The Jersey speed skiffs are going back out, and we've had them on the live stream. And if maybe that's a better term for it, the live scream.
Oh, seriously.
There's got to be some hooting and hollering. And I had a ride. Now, it was not in a race. Now, we had boats on a very calm river.
It was windy today.
Yeah. Oh, this is rough. This is soupy. And we've been talking about turn 1 down here in the GP course and how rough it gets. Well, that's right where they're going.
I would love to put on request to microphone up some of those married couples and get a couple good candid races documented.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you'd have to bleep out probably a lot.
A
honestly.
lot.
Yeah. But it just looked like a rough ride. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I haven't had a rough ride, but my gosh, they're threatening to get upside down half the lap.
That start of the last heat, and I know we had it on the live stream, 7 or 8 boats, and they all blew into that corner all together. There was no way in the world all of those boats were coming out, yet they did. They did. Somehow, miraculously, all of the boats came out, and at quick head count, all passengers were still on board.
So my understanding is the Jersey skiffs developed from moonshine running.
That's correct.
Yeah, running out. Don't look like they've really changed the design of the boat besides the roll cage probably since they ran moonshine.
And they used to put the illegal alcohol in that hole up front and then stuff it all up in the nose.
And then just run.
At night.
Yeah.
At night, out on the rivers in the dark. Yeah.
I mean, there's
Here they go. The speed skiffs are up and running.
There's a lot of great racing that has come out of running alcohol, strangely enough.
This is a replay of the previous heat when the boats were out. Yeah, it's a wild ride, and it's funny you bring up the roll cage because I don't follow these boats. I had a ride in one many, many, many years ago. It was a lot of fun. Didn't have a roll cage, I will say. So we were discussing the roll cage last night as well, and we were talking about it. Well, it's because the boats may actually collide and have a boat go up on top of, one of the other boats. My comment was that maybe it was to keep the passenger in.
Could be. There you go.
So you can't get thrown.
Like, you got to tell them how to undo the seatbelt for safety, but you don't have to tell them how to get out of the roll cage.
These are the boats going through the first turn. And It's just wild. There you're looking down the river, and you're kind of,
I mean, that's us screaming. Can you imagine how loud they're screaming in their helmets?
You need to be in one of these.
No.
This is a rite of passage.
I'll be honest, it's not the first thought that comes to mind. Gosh.
We can get you, however, and we've talked about this, we do need to do it when we get out to the Northwest Tri-Cities or Seattle. The Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum will have a fleet of vintage hydroplanes there. And it's much different than this, trust me.
That's cool. You can control how hard you go, right? I mean, your foot's on the gas pedal.
Not yours, but that's okay.
It's a passenger ride.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, maybe they'll let you take one out. We've got Jimmy Johnson going to take out the Blue Blaster, the famous Atlas Van Lines hull that Bill Muncie drove to so many great victories. We're going to have that in Seattle on a Friday afternoon. If those of you listening are in the greater Seattle area and have not heard that or become aware of that, on Friday afternoon.
There's a roll cage doing its job right there.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
That was for second place. That was the last corner of the last lap. I mean, jeez. I got nervous in the parade at 3.5 miles an hour being a passenger on a golf cart.
There you go.
And I'm just saying, this looks like torture.
But we need to do that out in the Northwest to make sure we get you on board with one of those boats. Yes, they were in the day. They were 200-mile-an-hour race boats, but you won't go anywhere near that fast. And
so for those vintage, is it kind of like a parade lap sign or sort
pretty
of thing?
Much.
And so they keep them under 150 or 130, something like that?
Yeah, you'll touch 130, 140 miles an hour. That was Craig Barney, by the way, who just wanted to.
I saw his belly button come
He
across
just wanted
the screen,
to. Those of you who know Craig, that was him who decided to crash
If
our
you
lives.
recognize him from his belly button, then that's an alarming thing.
But yeah, you'll typically 140 will be pretty much the max. It's great. I mean, it truly is. It's terrific.
I mean, it may be like a race car where, I mean, that speed sounds ludicrous to me on the water, but race car, ludicrous ground speed seems to kind of work. They're good at it. They get comfortable over a certain speed. Maybe the air starts to work and smooth things out for you a little bit. I don't know. Is that your experience?
Sure.
That's a hard no.
No, you could not give me enough rides in an unlimited hydroplane.
Would you go with me driving?
Sure.
Really?
I will go anywhere in an unlimited hydroplane. Yes, sign me up. Where do I sign?
I would not trust me. But okay, let's do this.
This is great. My driver doesn't trust himself, but I'm ready to go with him.
Yeah, let's do it.
What does that say?
It says a lot about what you think of the value of your own life right now. Maybe we should talk.
Maybe we should. You talk about Miss Budweiser and Bernie Little, and, he was the flamboyant owner of that boat. His first boat was the famous Budweiser four-seater. And it had 4 seats in the thing. Imagine that. And he was very much the consummate salesman and the showman, and he would take that thing to events and media, anybody, friends, big Budweiser people, whatever. Everybody went for rides in the 4-seat Miss Budweiser. And my first ride came in the 1967 Miss Budweiser. And that was a boat that was built in 1962 as the Shoo-Shoo, and it had 2 seats. And when we restored it at the museum, we restored it with 2 seats. And so that's a really good boat to get a ride in because it's nice and comfy. You got all kinds of room.
Oh, that sounds great.
But no, you'll get one that they'll take the seat out of and then squish 2 of you in there. It's kind of like when Corey and I do the interview.
Yeah.
We get really up close and personal there.
You are sitting on each other's laps there.
But no, it's fun, and it'll give you an entirely different, and a whole different look at what we do, and you'll have a whole different appreciation. But it's fun.
I mean, when you go back and you see some of the historical videos and the things that have been put together for this production alone, I mean, it's a lot of the tech in a lot of these boats transfers from the 50s, but so much of it has changed. I mean, it's really amazing that some of these turbine boats were open cockpit back in the day. I mean, some of those wrecks are just unbelievable, and it mirrors like Formula One where things were so much more dangerous, really, and it wasn't it wasn't really a glamorous sport. I think it was almost like a gladiator type thing where the people that did it kind of always had to have a little bit of crazy in them. Now, in motor racing anyway, you can be very analytical and very calculated and everything, and you don't have to be a crazy person to be a racer. The safety is there.
But it helps.
I mean, a little bit of crazy at moments, maybe.
Yeah, our sport changed dramatically in 1981 and 1982. We had something that we refer to as Black Sunday, which was Father's Day in 1966 on the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. We lost 3 of our best drivers on the same day. There were some, not all in one crash, there were 2 separate crashes, and there's extenuating circumstances as to why that was allowed to occur, because it used to be if there was a fatality, that was the end of the event. But they decided to go on that day, so we lost 3 drivers that day, and then 2 weeks later on the Detroit River, we lost another one. Now, that was 1966, and then in 1967, we lost another driver. 68, we lost another driver. And then we lost a couple more in the ensuing years. But then in 1981, in Acapulco, Mexico, Bill Munsey blew over in his Atlas Van Lines, the boat that Jimmy Johnson's going to drive at Seafair. He blew it over and unfortunately lost his life. And the next year in the Tri-Cities, on a Saturday morning about 9:30, I'll never forget it, I was standing there to watch the run of Dean Chenoweth and the Budweiser, the famous Griffin Budweiser, and over it went, and he did not survive. And the way the story went was that Augie Bush and the board of directors of Anheuser-Busch went to Bernie Little and said, you either figure out a way to make this safer or we're out. We're out. And so he invested a carload of his money, and in 1985 he came out with the Bubble Budweiser, and wasn't fast, but it was safe.
Yeah, I mean, money talks there. It's sometimes safety has to be driven by financial
That's what it was.
decision there. Well, I mean, it looks like the wind is actually starting to roll down a little bit. But we could roll some historic footage.
Yeah, I think what we've got that we can queue up, and it's a pretty good one, we can queue up the final heat, I think, from a year ago, 2024. What you're going to look and see on this one, Tanner Faust, is that upper corner's a lot further upper, if you will. You're going to watch the boats go underneath the famous Milton Madison Bridge. Let's pull that one up in the truck down there. 2024 Indiana Governor's Cup from Madison, Indiana. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. There it is. Look at Andrew. Andrew's going to jump off the dock first. Where's Mike? Yeah, Mike and Corey are a little bit behind him. Here comes Jamie Nielsen. We've talked, John, all this weekend about maybe if you had a good move, you're going to save it for the final. Let's see if somebody's got some different move that we haven't seen yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody is away but Dustin Eccles, and he is away and moving now. Appears to be clean coming away from the dock. And Andrew is already down at the entrance pin to turn 1. He's around it, and all by himself, he will start up the backstretch. Already 4 minutes and 15 seconds until the start. Jamie Nielsen comes off the lower corner behind him. Then the 2 strong boats will hop down there.
Andrew's already going faster.
Yes, he certainly is. You know, we talked about something like this. Would somebody make a hot lap and try and get down and around that corner before anybody came around to cut? Let's just see what this strategy looks like for Andrew Tate, because you're right, he's burning up there at the top end. See how he wants to play it.
Everybody else is slow.
And everybody else is doing something entirely different too. So look at this.
Yeah.
Clearly the strong boats have a different strategy this time through. They're going to go very, very slow. Jamie is just underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. Here comes Andrew. He's across the line at the 3:30 mark. Dustin goes by the 2 strong boats, but he's the trailer. We don't worry about him right now. There's our 80-mile-an-hour rule in play because those guys are plowing water. They're below 80 miles an hour. Doesn't make any difference.
Jamie is all the way to the far end there.
Yep, Jamie's gone down. What did Andrew do? He comes off the corner, and he's behind everybody.
Yep.
Did they play it different, and Andrew played it different, and Andrew thought they'll do the same, and they didn't? is definitely going to be different this time.
Yes.
255 until the start.
It seems like they're trying to Brian turn him off to be here at 1:30.
Could they conceivably be doing that?
Yeah.
All the way around and bring it to it looks that way.
Yeah.
Interesting strategy. If you could let everybody go and just jump to one.
Yeah.
And then defend it. That's it. And the officials are just explaining to us and confirming, as long as they come by here before the minute, or come by here and make one lap, they can cut the course, do what they want. There goes Dustin. He's going to cut. He's the trailer boat.
Andrew joined the Strong Boys.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And where's Mike? Mike's going to go wide. Now he's going to come and bring it back in. Yeah, he went wide up there, and now he's sawing it back into an inside lane. Corey's going to come with him. Andrew's going to come with him, and then it is Jamie Nielsen behind him. So this is a very different starting procedure. Wouldn't have been allowed a year ago, but all the boats are bunched up.
Jamie's joining up.
Yep, Jamie is pulled up with him on the outside. So remember, the 80-mile-an-hour rule is not in play. The boats have to be behind the start-finish line buoys right in front of Jean and us and the camera you're looking at the 1:30 mark, and we're 32 seconds, 1 second mark, 1:30. So that's all clean.
Yep.
Now they're just defending their lane because they have not yet established their lanes. That could still change. If somebody could get a 5-boat overlap, that could change how this would all work. So we will watch them up the backstretch. They establish at the entrance to turn 2 after they go underneath the bridge. But right now, the 2 strong boats sit in lanes 1 and 2. J. Michael Kelly's in 1. Corey Peabody's in 2. Lane 3 belongs to Andrew Tate.
I got a feeling everybody got the lane they wanted.
I'm starting to think that too. And we saw Andrew Tate win from 3 last time out. So he got beat being in 4.
Yes.
But he got to 3, and he was able to drive around. We're going to watch it. Looks like everybody's going to hold those lines. They approach the bridge. We look at the drone shot there. Nobody with enough overlap. It's not going to change. It's going to be JMK sitting in lane number 1. Going to be Corey Peabody in 2. Andrew Tate's going to be in through. On the far outside is going to be Jamie Nielsen. Beacon Electric in 1. Beacon Plumbing in 2. Goodman Real Estate in 3. Mercuries.com in 4.
17 seconds.
It's about a 12-second run off the bridge. Watch for the shadow to go by. There it went, and John is saying, go, 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 go. Here comes Andrew. Here comes Corey. Here they all come. 4 wide. 2 seconds. 1 mark.
Whoa.
Oh, my goodness, that was
start.
close.
Yes.
I think it's good, John, but we'll wait for an official word, and if it was a beauty. They get to the corner. Who gets there first? It's J. Michael Kelly. Turns the corner first. He's got a lot of speed with him. Where's Corey? Where's Andrew? JMK comes off the corner.
Andrew's outside there.
Oh, and we got a
Corey
boat
got
side
caught between.
Oh, Corey definitely got wet.
Yeah.
He definitely got wet coming out of the corner. Don't know if he couldn't hold his lane or it went away from him. We'll let the officials worry about that. Right now, up the backstretch, it is J. Michael Kelly. It is a legal start. Legal start. Up to the top end of the race course. It's still J. Michael Kelly, I think. Our angle here is pretty strong. It is Kelly.
Yeah.
Kelly was able to run
Side
up there
by
with
side.
it.
Side by
by side coming off the corner. Now it's going to be a hard run down the front straightaway. They've got clean water in front of them. It is already boiled into a 2-boat run, and it's J. Michael Kelly, and it is Andrew Tate. Yes, Andrew has got the lead. He's opened up a little bit of water. In fact, he's opened up about 3 boat lengths, John, at the completion of 1. Bottom end of the race course now for our 2 leaders.
For JMK is going to be tough there.
And certainly Andrew Tate giving J. Michael Kelly enough room, but he's making sure he keeps him in that inside lane. They come off, and now Andrew Tate starts to open up water on J. Michael Kelly. The fans along the shoreline here are loving this. Their boat is out in front. Andrew Tate picked the front end up on that boat. It really flew. That boat usually so forgiving. It did. It came back down, but he put a lot of air underneath it, and J. Michael Kelly does not want to let him go. Kelly's going to stay in that left side mirror.
He is.
He's going to stay right with him. And
keeping up pretty good.
Yeah, Bucket List Racing is going to come back to the pit area here. You may see that in the foreground, but our leaders at the top end will come down and put 2 in the books. Andrew Tate on an outside lane. And the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, he is out front. The hometown fans are loving it here in Madison, Indiana. They are getting what they want. And right now it's almost a full Rooster Tail lead as Andrew flies the 91. But it hopped straight up out of the water and went right straight back down in it. The nose didn't rise. They have started lap number 3. Jamie Nilsen goes across in third place. Going to have to keep his eye on the left side mirror because he's got Corey in there coming up, and he's starting to sniff third place.
Andrew's got overlap now if he wants to close in.
He does have overlap, but honestly, John, I don't think he's going to move over on him. I think he likes his lane right where he is. He's building a lead. He's got more than a rooster tail. I think he's going to stay right there and tell Mike, if you want to do it, go for it. Lap number 3. Top end of the race course. Jamie Nielsen's in a good position right now. He's got to keep his eye on Corey. He's coming. Top end of the race course. Our leader, Andrew Tate, Goodman Real Estate. He's opened up water, and now he just needs to find clean water.
Yeah, JMK is going outside now.
Yep, and he just needs to find some clean water and keep her rolling. 3 laps are in the book. Andrew Tate. Boat just runs. Like you said earlier, it just looks effortless when that boat runs. It just looks like it's so easy.
We got a race there for 3rd and 4th.
We do have a race for 3rd and 4th, and Corey is on the inside of Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee. Well, this is going to be an interesting corner down there for our 3rd and 4th place positions because Corey's on the inside of Jamie. Jamie's got to give him room, and it's also soupy down there with our 2 boats ahead of him, and Corey's already taking him up. Corey's going to get off the corner.
Got a good corner there,
But he got rough water there, and he had to pull his foot a little bit, and Jamie Nielsen was able to pull back up alongside, but now Corey starts to open it up. Meanwhile, top end of the race course, our leader, Andrew Tate, he's already up there and going to come down and pick up a a white flag with 1 more to go. Andrew Tate underneath the bridge. This is all set up for him. Madison fans, you've got 1 more lap to go before you can claim the 2024 Indiana Governor's Cup. He gets the white flag, John. That's got to be a good feeling.
Got to be good. 1 more lap. Just praying it just stays together. Doesn't break nothing.
That's it. This is when you start hearing the grumblings.
Jamie's still getting there. It's good.
Jamie is. He is still hanging alongside Corey Peabody. The U11 running beautifully, and he's outside in the slop. Corey's in the tight lane, but he's going to get lobbed down there in that lumpy water as well. Halfway up the backstretch with a half a lap to go. It is our leader. Look at Jamie Nielsen down there at the bottom of the course. He's hanging on. He's hanging on, trying to run after Corey. That's going to be a tall order. Now we go up to the top end of the race course, looking from the drone, looking down. It is Andrew Tate. All the fans in Madison, Indiana, give it up. Here comes your hometown boat. The checkered flag flies. Billy Noonan got it in his hand, and he waves it for Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate.
Madison, Indiana winner.
How about that on the water?
Andrew.
Here's a guy who drove a valiant race.
Yes, he did. He did all he could.
J. Michael Kelly comes across in 2nd place. Jamie, a gamer, trying to run down Corey in 3rd, but this is going to go to Corey Peabody and to Beacon Plumbing. He will come home in 3rd place on the water. Jamie Nielsen, a good run for the U11.
4th place.
Mercuries.com. Wow.
So 2 in a row for Andrew. 2 in a row for Andrew.
2 in a row for Andrew. That is absolutely right.
I'm sure the Madison team must be very happy.
They would have to be very, very happy. And I keep making the comment, what's going to happen when this kid gets used to this boat? This is a brand new boat for him this year.
Don't want to think about that.
No, that's a little scary. But it was a dynamite run. I don't know what happened with Corey coming out of turn 1, but he definitely got wet. The lane went away, or he went into a rooster tail. We don't know. The officials, I'm sure, are going to have a look at that if they haven't already. And we will check that. J. Michael Kelly goes up to the top end of the course, and I'm sure he looks out the window at Andrew, and nicely done, young man. You're my combatant. I'm going to fight with you every inch of the way, but when you beat me, and I'll call that fair and square. So we got a couple of boats that cut the race course to come back. First back to the pit area is going to be the U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen. They ran really hard in the final.
Yes, they did. At a certain point there, I thought it wouldn't have finished 3rd.
Yeah. And the camera there is on the U91. See if Andrew Tate doesn't pop the lid. Okay. So we've been told there's no calls on the water on the 91.
Exactly.
On the 91. So we'll leave the window open that maybe there could be a call on somebody else on the water, but apparently on the water, the 91 is clean. That's the first step. We thank our officials for that. Got the lid up. That's got to feel good after you won.
It does.
Cool
It's
air.
a breeze.
Yes.
It's a breeze. Waving to the fans there after the victory.
Yeah, look at the people on the dock down there. The fans up and down the shoreline.
Yeah,
they love it.
Yeah, it's a
they love it.
hometown
This
team.
is their boat. They
You
all own a
gotta
piece
love
of
it.
this thing.
Exactly.
Wow. No calls on the water now.
Good,
So apparently everything was good there. They were looking at some footage, but they have decided, the officials, it was clean on the water. It's just a matter of running the boats through tech inspection.
Look at that shot there. Look at that.
Look at that. They'll keep the camera right there and see if we can get a very happy Andrew Tate. He's probably going to go down there and hide behind that trailer in our view, but hopefully we'll be able to see him. I have, for our fans listening on the H1 Unlimited live stream and watching around, I have some of the best news I can report for our H1 Unlimited series. And I'm looking down the road. Everybody's coming out of here with a boat intact.
Exactly.
We're coming east, and all our boats are on the trailer sunny side up.
No big repairs.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's not to say there won't be a lot of work done, because you know Jeff Campbell's going to go down there and say, all right, we got to run that dude down.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, we've got a totally intact field of race boats now. That's big stuff. Looking at Andrew Tate there, being congratulated by his crew members before he even steps out of the boat. Got the hard hat off. And our Erica Allreed will be there as soon as possible to congratulate and talk with our 2024 Madison Regatta Indiana Governor's Cup champion. We still have to put the boat through tech inspection. And I see the official, Steve Compton there, one of our H1 officials. He just shook the hands of Andrew Tate. He is waiting for that black box to come out, and it's a black box that isn't. But that's what they're waiting for there. That must have been Mr. Washburn's camera.
Kind of winked there, right?
And yeah, he did. And here we go. So I think we'll have Erica here shortly. We will get notification in our ear that she is ready to go. She's smiling. She's I'm sure Andrew and her are having a good moment there on the dock. Take it away, Erica.
Andrew, you told me you reset and refocused in coming into today's racing. That was on full display as you go back to back on final wins. You drove around J. Michael Kelly on the outside and never looked back. So how'd you balance that fine line of when to be conservative and when to push, knowing the lead that you had?
Oh, they tricked us. They did something different there in the final. So props to them. I think they were exactly where they wanted to be, and J. Michael Kelly drove a hell of a heat in that strong boat. So I don't even remember what you asked. I'm pretty pumped right now, but thank you. Thank you to the town of Madison, everyone on the team. The list is endless. The equipment's awesome. It's a super fast boat, and I'm having a great time trying to put it out front. But Goodman Real Estate, the town of Madison, this entire team, all the volunteers, what an event. There was tons of people here this weekend. I think it came off really well, and I'm already looking forward to next year.
And now a win in Gunnersville was sweet, but I'd have to imagine a win here in Madison is even sweeter.
Yeah, I've been coming here since I was a little kid, and the parade and the fireworks and a lot of core childhood memories here. But to bring it home for the hometown, have them all line the beach, that was really, really cool. You don't get to experience anything like that anywhere else. So, like I said, I'm more happy for everyone here that hung out all day, listened to the bands, enjoyed the event. Thanks for everything, you guys.
A big congratulations to you and the team. Guys, a big statement made here in Madison.
Well, that's what it was 1 year ago today. That's what it looked like here on the Ohio River. You got to look at some racing up and underneath the Milton-Madison Bridge.
It was a long track going all the way under the bridge, all the way up the wind side. I mean, yeah, it was a long course, a very different course now. But Andrew Tate obviously looking for the same result.
And he was driving, obviously, the Goodman real estate for the citizens of Madison, Indiana. That's before everything changed last fall. And that whole story and that upheaval. But he was driving for the folks in Madison. They got the wind. He's still in the same boat with the same crew. The only thing that's changed is there's a different owner. But that team is still intact, and they're going to have to deal with him before you're going to carry a trophy out of here. But you see how important this Madison thing is to a team and a driver like Andrew, who drove for the folks here in Madison. He was emotional there at the end talking to Erica. That was a big deal for him to get that win.
Really is. I mean, being at the parade a couple days ago, seeing the thousands of kids out there and then going up and down this riverfront and seeing these thousands of kids watching these boats, to imagine, you know, kind of, you have to imagine if I was one of those kids, I would have been visualizing myself in one of these race boats, and to be at the top of the pack in the unlimited class, going as fast as you can go on this river on anything, and then to just suddenly be in the racing suit, having the trophy, having won it. I mean, what an amazing feeling that must be.
It is. I'm sure it would be something very, very, very special. Well, what we're going to do, we're going to remind our fans right now that we are in a wind hold, which are two words, Tanner, that you do not want to have to speak at a hydroplane regatta.
I'm familiar, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we saw this movie about 3 weeks ago. Let's hope it doesn't end quite that way. But that's what the situation is right now. We're monitoring the situation. I've already seen our H1 officials leave the tower and get in the rescue boat. They have headed down toward turn 1 to take a look and assess the situation. They will continue to do so, because we are here with the full intention of running this final heat and getting this event in the books. So what we are going to do, what Tanner and I are going to do, we're going to step back, we're going to step away, take a break, send it back to the truck, but we will be coming back periodically to let you know what the situation is, if it is improving. Keep an eye on the ticker, watch the social media channels, keep an eye on the Unlimited YouTube channel, Facebook. You know where to check us out. As soon as we've got some updates, we will put it out, because we still plan to go boat racing. But for now, the wind's blowing. We're going to step away. For Tanner Faust, Brad Luce, H1 Unlimited YouTube. The racing's still coming. Don't go away.
switch to the south, and my eye think it's starting to look a little bit better, so keep your fingers crossed, and hopefully we can get back to closed course activity here at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Brandon Kennedy's still at the dunk tent by the ice cream vendor here on Vaughn Drive. Now it's down to $1 a throw. $1 a throw to dunk the Miss Madison pilot. All proceeds goes to Kindness of Jefferson County. $1 a ball. Brandon Kennedy, he's in the dunk tank. All proceeds goes to Kindness of Jefferson County. Thank you, Elliot. Here at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. We take all sorts of requests at the Madison Regatta. judges stand on this Sunday afternoon at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. And Jordan, my watch says 4:40, and it's been quite a while since we've been on this wind delay. I'd say every bit of 2.5 hours now after the officials indicated the water was too rough. I did speak to one official earlier. It was out on the boat. I won't mention who it was, but right now, turn 1 to the west, some massive rollers down there, just too rough to race the H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. But we do have the water until 6:30. It's an event that only happens once a year. You, like I, want to see hydroplanes on the water, but I want to see hydroplanes on the water in safe water conditions, not an ocean. It's not a demolition derby, as I mentioned earlier. It's a boat race. You can see the demo derby. Is that coming up Saturday at the fairgrounds next week?
Friday at the fair.
So if you want to see that, that's Friday at the fairgrounds. I'm not interested in that today. I want to see some. Now they're going to go back out again. So they're trying, and as soon as we get word on this next sweep of the race course, we'll pass it along to you. But right now it is the wind conditions. The First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course is just too rough for any racing activity. And as soon as Mother Nature cooperates with us, and Jordan, I've been in this situation 3 times so far this year, we'll go back to the water. We're trying. It's just up to the wind.
You know, and I made the comment to a couple of H1 officials and you just a little bit ago, you know, down there in turn 1, people say, well, they can handle that. Well, the issue is if you send them out there in this, those unlimited hydroplanes will turn into actual planes and you'll see them in the air. We don't want those in the air. We want them on the water. And, you know, to me, when I hear, you know, down in turn 1, there's rollers that are 2.5 feet tall. I mean, those are wicked, man. You hit those going at high speed, you could do some really bad damage, and we could have another issue in its own right. So maybe it's dying down a little bit. Again, we just saw the H1 officials get into their boat and make their way down to turn number 1 right now. And again, hopefully, maybe we'll have some good news. But again, the wind is still going right now here on the Ohio River. And again, maybe we'll hear something from the officials here shortly. I got my ear pinged to the radio to see if I could pick up anything. But right now, Jeff Ayler, we are just waiting on the officials.
Checking information with H1, I think right now, yes, and they are reevaluating at 4:30. We just saw them go out, so we'll wait for that activity. And Jordan, right now, I'll wait for official word, but been doing this now into my 4th decade, 32nd year. I think we're at the point of the day right now that Mother Nature cooperates with us. H1 did complete 2 different sections of heats along with Grand Prix, and the rules do say after 2 sections of heats, you know, wind, rough water, accidents, time delays, after those 2 sections are run, you can go into the final heat activity. And with that, I'm going to put the microphone down to see if I can get a point tally officially for H1 Unlimited and Grand Prix if we happen to go into that scenario. And I think right now, when we go back to the water, it would not surprise me if we went right to the finals. And here comes Mark with those point totals right now. These are official after Unlimited 2B for H1 Unlimited. On top, the U9 Beacon Plumbing with Corey Peabody, 880 points. Second position, J. Michael Kelly in the U8 Beacon Electric with 760 points. Third position, Andrew Tate in the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate, 725 points. In fourth position, Jamie Nilsen in the Flav-R-Pac, 650 points. Fifth position, Dave Villwock in the Miss Apollo, 595 points. Brandon Kennedy has 225 points in the Miss Madison. The U6 has withdrawn for the weekend due to the steering cable damage earlier today. So, Jordan, with that, I do know H1 Unlimited would go right to a 4-boat final. The boats participating would be the Beacon Plumbing, the Beacon Electric, the Miss Goodman Real Estate, and the Flav-R-Pac. And Mark, if you give me a moment, I'd like to write those down, and I'll hand your sheet back to you. And Jordan, that's the way it would play out, and I think that's the situation we'll go to, but it's just up to the wind now.
Yep, it is, and suddenly now just another wind gust kind of hit us right here on the shoreline, so I guess we'll see what happens once the officials come in. The boat now going past the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, and they're turning toward the dock area, so hopefully we'll have an answer here soon on what the plan is going forward. All right, again, it's pulling into the dock, folks, so sit back for a minute. Once we receive an update from the officials, we'll let you know.
back here at the Super ATV Judges Stand. I'm Jeff Ayler. We're approaching. It's 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time here in the Ohio River Valley at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. With me is 2025 Regatta President Kyle Bipes, and you have some information for us?
Yeah, some boats want to go out, some boats don't. Skiffs want to get out there, but ultimately the officials are saying no. Their drop dead dates, time is 5:30. So at 5:30, we're not going to go run, then we'll have an H1 official on here to let everybody know that decision.
What was the word you got on the last river sweep? I've been hearing preliminary reports in turn 1.
Welcome back to the start-finish line tower here in Madison, Indiana, above the Ohio River. It is the 75th Madison Regatta. My name is Brad Luce. It hasn't changed all weekend. Neither has Tanner Faust's name. It's the same people sitting at the same desk. I think we've been spending a big chunk of our life here, Mr. Faust.
Oh, we sure have, and a large chunk of that has been spent waiting.
We have been. I was just asking Tanner before we came on, when did we go into this wind delay? And we figured it was about 3 hours ago that we did. So it's been a long time. However, we have had some decisions made just recently, and we are going to go racing. We are going to go racing. The decision has been made to go straight to a final heat. We are going to put 4 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the water, and we are going to run a final, a winner-take-all final. The only difference being, instead of a 5-lap final, it will be a 4-lap event. So we are going to run a final heat. When asking the officials when that would happen, the best they could say was, as soon as we can get them in the water. So the 5:45, take a swing. I see slings moving over the top of the fence there. So boats are moving toward the water now, and we will go racing as soon as we can put 4 boats in the water. Those 4 are the U8, the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing with Corey Peabody, the U91 with Andrew Tate, the Goodman Real Estate, and the U11, the Flav-R-Pac, and Jamie Nilsen. We'll get into those boats a little deeper, talk about points and so forth in a little bit as we get closer to the final heat. But what we have been doing for the last 3 hours around here, we don't know what you folks have been doing at home, but we have been trying to keep ourselves busy. And as a matter of fact, we actually had some fun on Vaughn Drive here a little bit, and most of it was with Mr. Faust here. So I think we got some video of you here, young man, and we're going to show the fans maybe right now. Oh, here we go. It's the dunk tank.
Oh, this is just embarrassing.
This is embarrassing.
I should have stretched.
Now, the guy there the guy sitting there in the dunk tank is none other than Brandon Kennedy, the driver of the Miss Madison.
Oh, I felt bad for him.
Now, we didn't actually see the ball hit the target there. Did you run up and hit it?
You know, movie magic. There was a stunt double. No, I did get him dunked, as did several 6-year-olds. So, I mean, it's not
there you go.
A lot to say. We were there, actually, I mean, we were there for probably 20 minutes, and he went in the water 30 times.
Oh, at least.
I mean.
At least. He was getting pounded. And I can honestly say I got him.
Yeah.
I got him once, too. He egged me on. I walked by, and he was, come on, Luce, let's see that arm. Get up here. So I took a swing and got him. It was kind of fun.
I mean, there is a ton of stuff for people to do here. Fans have been entertaining themselves. There's a huge food court, a whole row of things with ice cream and tons of beautiful barbecue places, actually, which we sampled a little bit of. But amazingly, the fans have stuck around in this 90-degree heat, 3-hour delay.
Yep.
And so what a reward to hear that we're going to go racing.
We're going to go racing. Everybody's going to cross their fingers that we stay safe here. And the boats, like I say, are going into the water. I see the 91 on the sling right now. So they will put those 4 boats in the water, the 8, 9, the 91, and the 11. That will be our final heat. 4 laps around this 2-mile race course for the Indiana Governor's Cup. We've been talking about this wind delay, and the officials have gone out in the rescue boat on more than one occasion. They've gone out a couple of times to see what it's like. And the biggest problem is down there at the entrance and into turn 1. Well, on one of their trips down there, we sent one of our cameramen down there. I believe Robert Miguel got on board, and we've got some video that was shot down there to show you what it looks like down there in turn 1. And this is it. And in talking with Robert, when he got back, he says, it shows you how rough it is. He said, I could barely hold on and hold the camera.
Yeah, and that's at 12 miles an hour. Imagine hitting that at 170 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I want to do. That appears to be the colorblind guy's going to pick up that as the entrance buoy there that was coming up on the left. The other real rough spots, I was told, was at the exit of turn 1 and almost halfway down the backstretch. I guess it was pretty tough. Then it laid down a little bit better, and it wasn't too bad through the top end of the race course in turn 2 until they got off the exit pin and turned it toward the wind. So that may be a big equalizer in this particular heat. These guys are going to have to be careful, but you're a competitor. You know how this all works. Once they get out there, somebody's going to give it a big squirt, and then they're all going to, and then they're going to go full bore into the corner.
There's no doubt that there's an element of survival to this as they're heading upwind into the most treacherous part of the course, turn 1. and still looking to maximize their exit in what has been described as rollers. So they're coming through that trench they've been talking about into the rollers, and then maybe they get a breath down in turn 2 before they turn back upwind and head back up into where you can see on the water where the wind is concentrated. So it's going to be an element of survival, and then put 4 cars in this track that's already been described as potentially too tight for 4 boats. Sorry, I said cars, just a matter of instinct. But yeah, it will be exciting. They're giving the fans what they want, but the drivers for sure are getting in their boats knowing that they want the points, but this is survival.
It definitely is going to be an element of survival in this. As we were looking at the boats that were in the water and you were watching the U9, Corey Peabody's ride, the Beacon Plumbing, get lowered into the Ohio River, you saw behind there was the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, the boat driven by Andrew Tate. And right there at front, well, we just got off that pick, but I think if the view to the right there keeps going, if we get to Corey's boat, you may have noticed a buoy right in the front of Corey's boat. It's about 5 feet off the left front nose of the pickle fork there. And if you're wondering what is that, the answer to that is I have no idea why or how that buoy got there, but there's definitely a buoy that has floated, and it's just about to the U9. And there you can kind of see it there, just off the left of the nose.
If you could just say the color.
If I could say the color, and you're going to.
It's green.
It's green. There you go. There's a green buoy right at the...
As far as you know. There is actually still a lot of racing, even though this is the final.
Yep.
Here, there's a lot of racing for the year left. A season I have not done, but you've done many times.
We have, and there's the schedule for the rest of the year on our screen there. May 17th, we had our preseason test session in the Tri-Cities. We were successful with that test session, but man, we got wet on that particular day. You still don't believe me, it gets hot out there, but it does. Then we went to Guntersville, Alabama for the Guntersville Lake Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup. That was June 6th through 8th. Unfortunately, we really got blown off down there. We didn't even complete 1 lap of competition, so that one was really tough on everybody. Here we are, July 4 through 6, the Indiana Governor's Cup, Madison, Indiana, the traditional 4th of July stop, and we're at least on paper, and we're planning to get a final heat on the water for that one. Let's hope that all goes without any incident and we can crown a champion on the water. Then we go out to the Pacific Northwest. I'm promising you it's going to be much warmer out there, July 25th through the 27th. This is our crown jewel, the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. I'm anxious for you to see that trophy, my friend.
Yeah, it's, I mean, how old is it?
1904.
That's incredible. I love it.
1904. And then the next week, we go over the Cascade Mountains. Is a 3-hour drive from the Tri-Cities, Washington, to Seattle, Washington. Lake Washington is where the race is held. It's probably the most famous racing venue, certainly out west. People in Detroit are going, no, it's the Detroit River. Hey, I got it. I'm with you. You've been racing in Detroit before we got to Seattle. But that'll be the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. That'll be on Lake Washington the first weekend in August. And then we close up our season on beautiful Mission Bay in San Diego at the Bill Munsey Cup at Bayfair. That will come up September 12 through 14. That is an absolutely spectacular venue. It is a white sandy beach area with sandy shores, and the area was built specifically for unlimited hydroplane racing. It is perfect.
You are kidding. That is beautiful. I can't wait to see that also.
I said we were going to have a 4-boat final, and when I was able to count, and there's the buoy there. Now you see it right in front of JMK's boat. So somebody will fish that out of the creek there. But all 4 of our boats are in the water now, and they will get them ready as soon as they can. And we're noticing more and more people are starting to find their way onto our little tower here. But now it starts to build. It's final heat time. And in any form of racing, there is that final heat. There's the 4th quarter. There's overtime. There's those final laps in Indianapolis and other forms of sports. There is always something that comes down to be the finale, and that's the big one. And it's what the weekend builds toward. From the time we get started on Friday till we get to this final heat, it all builds to this point. What's going through those drivers' minds right now? Because there's a lot going through them. They're thinking about the race, yes, but they also know they got that win to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, everybody's going to want to collect those points. Those points are like crumbs laying down. You can go pick those things up, but they also are thinking about survival. They've got the inside lane where it's been collecting the waves all weekend. Some of these boats are set up to take lane 1. For example, JMK showed his hand before that maybe he has geared his boat or he's set himself up. Maybe he doesn't feel like he has the most straightaway speed, so he's planned so far to take lane 1 each time. That's going to be pretty tricky in this wind, I would imagine. So everybody's, we saw the lane choice when we watched the 2024 race, the review of that. And it's kind of strange. It played out the same way it's played out so far this year with J. Michael Kelly on the inside for lane 1. Lane 2 was Corey Peabody. And then it was a mixture between Nilsen on the out in lane 3. And who knows where we're going to find Andrew Tate. So it's really a question mark on the outside, but so far lane 2 and 3 have been the preferred places to be.
It has definitely seemed that way. Let's take a look at the drivers that you were just talking about here. We are going to start, I believe, with J. Michael Kelly, the driver of the U8. That's the bright red boat you're looking at right there, the Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly, 17 wins on his H1 Unlimited career. He has 4 straight wins on Lake Washington. He will be piloting the U8, the Beacon Electric. You're looking at it right there. We move up pit row, go to our next boat, his teammate, if you will, on some level. That will be Corey Peabody. Corey Peabody is also his boss. He is the team general manager for Strong Racing.
That's awkward.
It is the white boat. It's trimmed in blue and gold. There is Corey Peabody driving the U9 of the Beacon Plumbing. Corey has won here before. He has had some tough luck here before. He's walked out of this town with a broken race boat, as he did in 2022. Next up on our list as we move down the dock there, I think that's the order we're going to go in here. We'll take a look at that beautiful boat from Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington in central Washington. That would be the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. The boat is driven by Jamie Nilsen, the young man out of Gig Harbor, Washington, which is in the Seattle-Tacoma area. There's Jamie there, a graduate of Central Washington University in Ellensburg, Washington. Quite the baseball player. We had that conversation about him a couple of days ago during testing. And then rounding out our 4-boat field, is this guy the favorite? I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe not. You just never know. When we watched that 2024 heat, there were a couple of teams that did things entirely different, and they caught him hopefully napping, but it didn't work out that way. That, of course, is Andrew Tate. He drives the black, gold, and white Goodman Real Estate, the U91. The boat is owned by BWR Racing. That is Bruce Ratchford. So there's your field, the 8, the 9, the 91, and the 11. And they are just sitting there now. We've seen many of the drivers from this view that you are looking at. We've seen them walk down the dock. We've seen them fist bumping with crew members and each other. But now they're in the cockpit. Tanner, you know about that. What are they doing now? Is it the time they're finally alone and they can just sit there and focus on what they need to do?
I think they're melting. I think they're melting in those suits. No, they do a good job of keeping that cockpit fairly cool. They've got the windows covered. They're counting down the 5 minutes now, so it's an interesting series because you sort of have this, not just a build-up from the last couple minutes. The build-up starts like 6 minutes out where there's a process. And I know when you're in the seat, you probably have a sequence of events that you do it exactly the same way every time. It's not necessarily a superstition. It's just so that it's kind of like a flow or a checklist in an airplane. You buckle your belts when you have a certain number of minutes. You close the cockpit at a certain number of minutes. And once you get into those kind of therapeutic routines, it kind of takes the stress away.
Very good. And while Tanner was talking, you heard that countdown in the background. That was a countdown to 5 to the 5, meaning 10 minutes until the start. Now we have the clock up on the screen. We are 9 minutes and 10 seconds roughly away from the start of the 75th Madison Regatta, the race for the Indiana Governor's Cup. We're going to go 4 times around, 4 boats. We fight for lanes. It is a winner-take-all final. Forget about the points. Throw them out the window. It's a winner-take-all final. Whoever crosses the finish line first will walk out of here with a big piece of hardware.
And that is for the trophy. What are the points in this particular? Are there points in the final? Or
there are points in the final, just like there are in the heat races.
Heats,
400 for first, 300, 225, 169, and they count toward national high points. But as far as who wins this race, it means nothing.
Nothing.
It's a winner-take-all final. Many years ago, and you're going to say, when did they change that? And I don't remember, 76, 7, somewhere around in there. We used to have points races. And like when Madison won the Gold Cup here in 1971, they finished, they did win the final heat, so that's a little different. But boats could win by finishing third place or even fourth place on occasion in the final heat because they had stacked up a bunch of points earlier and other things that happened, and that didn't go over well with the fans. They want to see the first boat across the finish line be the champion, so we went to that many years ago. And so it's a winner-take-all final. Your points get you into this, and you earn points in this final. But the winner is determined by the first guy to cross the finish line.
Absolutely, that makes total sense, and the points accumulate throughout the season.
Yep.
And I understand it's not just for our betting pool; it's also for other things.
And that is and the boat that garners the most points all year long is our national high points champion, and that team gets to carry the number U1 for the following season. And that gets a little convoluted because your next question is going to be, well, how come we don't have a U1 here? The Goodman real estate hull, the one at the end of the row there, the gold and white one, that boat was our national high points champion last year, but that boat was sold to a different owner, and it is a team award. That boat was racing for Miss Madison last year. So Miss Madison, who put their new boat on the water this weekend with the U6 on board, could have put U1 on it, even though the boat didn't run a year ago because it is a team award.
Copy that.
I hope that made some sense.
Made total sense, actually.
So there you go. But our four boats are in the water, and I haven't seen a clock, but I got to think we're getting pretty close here to a final heat. And we're going to be ready to go. It is the 75th Madison Regatta. 6 minutes and 31 seconds. Tanner, I think it's about time we find our way over because we're going to have boats on the water in a minute 25. 75th Madison Regatta, the race for the Indiana Governor's Cup. Tanner, let's go crown a champion.
All righty.
Stay with us. We are going to walk over there. It's a short walk, although it's getting longer as the day goes on, I've noticed. So we will come over to here our little perch. And it's time to crown a champion. We are here at our little spot. 5 minutes and 56 seconds. We are inside 6 minutes. We are inside 1 to the 5. Tanner is over here. I am over here. The cranes have been lowered down so the fans get a better view of the racing and don't have to look through a crane. They have all been laid down. There's only 4 boats in the water. There's only 4 boats that are going to be in the water for the rest of the 75th Madison Regatta. They are in the water ready to go. Lids have gone down, as you see. Now look at the nose on the U8, the Beacon Electric. It's being pushed forward toward the center of the river.
Yeah, if you look down the river, they're looking into the sun, into turn 1, and they're going into the wind. Very difficult to see the actual distance, the depth of perception to the turn-in pylon down at the very end of the straightaway, to be honest.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, here we go. Boats are coming out on the race course. Who's going to get out first? Anybody want to take a shot? Looks like Corey wants to come pretty quick. He and Mike are going to come, and there comes Andrew at the end of the row, and Jamie Nielsen's going to come out with him. So we're going to come out pretty much 4 wide, away from the dock. It's time to go racing for the Indiana Governor's Cup. J. Michael Kelly is the first boat to head down the front straightaway because they can actually race right off the dock here. And if Mike wanted to, look, Mike went to an inside lane down there, and Corey just moved outside of him. So it was a quick jump off the dock. He got all the way to the left. He got to the inside. But now look at this maneuver here by Jamie Nielsen in the U11. Jamie Nielsen has cut the race course coming out of the pit area. And I'm being told that is okay. That rule has changed over the years, and apparently that is a maneuver. I said something incorrect then later on, or earlier today, when I said they had to go all the way down to the bottom. So Jamie is able to do that. Jamie's at the top end. Coming up behind him up the backstretch is J. Michael Kelly. Quite a ways behind him is Corey Peabody, and then Andrew Tate is behind the field coming up.
Well, Jamie is certainly making a bid for the inside lane 1. I had predicted that Mike was the one who was going to go for lane 1 uncontested. And now at this point, we have a little bit of a chess game going on to see who can get lane 1. And lane 2 or 3 may, at this point, fall to Peabody.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because if Kelly ran in 2 with Nilsen in 1, that might work out well for J. Michael Kelly. Now, everybody's going to cut the course with the exception of Andrew Tate. He's going to go all the way down to the bottom end of the race course. Now, Jamie's going to slow down, and watch Jamie. He is going to just go that slow and make sure he is at the start-finish line at 1 minute and 15 seconds. He's going to kill quite a bit of time, but he can do it now. JMK goes in front of him. Mike can do pretty much whatever he wants, but remember, we're at 2:53 here. You cannot cross the start-finish line before 1:15, which means if they go across the line, they're going to have to loop around and come back again. Jamie is going to sit there and just plow this thing out and stay there in 1. So keep an eye on Mike, see if he doesn't hook the corner here. And he's going to. You could hear him pull his foot as he came down the front straightaway. And look at Andrew Tate's right there. Now watch Corey and Andrew. Watch Corey and Andrew. Andrew is coming up the backstretch. Corey's coming over there. Andrew has the right of way here. He cannot make Andrew move. Andrew had the right of way because he was the boat that was already established on the course. That's a big deal, Tanner. And now they are all up at the top end, and those 3 boats are going to encounter Jamie Nilsen, but Jamie is plowing water. Jamie is plowing water. It is certainly, the door is wide open if somebody wanted to jump inside on Jamie Nilsen. Now you get a look at it there. Jamie is not yet to the entrance pin of the corner. Mike is already up ahead of him, but Mike is not tight on the buoy row. From the drone shot there, you can see there's a spot for Jamie if he wants to go in 1. And Corey Peabody has dropped down off ground idle again. Remember, he talked about that.
Yes.
The smoke came out of the back of the boat earlier. It just did again, but he's been able to spool it back up. So he's back, well, kind of spool it back up. He may be giving up some position here. We are at 1 minute and 30 seconds. They've got to stay behind that line for the next 15 seconds. So here comes Jamie in 1. It's Mike in 2. It's Corey in 3. And it's Andrew in 4. This is not the start. 2-1 mark. And that's clearly a legal score up. Mike has dropped off a plane now. Come on, Mike. Mike has definitely dropped off a plane. This is not good news for J. Michael Kelly. He's getting it re-spooled, but this is going to put him behind everybody. I would very much suspect he's going to be able to catch up the field and be with them at the start. But Tanner, that's going to stick him on the far outside.
It's interesting because I thought Mike was going to choose the inside. He had the option to take the inside just before crossing the line, and he's the only one who's experienced the inside out of this group, and he left that up to Jamie Nilsen. So maybe he just knows it's a bit worse than Nilsen may expect. But at this point, it doesn't matter. He's going to get shuffled probably to the outside of the first time that we've had 4 boats around this tight little track.
Yeah, so here we go. Coming up on 25 seconds. It's Nilsen in 1. It's Peabody in 2. It's Andrew in 3. Here comes Mike with a whole bunch of boat speed. He's going to come up behind everybody. I think Mike's thought on that inside lane was he would have been in 2, but he didn't want to be outside of Peabody or Tate. Now, coming off the top end, looking at our clock, not seeing it, but we're 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 mark. Boy, I think it's really close, but I also think it's legal. 4 boats are going to go down to the bottom end of the race course. There's a great view there. It is Andrew Tate on the outside with about a 4-boat length lead as they're going to get to the entrance pin. Careful, guys, it's rough down there. You see Corey really falling in a hole. Corey really took a bad hop down there. I think he came out clean. He think he did. I don't see him. Yeah, that might have been him that is back behind the field, but it is Andrew Tate. He is way out in front by a full rooster tail after Corey got caught in the slop in the rough water. He is losing speed, and he is going to drop down and off a plane. Coming down to put the first of 4 laps in a book. It is Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, and he's got a big lead, Tanner.
He sure does. He's stretching it out. Corey, you could see on the inside, doing everything to hang that skid fin in the water, and just started hopping towards the rooster tail. And it looked like he may have impacted that water, but he's stuck on the course now.
Yeah, now I'm just keeping an eye on Andrew Tate as he goes through that same sloppy water down there that Corey Peabody did, and that definitely cost Corey a shot at picking up this Governor's Cup race, because when he finally got it squared away and got his RPM back up, Andrew Tate was gone. Lap number 2, and remember, we're only going 4 times around. Andrew Tate's got a 3, maybe 4 rooster tail lead here, and his spotters now, Tanner, are just telling him where the good water is. They're telling him right now to go to about lane number 3. That's the best water. You got plenty of room between anybody. Just defend your position and stay clean. Andrew Tate. Here comes Kelly off the top end of the race course, our second place boat. He will come down and cross start finish line now.
Well, Kelly has certainly recovered well from being last across the line, using that outside line as much as he can. Peabody again has stalled, so he's still floating across in that treacherous turn 2. Luckily, everybody has clear sight of him as they come in, but I see the officials stroking their beards and wondering what they're going to do here. We'll see what happens with Peabody's location.
Well, the spotters are telling the drivers like Andrew Tate, who's right now approaching Corey Peabody. There's the entrance pin. You'll see couldn't go by Corey. There he was. He went inside Corey Peabody. The spotters are telling him where they are, so they know where Corey is, and they've all seen him twice. So this has turned into a bit of a parade. In fact, it's turned into a whale of a parade here. And Andrew Tate puts 3 in the book. This is lap number 4. This is the final lap for the Indiana Governor's Cup at the 75th Madison Regatta. J. Michael Kelly comes off the top end, and really it's the same thing for him, Tanner. His spotters are telling him where the clean water is. He just wants to hold off Jamie, and they'll let him know if Jamie does something silly like try and make a move, but that's not going to happen. It's a matter of just finishing. And our leader, we will bring him around, is halfway up the backstretch. He is Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate, the boat owned by Bruce Ratchford. Ratchford Racing, BWR Racing. This would be the first ever victory for Bruce Ratchford. And he's about to claim a trophy here on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana. Bruce Ratchford, your boat looks really, really good, and it is Andrew Tate walking off with the Indiana Governor's Cup on the water. At least the boat still does have to go through technical inspection. Congratulations, Bruce Ratchford and Ratchford Racing. Our second place boat is going to be J. Michael Kelly.
Wasn't the line he chose. It wasn't exactly the way he wanted to do it, but second place for JMK today with all of the problems he said he was having with the boat earlier, not necessarily having the high speed, something he's got to be happy with.
Yep, and here comes a team that I think is going to be pretty happy with the way things turned out in the very end. It's Jamie Nilsen of the U11. That was Flav-R-Pac. Jamie across start finish line. He will come home in 3rd place, finishing on the podium. You know about that in racing. That's a good thing when you're on the podium.
It is a good thing, and you've got Peabody, who I've lost track, actually. I mean, I'm not sure if this is the 4th lap or the 3rd lap, but he's got it running. He's running the far outside of the course, and if he finishes, he can still collect some points.
Oh yeah, he's got this. This has been done. It's over. Corey comes by on his little cool-off lap.
Now I think Corey's got to complete another lap.
Yeah, I think he does too. He had a green flag that was waving on him at that one, so he has a certain amount of time to finish. And here comes Andrew Tate, the winner of the 75th Madison Regatta. He is coming down pit row here right now as J. Michael Kelly goes by him. Kelly's going to go around, or at least take another loop in here, because so is Andrew Tate. I'm not quite sure why everybody is staying out, because both Andrew and Mike decided to go around one more time. I thought they were both coming in.
And Brad, I'm going to go ahead and head down to the dock, see if I can grab a word with Andrew Tate here, as they do have an extra lap there. So I'll leave you up to your perch here.
And you just bought yourself a little bit of time, because everybody just took another lap. I'm not quite sure why, but they did do that. So those are the results on the water, at least as we saw them. The officials will take a look at everything they want to take a look at, and they will decide if there are any calls to be made on the water. And then there will be the tech inspection, but the officials reserve the right to take a look at some tape if there was concern that there may have been an incident. They will take a look at that, and usually what happens is our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott, will come to me and say we're clean on the water, or we're not. He'll usually give me a heads up on that. So our boats are all still out on the water, and it looks like J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric will be the first boat to come back to the dock. And I mentioned about racing being clean on the water. Our officials are going to take a look at a little bit of footage. They are right behind me looking at a monitor. We will wait and see the results of that. But the good news, I think, for everybody here is that we put 4 boats on the water. We put 4 boats on this narrow race course, and we ran them into a pretty stiff breeze down there at the bottom end of the race course. And all 4 boats are going to come back to the pit area and back to the dock under their own power, and that's always a good sign. So on the water, it is Bruce Ratchford's first ever victory as an owner. Congratulations, Mr. Ratchford. J. Michael Kelly, the first boat back to the dock, but you're looking at the U-91. The Goodman Real Estate. The Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. There is Andrew, young man out of Michigan. He is a pure racer. This guy races pretty much every weekend. So does Corey, so does Mike. That's what they do. Now Corey and Mike both have family members that are up and racing. Andrew is still a single man, and he will reach down and put the hook, as you will, put the line on the 91. So congratulations to Andrew Tate. Corey Peabody has now made it back to the dock. In fact, all 4 of our boats are back. Corey's back. The Flav-R-Pac was already back. And you see some congratulatory handshakes being handed out to Andrew Tate. Officials are still taking a look at some footage. I'm sure they will come tell us when things are or are not clear on the water. Again, that is separate from anything to do with technical inspection. So there is Andrew. He's got the helmet off. Our Tanner Faust has headed down to see if he can grab the young man for an interview and talk to him about yet another win, at least on the water, another win on the Ohio River. He was our defending champion from 1 year ago. Andrew Tate, his family is here this weekend. Both mom and dad are here. We had a chance to talk with his father on Friday. Very, very proud of his son, as you might imagine. And if you didn't know this part about that young man, he's quite the avid hockey player. And he still plays, although he says it's not near as competitive as it used to be. But he's a big hockey fan, and he likes to play hockey. There he's being congratulated by his crew chief, Mike Hansen, as he gets the obligatory bottle of water. Teammate Dave Villwock comes down and gives a hug and a congratulatory handshake there. That is Dave Villwock, the tall man there with the cap on and the red, white, and blue shirt. If it has to do with Bruce Ratchford, of course it would be red, white, and blue. We wouldn't accept or expect anything else. So Dave down the dock to congratulate his teammate. This is that moment where we just kind of wait and hold tight because we can get we can get a decision at any moment. I'm not sure exactly what they're looking at, but that's okay. I'm giving them space. They need to do their job, and they will do it as soon as they can. And they all know we are waiting, so as soon as we can get an official opinion about how things went on the water, we will pass that along. I mean, I'm wondering if it's possible there was the issue when J. Michael Kelly cut the race course and went over to the backstretch, and then Corey Peabody went with him. But as Corey went across the course, you had Andrew Tate coming up the backstretch. Our view was blocked from here, so you couldn't see if anybody impeded on anybody else. But that's where I made the comment that it was Andrew Tate who had the right-of-way because he was established in a lane coming up the backstretch, and that's how the rule reads. A boat that is on the race course, has the right-of-way over a boat entering the race course, and if you are coming from the center of the race course, you are entering the race course. So we are just going to hold it right here until we get something official. Andrew has not stepped off the dock, but I see now he is standing down there with our Tanner Faust. So hopefully we can cut to Tanner here, and we've got our cameraman, Mickey Washburn, is down there. Tanner is standing by with Andrew Tate. Just waiting for Tanner to jump in here. Once they get him plugged in. So Tanner is clearly ready to go. I'm sure Andrew is ready. All right, so I understand we are ready now to hear from Tanner Faust. So Tanner, take it away if you can hear me. You are standing by with our winner, Andrew
Here with
Tate.
Andrew Tate, making it 2 for 2. Congratulations. Yeah, 2 for 2 in Madison. Last year I heard your discussion here with Erica, and I mean, it was a pretty special moment in front of Madison. I mean, now second time around, same feeling?
It's, for me, yeah, for sure. You always like to come out on top, and Madison's a special place for me and my family, so to do well here, you know, we're not exactly Miss Madison this year, but my heart will always have a piece of my heart will always stay here in Madison. So there's a lot of fans that are here that kind of hung with us throughout the whole weekend. I think they were the real winners to get to see a final heat today. So thanks for sticking it out, guys, and I hope you enjoyed the show.
So real quick, heading into turn one with the glare in the sun late in the day, difficult to get depth perception on when to turn in?
Yeah, you kind of go off landmarks a little bit. You know, you got the big smokestacks back here that never move. So if you can kind of reference those and then pick up the buoys from there when you come off the corner, that's kind of the easy way to go about it, at least in my opinion. But it was difficult running into the sun, you know. Turn one was nasty, just like it's been all weekend, but I'm really glad we got the race here. The water wasn't too bad. I think it laid down a little bit for us, but credit to H1 and the officials for getting us out there.
Yeah, it was great that they ran the final. There was some controversy at the very end. Was the race official? Was it not? Just before you walked up, it was official. 91 is the winner. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Bruce Ratchford. I know you're watching at home. John Goodman and Kelly Norris, they were here all weekend. They took off to go home just before the final. So it's two years in a row they missed the final, and 2 years we won. So maybe they could come hang out for the weekend and then hit the road early next time too. But thank you guys very much.
That's painful words. Brad, back to you. It's official.
Thank you very much, Tanner. Great job talking down there. I honestly think there was a little bit of gun jumping going on there with things being official, because it literally within the last 10 seconds just became so. And it is official now. It is official. The U91 has won the event. The question did not surround the U91 and Andrew Tate. The question surrounded the U9 and the Beacon Plumbing. What happened to Corey Peabody was Corey Peabody incurred 2 separate lane infraction penalties. Those are 1-minute penalties, but once you receive 2 of those 1-minute penalties, you are disqualified. So Corey P's are 1-minute penalties, but once you receive 2 of those 1-minute penalties, you are disqualified. So Corey Peabody will be disqualified from the final heat of the. Both of them took place in the milling period, and one when Corey cut the race course over here, and it was Andrew coming up the backstretch. He had established a lane on the race course, and I'm telling you, this was a massive rule discussion during the off season. We had an issue at one of our races a year ago, specifically at the Seattle Seafair on Lake Washington, involving a boat coming from the center of the race course and coming close to or interfering with a boat that had already established a lane on the race course. And one thing led to another. It led to our competition committee, our rules and competition committee, taking a long look at that rule, and it got rewritten. And unfortunately, that's the rule that's going to hit Corey Peabody, or at least it is one of the 2 rules that is going to hit him, because he was a boat that was quote unquote entering the race course. He was coming from the center. Andrew Tate was coming up the backstretch. Either way, the boat out front and the boat that is the champion is Andrew Tate. U91, the Goodman Real Estate, the boat owned by BWR Racing. That is Bruce Ratchford. That is his first ever win as an H1 Unlimited owner. And I just stopped and kind of thought about that myself when I was talking about the incident last year on Lake Washington that caused what happened out here this afternoon. Involved the same 2 boats, but the other way around. It was, actually it was Corey that had come from the infield again, but the rule was changed, and so the outcome is a little bit different there, although I don't think anything was going to stop Andrew Tate. He was rocking, he was rolling, and once Corey hit the holes down there in the lower corner on lap 1, Andrew Tate was gone. And the Goodman Real Estate had been a rocket all weekend. They had the one hiccup when they tried to jump inside Corey during a preliminary heat, and the fire got put out. The boat went down to ground idle. Andrew had to pick it back up. When he did, the field was gone, and he ended up in 3rd place. Besides that, they had a very, very dominant weekend. So that is the racing. That is the story of the 75th Madison Regatta here in Madison, Indiana on the Ohio River. And as I said earlier, maybe the best news of the whole thing was Tanner Faust. We put 4 boats out there. Everybody, there was some concern floating around about doing that, and then we just mix in, some wind and make it more difficult down there in turn 1. But at the end of the day, 4 boats started, 4 boats came back to the dock. Everybody's in one piece, and we have a new champion, or I don't know, a similar champion to the one we had a year ago. Andrew Tate takes another Indiana Governor's Cup. Getting a good look at the boat down there. Good look at the boat there in the water. Want to thank Tanner Faust, who is getting himself up here and getting strapped in after he ran down to the dock and got Andrew Tate. And I know how that works. It can be a pretty long run sometimes, and it's hot. But I think this has been a really good week, and I'm really glad you had the discussions with Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate and other drivers, because it makes it a whole lot easier when you get to run down there and have a conversation with them after the race. You know who they are better, and vice versa. So we're looking at a replay here. Andrew Tate is already way out in front at that time, and now we're back to a live view, I believe. But that's the story of the 2025 Indiana Governor's Cup, the 75th Madison Regatta in Madison, Indiana. We had a long wind delay today, but we were able to get a final heat in. We only ran heat 1A and 1B and 2A and 2B, and then we got to run a final. So it was a shortened event, but everybody came through. Everybody's going out of here in one piece. That is the good news. And Andrew Tate's even got better news. He's going to head on out of here with the big trophy, and there will be a celebration in the BWR Racing Camp and that of Goodman Real Estate. So congratulations to that team. Our second place finisher on the water, Strong Racing. That was J. Michael Kelly driving the U8. The U8, the Beacon Electric. And again, we have not yet heard of boats clearing tech inspection. And the boats do have to clear tech inspection. And as soon as we get that information, we will find that out. So that's the big box that has to be checked now is tech inspection. And as soon as we can get some information on it, we will know. And I'm just told now by the stat man the 91 has cleared tech.
And I'm back with you. Sorry.
So the 91 has cleared tech inspection. Tanner Faust has finally got himself wired up and ready to go.
Yeah,
I just closed the show. Say good night.
Hey, good night, everybody.
No, we're still.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, it was great. Yeah, we heard that 91 passed tech, and there's, a little bit of controversy over the first corner lane exit potentially that may have caused Corey's incident. Was all cleared. In talking to Andrew, he said the water wasn't that bad.
Really?
It laid down a little bit, he thinks, right before they got out there. Visibility was difficult, but the surface was decent.
Well, that is good news, and the other good news is as you look there down on the pit area, you're seeing all our H1 Unlimiteds being set back on their trailers. We are going to check the national high points coming out of here, and the stat man will make sure we are aware of boats that clear tech inspection. But the big news is the 91 cleared on the water, the 91 won on the water, the 91 won in the tech truck with Seth Partial. They're going out of here with the hardware.
They sure are, and they were my number 2 pick. In the betting pool, look, I don't like to rub things in like that, but, a win is a win.
Yeah, so let me explain something to you about this unlimited hydroplane racing season and the points chase and the contest we have going. You can only choose the 91 once.
Okay. So
now, the next race we go, there are extra heats. And, oh, yeah, you won it here, but you had a shortened event. So the one race you had him, I'm not sure you maximized a whole lot there, young man. We might have a different conversation out west.
Ignorance is bliss at this point. It feels good.
Oh, gosh. So that's the story, as I said, of the U8, the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly, we are now advised has cleared tech inspection. So now the only thing we are awaiting on would be the U11, the Miss Flav-R-Pac and Jamie Nilsen, because the DSQ was incurred by Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. We saw that maneuver happening. It was like we were watching it in slow motion as Mike and Corey cut the race course to the backside, and you saw Andrew Tate coming up the back chute. Andrews got right away at that point, and it's okay for Corey to go out and if there's a lane there, but he cannot impede Andrew Tate, and it gets into rooster tail lengths. And if Andrew has to even move, because he should not have to move, his lane's established, Corey's is not, and that one bit him. And he had another one. I'm not sure where it was. I believe it was at the top end of the race course, but both of them, I am told, were incurred during the 5-minute period.
Interesting. Well, and then in the first corner of the race, he didn't have a very nice ride either. You could see the buck and the I mean, you're talking about 4 to 5 Gs snapping to 0 and back to 4 again over and over again as that skid fin bites some water and lets it go again and then bites again. I mean, it looks like an insanely tough ride, and then to just get swallowed up by a rooster tail and end up losing all the points anyway. So tough finish for Corey with an amazing weekend, really. He's been flawless this entire weekend putting on a clinic, and just to not have it all come together for the Cup at the end is a little bittersweet.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and he is a competitor, and I'm sure he's going to go lock himself in the trailer and maybe throw a couple of things, but he'll calm down and realize that, and he'll accept and own anything that he did. And it's part of racing. You know that. You make mistakes, and you know, or you come out of an event, and you know you could have done better. And you can't dwell on it because there's another race right down the road, right around the corner.
That's the best part about doing a championship is you have time to, if you just did one race a year like Pikes Peak or something like that, you make a mistake or you have an issue or you get disqualified for some reason, it haunts you for 12 solid months, where if you just have another 3 weeks to wait on it, that's fine. You've got your head turned. You're already looking forward. By the time you finish your steak this evening, your head's already into the next game. So that's where it's going to be, and that's where we're going to be.
So our winner, again, of the 75th Madison Regatta, the Indiana Governor's Cup, is Andrew Tate, the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate, the boat driven by Andrew Tate. The boat is on Willow, Washington at the old Budweiser shop, and I'm sure that will be a happy crew. So we do have, as we await this last piece to the puzzle before we sign off, our last piece to the puzzle here is to talk about the next event, which is coming up in the Tri-Cities. We'll get there, but you have brought up another point that needs to be discussed, and that is the the pick the prop points, which of course the stat man, being on top of his game, has managed to already put him up. And the interesting news there, Mr. Faust, is you find yourself in second place.
That's just impossible.
You are trailing the fans.
Okay, that's reasonable.
The fans have 2,355. You come in second place at 2,185. So this will be fun to follow. We're going to have a good time with it throughout the season. But our fans, they did their voting online, and they made their picks that way. And they're showing us a short way around the race course right now.
Yes, they are.
So again, we're just waiting on the stat man there to tell us that the 11 is cleared. We are just waiting on the 11. Yeah, we're still waiting on that one. He doesn't have it, but we're going to assume everything will go from there. Next up on our schedule is a big one. The APBA Gold Cup in the Tri-Cities. It comes up in 3 weeks. From this weekend, we will be in the towns of Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. You've been there once. I'm promising a little bit drier this time you get out there, but it'll be on the Columbia River, 2.5-mile race course, wider race course. Not only in the width of the race course, but in the width of the racing lanes, meaning we can run 6 wide on that particular race course. Now, that's one thing, but can we have 6 boats? Well, we will have more boats out there as well. We are hoping to have at least 2 more boats join our field. We should have the U-21 Gunnar O'Farrell, the boat that did the high wire act during the test session out in the Tri-Cities. And if they can get the boat ready, they are scrambling and trying very hard to do it. Jeff Bernard, who drives the GP79, he will drive the U-12, the Graham Trucking hydroplane, the boat owned by Rob Graham. So we're hoping to have a couple of boats join the field. That's what typically happens when we go out west. The field swells a little bit. And there's still hope in some people's minds, like mine, that a sponsor can be found and some money can be found, and maybe we fix that U6 Miss Madison and give them a reason to come out west, because I think everybody has fallen in love on some level, certainly here with Brandon Kennedy, and it would be fun to have that boat out on the water.
Absolutely. It's always interesting to me. I mean, that's the great thing about changing tracks. It's the same for everybody, the same challenges for everybody. It's the same hole out there in turn 1 as much as we talk about it, the same narrow turns here, and moving on to a new track with new challenges. It's going to be fascinating, and the possibility of 6 boats wide is just amazing to me. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to Tri-Cities.
Tri-Cities will be fun. It always is. The APBA Gold Cup adds another element to the racing, and that being it was always established as an endurance race on some level. It used to be a 90-mile race back in the day, a long one. We ran on a 3-mile race course, and you ran 2 preliminary heats and a final, and they were all 10 laps. So it was a 90-mile race, but that tradition has continued in the Gold Cup. And so instead of running a heat 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, we will do that, but then we will also add heat 4A and 4B. So there will be an extra set of heats, and then we drag out, as I like to say, that oldest active motorsports trophy in the world.
1904. It's a pretty amazing.
I got a trivia question for you on that one.
I've got a false answer for you. Go for it.
There we go, but this will be your first little education there as we get ready for the Gold Cup. The first Gold Cup was run in 1904. A good boat racing fans trivia. Actually, it was 1904. It was 3 months later. They ran in June and they ran in September. So there's the little minutia. We'll be talking about lots of this stuff. So we are going to put a close on our presentation here, but I think it's been a good weekend. We are going to close out this part of our presentation, but we are still going to cover the awards ceremony. I know my broadcast partner from many years ago, Jeff Ayler, the PA announcer here. It will all happen, Tanner, right here behind us, and we are going to cover the trophy presentation. So So we are going to, before we step away from this portion of the broadcast, we're going to take one last look back at that which was the final heat of the 2025 Indiana Governor's Cup on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana. And there's the boats taken away from the dock. a little montage there of our final heat, and then some highlights and an intro, which that gets me excited to go racing. We just got done racing.
It was my first race. That's officially a first race, right?
That is a first race. You can put that in the book. So
yeah, Andrew said that you'd get thrown in the water off the dock on your first race, which doesn't account, not for, if you're sitting in the booth, I guess. That's right?
Actually, if you want, Nick and I, he's going in. He's going in. Oh, gosh.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to in about 5 minutes.
It's going to feel pretty good, I am sure, when that happens. So the winner, just to say it one more time, the winner of the 2025 Indiana Governor's Cup, the 75th Madison Regatta, is Andrew Tate, driving the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. It is the first win ever for Bruce Ratchford and Ratchford Racing, so we congratulate that new race team. And that is going to be a team to be reckoned with, because Dave Villwock he's going to be heard from, because when he goes out to the state of Washington, we're going to make the assumption he will have the number one boat. And I think that number one boat is going to be mighty fast and mighty tough. I just have stuck in my head that run up the backstretch on the first lap of the first heat at the first race of the year. And he was reeling them in. He was moving.
He was absolutely gone. There's a lot of boat pace between Tate and Villwock. I mean, both of those boats are very, very strong. I know that the Strong Racing came out feeling like they had the boat speed on the longer track when we were in Alabama, but it's proving to be some other boats have something up their sleeve as well when it comes to just straight up top speed.
Absolutely. And now you're looking on the screen there at our driver national high points standings as they are right now. What is included in these numbers is the qualifying points that were earned in Guntersville, Alabama, and the points earned here in Madison. So sitting on top right now with 1,225 points is Andrew Tate in the U91, and these are the driver high points, not the team. And you might think initially, what's the difference? Well, the difference comes specifically if a boat gets destroyed and a driver begins driving another boat, or maybe a driver unfortunately gets hurt and can't drive the rest of the season. You get another driver to step in for him. Then the points get a little bit convoluted. But right now the team points and the driver points are going to match. J. Michael Kelly with 1,130. Third place in Corey with 960 and on down. I think our award ceremony is beginning behind us. Before we send it over to Jeff Ayler and say goodnight from our position right here, Tanner, we would be remiss if we did not put a little shout out here before we sign off to Hayden Hall, the brother of our announcer who was here with us all day on Friday and unfortunately had to leave because of the unfortunate and sad passing of his brother Hayden. So a shout out to both Brent and Hayden Hall.
Absolutely.
We're thinking of you, my friends. We will see you, Brent, down the road. So back in the truck, we're going to step away from here. Andrew Tate's the champion. He's going to get the trophy.
All right, and first place in the 2.5 stock brought to you by River City Printing. Presenting on behalf of River City Printing is Kyle Bipes, or who is this? What's that? Roger Snelling, you're going to do it? Okay. All right, let's go ahead. First place, Austin Hayes. All right, hold on, Austin. Come on over here, man. Real quick, just talk about your weekend here, man. That boat looked awfully good. Man, it was smooth, and it seemed like everything was clicking for you.
Yeah, everything kind of came together. The water was definitely a little rough, but the boat that my uncle and cousin put together kind of handles that rough water beautifully. So couldn't ask for a better boat. Thank you to Ron and Sandy Thompson for trusting me and my brother to drive it, and uncle and everyone for putting in all the work for it.
Well, come back to Madison, Indiana at some point, okay?
Oh, we'll definitely be back.
Thank you so much. Again, Austin Hayes, your winner of the River City Printing 2.5 stock. All right, next we'll go to the 350s, presented by our friends at Cruisin' Auto. Third place this weekend, the E8, Alex Benga. That's cool too. All right, now second place. It was a close one, but it was time that ended up being the deciding factor. So second place in the E40, Dylan Goodell. All right, and first place in the 350s, again presented by Cruz and Auto. That goes Grant Liddycoats. Grant, come on over here, man, real quick. So, Grant, man, yesterday you had that whale of a race with Dylan to close out the day. You came back, had a really good performance overall. Just talk about your experience at Madison this weekend.
Well, it was my first time racing at Madison, and pretty good weekend, if I could say so. And I'm thankful for my dad and Dave Holly for sponsoring me this weekend, and the Luptons for giving me such a fast boat to drive, and the people at Madison for making this such a cool deal to win.
I know you've been here before to watch your dad race, but guess what? I want you to come back and race a little bit more. How about that?
That's the plan.
Awesome. Great Liddycoat. Congratulations. Now, a favorite of the weekend, the Jersey Skiffs, brought to you by River City Printing. So we're going to start with the Summer Nationals. This, of course, was held yesterday. Third place in the Summer Nationals. That goes to Dallas True Love and Rob Schiller. All right. So next. All right. Next up, need the drivers because someone didn't write it down here for me, so I'm going off the seat of my pants here. Second place in the Summer Nationals. The owner of the boat was Michael Paballo. So who are the, what? He's also a driver? Okay. So Michael Paballo and his rider, come on up. Second place in the Summer Nationals. All right. So, first place in the Summer Nationals brought to you by River City Printing. That goes to Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio. I'm going to talk to you guys here momentarily again, so just do your thing. Well, no, we're getting ready to give you another one, so come back here in a moment, and we're going to get you the overall in a minute. Now let's go for the overall weekend. Third place for the overall, again, this is brought to you by Dan Cole Sells Cars. So third place overall, that goes to Dallas True Love and Rob Schiller. All right, second place overall this weekend goes to Samantha and Max Awancio. Well, might as well go ahead and bring these back. First place on the weekend, Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio. Big thank you also to the family of Honey Buyers for making this possible as well. All right, now you two can come over and chat with me. Peg, you want to come over? You don't have to chat me if you don't want to. Not many people do. So, guys, first of all, welcome to Madison, Indiana. The Jersey Skips were a fan favorite here this weekend. Talk about the run here this weekend in Madison.
I'll tell you one thing, I've been looking forward to it. Our family's been around boat racing since the first trip to Madison. So let me tell you, this place is awesome. Got overwhelmed by the parade the other night, but man, let me tell you, I hope the fans, if there's any fans still here, I hope you love to see the skiffs. If so, you got to talk to Mr. Bipes and his whole committee here and see if we can come back another time. We'd love to come back.
Peg, talk about your experience this weekend.
Well, I have to agree, the water was a little rough. Things got a little crazy. I think there was at least one skiff in the air in every turn in the last heat. Really proud of my daughter and my son, who's on an airplane back to Vegas. Couldn't be here for this, but we had a great time, and we really want to come back next year.
Awesome. Thank you so much to both of them. All right. Now, let's get to some other awards, shall we? Let's start with the fastest qualifier, Clifty Engineering Fastest Qualifier Award, with a speed of 155.557, Andrew Tate, U91 Goodman Real Estate. All right, now before we get to the rest of the H1 awards, let's go to our friends from Grand Prix America. You know, obviously it's unfortunate what happened, but we of course totaled the points. Once we had the top two with the same amount of points, we had to go by qualifying speed. So, Grand Prix America, an awesome weekend. Everyone loves those boats. On the weekend with 67 points, third place, the GP 79, Jeff Bernard. All right, so second place this week. Again, it was tied with points, so they had to go by qualifying speed. So second place in the Grand Prix final goes to Brandon Kennedy in the GP 35. All right, and your champion for Grand Prix America at the 2025 River City Printing Madison Regatta, our friends from New Zealand, Mr. Jack Lupton in the GP 33. Right here. Put Jack in an unlimited, apparently. Jack Lupton, man. Well, welcome back to Madison. We've heard about the river conditions, but just talk about it. Were they comfortable? Were they nice to you this weekend? It seems like they were.
Yeah, it was a challenging weekend, obviously. Rough water, but hey, we're all in the same race. So, yeah, it's a really, really cool event and a massive turnout for Madison, and something we really enjoy. Coming to race with H1 and the rest of the classes, and I'm actually not sure how I got this. I thought Brandon was faster than me, but there you go. But, yeah, hey, we'll take it.
Thank you so much to our team, our sponsors, Lucas Oil as well. He's driving super well. I think he's going to be a big future of the sport, and we've got to look after those young guys. So.
Absolutely. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Give it up for Jack Lupton. All right. I now ask for the family of Tony Steinhardt to please come forward. Presenting the Tony Steinhardt Memorial Heat 1A Trophy, the U91 Andrew Tate, Goodman Real Estate. What's it? It's Andrew Tate. Yeah, it is. All right, for this next award, I ask my friend and my partner this whole weekend long, Mr. Jeff Ayler, to present this next one.
Thank you, Jordan, and fans. This young man, Jordan Bear, he is the morning show host at Works 96.7 FM WRX, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. You can tell my voice was shot today from yesterday's activity, and this is the 6th time we've done this event, and I wanted everyone to know this is a fine young man, and you're a hell of a help to me. You do a great job. Wanted to take a moment. Heat 1B was the Fritzy Jackson Memorial. I've known Denny and Fritzy Jackson for 40 years. They're like family to me. And when you look across the river in Milton, Kentucky, Denny is the mayor of Milton, Kentucky. Denny was a 4-time Madison Regatta president. Done everything from letter A to Z with the Madison Regatta. Drove inboard hydroplane racing. Famous for the E-133 ride-on. His wife, Fritzy, passed away on June 3rd of this year after a battle with pulmonary fibrosis. I would like to tell everybody Fritzy did go home to pass away in hospice care. And I'll never forget talking to her the Saturday before the Indy 500. And you know what? She was true Fritzy. True and true. I love you. Thank you for the friendship. And I'll miss you, my friend. Your winner of the Fritzy Jackson Memorial is Corey Peabody. Thank you. Big win.
I want you to have this. So why don't you keep that? Man, it means a lot to you. It means a lot to me to give that to you. So thank you for being who you are and what you do. And you be good.
I wanted to say one more thing. This sport has been wonderful to me in my life, and I'm going to try to keep going on. And it's not about Jeff Ayler. It's about these race fans along the shoreline that buy the tickets. It's all about the owners. It's all about the drivers. It's all about the crew members. It's all about the volunteers. And we could not be here having fun if we didn't have support from everybody from letter A to Z. It's 2025. I can get a little ornery. I just live 4 miles from here up on Rikers Ridge. Let's get this stuff together. Let's all work together. and let's keep cranking them up.
Let me tell you what, every time I come down here and I get to work with that man, I cannot put into words how much of a blessing Jeff Ayler is to me and the friend he has been to me. I'm really appreciative of it, and there is no one else I'd want beside me during this week than the great Jeff Ayler. Let's please give it up for him again. Unfortunately, we have to move on. So, next up, we have the Bunny Gaw Memorial. Is his daughter Sarah here that will be presenting? Right here. Okay. Of course he is. The winner of the Bunny Gaw Memorial, Heat 2A, that goes to Corey Peabody. All right, Corey, you want to go ahead. What would you like to say?
This picture was taken 23 years ago when me, my husband, and I got married right there on that water. If you live here, you remember it was 23 years ago today. So happy anniversary, baby, and thank you, Dad, for making it possible.
I know you're emotional, but would you like to have this one as well? Yeah, you can have this. Yeah. So, okay.
Thank you everybody for coming out and supporting people like this, and it's great. You know, the U9, we didn't come out in the final like we wanted to, but you know, we're here and we're able to give this away to somebody, so yeah, that's good stuff there. You're welcome. Thanks for everybody coming out, and we'll see you guys next year.
Absolutely, right?
Corey.
That's a class act, Corey Peabody, folks. Give it up for Corey Peabody, please. All right. Next up, we have the Todd Yarling Memorial to give away, and I believe we have Tim and Linda Bipes who are going to be presenting this award. Just you? Okay, that's okay. So the winner of Heat 2B in the Todd Yarling Memorial, that goes to J. Michael Kelly in the U8. All right, folks. I think it's time we give away a few other trophies here, and I know there's a big one to give away here momentarily. So, the H1 Unlimiteds, River City Printing, 75th Annual Madison Regatta. In third place, in the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup, third place in the U11 Flav-R-Pac, it's Jamie Nilsen. Jamie Nilsen. So, let me tell you what, man, a consistent, solid weekend for you. You got to be happy with your weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the river definitely was challenging this weekend. Threw a lot of curveballs at everybody, including the race committee, who I think were the real heroes of the weekend. Is all the people and the volunteers here in Madison that make this race happen. It wouldn't happen without you guys, and especially this weekend. And can't thank you guys enough. And man, my crew, they're the ones that got me up here. So this trophy's for them. They worked so hard this weekend, and all the heat, everything. And without them, we wouldn't be up here. And the great people of Flav-R-Pac for supporting us. So
It's been an awesome relationship with those guys, and we can't wait to get back to their hometown for our next race and keep the relationship going and try to keep our streak going.
Jamie, congratulations. We'll see you in Tri-Cities.
All right, thanks a lot, and thank you everyone for coming out. Can't wait to do it again.
Awesome. Second place in the Indiana Governor's Cup, the U8, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. So J. Michael Kelly, again, kind of a different weekend, but talk about it. You were always in the front of the pack, a second place finish on the weekend. You're up near the top of the leaderboard in points. Overall, solid weekend for you.
Yeah, no, overall, I mean, from where we began and ended, we ended on a good note. And we were really struggling all weekend with the Beacon Electric U8, just trying to find that speed. And, you know, I really struggled down in that far turn. For whatever reason, that hole really likes me in that red boat. So, man, I'm exhausted after that final heat. Just a lot went on during that, a lot of curveballs thrown at me. I can't thank my crew enough for all the hard work. They never quit working on that boat from the day we got here. I'd like to thank Bill Cahill, Daryl Soren, I can't even think right now. Just Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Corey Peabody, Campbell, my wife, my kids, and of course everybody here in Madison. I love coming here. I've made some great friends over the years and always look forward to it. So thank you everybody. Thanks to the race committee, the officials, and everybody that came and supported us. So thank you very much.
J. Michael Kelly, we'll see you in Tri-Cities, my friend. Now, before I call up our winner, I would like to hand the microphone real quick to Madison Mayor Bob Courtney, and he'll also be bringing with him Indiana Superintendent of Education, Dr. Katie Jenner. Mayor?
Jordan, it's been an exciting weekend. I tell you what, in the last 9 months, I've learned more about boat racing than ever before. I've lived here my entire life. I've been on the shores of these banks watching almost every regatta, and it's been amazing. I want to thank really the spirit of all the teams helping Miss Madison come back. And, you know, being unified and making sure that this sport needs Miss Madison and needs the legends like Miss Madison, and we're making new history all along the way. So I want to give a lot of credit to Kyle Bipes, Tim Bipes, Andrew Forster, Tony Steinhardt, who are leading the next generation Miss Madison, and all the support from the fans, and definitely the City of Madison in collaboration with all the volunteers from the Madison Regatta. We know how to put on a boat race, don't we, people? It's my honor to introduce you to Dr. Katie Jenner from Indiana Governor Mike Braun.
Well, great to see everyone today. I couldn't help but think when watching the boats race for 75 years this weekend, many of our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents have set up tents or chairs along the Indiana side or the Kentucky side to watch this race. And it is a family affair. And I hope it goes on. My girls were down here all weekend. I sure hope they make it home eventually. But I hope we can pass it, and I see you kids. I hope your kids get to come and your grandkids, and this can continue to go on. The other thing I'll mention about the community of racing is for the first time I wasn't actually along the coast. I got the little behind the scenes, and the crews are remarkable. The crews help each other. And they're behind the scenes. If one boat goes down, another crew steps in. It's remarkable. So what a tradition we have in Madison, Indiana, and let's keep it going. And so on behalf of Governor Mike Braun, it's an honor to present this trophy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jenner. At this time, Brooklyn Cornelius, our Miss Madison Regatta 2025. If you and the rest of the royalty could come forward, please. Mr. Tate, would you mind coming around here, please? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, with Mayor Bob Courtney and Dr. Katie Jenner, to present the 2025 Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup champion, Andrew Tate, the U91 Goodman Real Estate. Gonna take it home with you, Andrew? Gonna take it home with you, right, Andrew? I don't know. Put it in your car and drive off. Awesome. Brooklyn, there's something you gotta do. Jeff, we need to have a tradition like that for us. Come on now. All right. I got to talk to the driver here, folks, so forgive me. I'm going to be stepping into some cameras, but I got to talk to the driver. Hold on, get his trophy. All right, get a picture real quick, then I got to talk with the driver. All right. All right. All right, your Governor's Cup champion, folks, Andrew Tate. Give it up for him. So, Andrew, you know, same boat. Your boat looked good all weekend. It was a rocket coming out of that turn, man. A dominant weekend, just how you wanted it to end.
Yeah, ups and downs all weekend, not only for the Goodman Real Estate team, but for all the race officials and volunteers, I'm sure. A lot of challenges throughout the course of the weekend with weather and logistics, but hats off to the volunteers and the officials for pulling together and getting us out on the water there for the final.
Well, coming up next, my friend, you got to go out west. It's the APBA Gold Cup. Mindset going into that.
Another boat race, hopefully. One heat at a time, one lap at a time. But big thank you to the city of Madison, Indiana. Congratulations to Kyle Bipes, Brandon Kennedy, Mayor Bob. The city of Madison, you know, it was a really, really huge effort to get the U6 ready to be out here and represent the city. And the whole sport's rooting for, excuse me, the whole sport really is rooting for the U6.
Awesome. Andrew Tate, congratulations, my friend, and we'll see you in Tri-Cities, okay? Give it up for Andrew Tate one more time. Thank you, everyone, for coming out on the shorelines of the Ohio River. I want to thank my friend Jeff Ayler for joining me, Brad Luce, everyone else, Jean Theoret for joining us, Kyle Bipes, everyone. Thanks for listening. Drive home safely. We'll see everyone next year at the Madison Regatta.
H1 unlimited hydroplanes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.